Hello people! This video is about you, the player character that is. You see, Pokémon is a series where the main character changes with nearly every game, creating a wide cast of player characters and player character designs. In this video, I'm gonna have a look at all of them. I'm looking at every iteration of the Pokémon protagonist, so if a character has different designs between versions of a game or the game's remake, I will address all of them. Additionally, if a main character returns in a game where they are not playable, I will still be talking about their design if it's different. Really, the only designs I won't bring up in this video are Signa suits and alternate skins from Pokémon Masters. We're sticking to the main series because otherwise we'd be here forever. I might talk about some characters more than others because some have more designs, but also because I might just have more to say about certain characters than others since this is based largely on my own opinion. Also, it may be important to note that I am not a fashion designer, so you won't be hearing professional opinions here. The first player character in the history of Pokémon is the legendary Red. His first iteration came without a female counterpart, so we'll be looking at this version of him by himself. When looking at his design from Gen 1, it is a lot easier to see how he inspired Ash from the anime. He has spikier, darker hair than his later designs that flares out more. His jacket is also almost identical to Ash's original series jacket except in red. And I do like how everything is red and white. Not only does it suit a character with a name like this, but it creates a certain synergy in his fit because of the consistent matching color scheme. The combination of red and white also matches the colors on a Pokeball, which subtly communicates that this is indeed the Pokemon guy. The Kanto player character was first redesigned in Gen 3 for Fire Red and Leaf Green, and this time Red is accompanied by his female counterpart Leaf. Aside from the art style change, Red's design is now more streamlined. His outfit is a bit sleeker, featuring a clothes jacket this time, which gives him a more proper and sportier appearance. It makes just a bit more sense for someone who is constantly trekking long distances and running around. His jeans are also baggier now, which to me makes Red appear a bit more mature. The black from Red's hair and undershirt is now redistributed to his short sleeves and his shoes, making it a more prominent part of his color scheme. I do like the slightly more stylish new cap, but I kinda miss the pin. Still, Gen 3 deserves props for being the most popular and prominent look for him that the most people associate with the character. Leaf does a perfect job with being an alternate gender-bent version of Red. The designer succeeded at reverse engineering Red's core aesthetics and reinterpreting them for a girlier character. The choice to make her main color a shade of teal is brilliant because versions of this character were called both blue and green based on the country, so a color that's in between blue and green fits both names. I'm not sure if a short skirt is ideal for journeying and adventuring over different terrains, and this is something that we'll see with other female player characters going forward. In spite of this, making the skirt red cleverly complements Leaf's counterpart. Basically, the colors of their tops and leg wear is swapped between the two. Leaf's hat is a different shape than Red's, but features the same design except with inverted colors. If Red's hat is emblematic of a Pokeball, then Leaf's hat is akin to a Premier Ball. The two also have the same hair color and texture, except Leaf's is way longer. Another thing that ties the two together is that they both carry yellow bags with Versus Seekers attached to the strap. Red's is a backpack while Leaf's is a shoulder bag. The next design for Red was introduced in Gen 7 in Pokemon Sun and Moon. This time there is no Leaf counterpart and he is also not a player character here. This is a very intentional time skip design. Early player characters usually tend to look quite young, while in later games their age seems a bit more ambiguous, but this version of Red is definitively older. It's supposed to evoke the feelings of meeting a familiar and iconic legend after many years and seeing how they've changed. Instead of focusing too much on Red's cool and mysterious qualities, this design leans more into the informal vacation vibe. After all, this is what Red wears when on a trip to Alola. His cap has once again changed and his jeans now appear tighter and longer, giving the impression that Red grew into them, even if it's not actually the same pair. He only wears a t-shirt now, which makes sense for Alola's climate, but the best part about his graphic tee is that it features a stylized 96, in reference to the year Red's debut game came out. He sports a smaller, more casual bag with a yellow color that calls back to his big old Gen 3 bag. We once again reunite the male and female Kanto protagonists in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Once again, they are not playable in this game, but rather post-game bosses. Before I get into these designs, I need to address something. This character is most commonly referred to as Leaf. This character is referred to as Green. These are functionally the same character. You can tell from their designs. Some people think that the green from Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee is supposed to represent green from the manga and not Leaf from Fire Red and Leaf Green. This may be true to an extent, but in the game continuity, Leaf and Green are not really different characters. Both Green in the manga and Leaf from Fire Red and Leaf Green are based on the same illustration of a female character from Gen 1 that wasn't used in the games. Even Pokemon Masters only has one character for the Kanto female protagonist archetype and doesn't create a distinction between Green and Leaf. The reason she's called Leaf in that game is because Masters most often goes with the most popular name for a character in the community. She's probably only called Green in Let's Go because they wanted her name to match thematically with Red and Blue. I do not believe these are intended to be treated as different characters. They both represent the female protagonist from Kanto who is paired with Red. If Red was called Fire in Fire Red and Leaf Green and Red in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, he'd still be the same guy, just going by different names based on the timeline. If they made the Let's Go Johto game and Ethan returned but was called Gold, you wouldn't treat him as a separate character, right? The reason the names don't matter much, especially in this case, is because we're talking about player characters, meaning that they can have any name you want anyway. With that tangent out of the way, let's finally look at the designs. Red's Let's Go look is basically his Gen 1 design in a more modern art style. Most of what I said about that version of the character also applies here, so there isn't that much to discuss. But I will say I'm a big fan of the fact that they acknowledged this design for Red. They could have used a more recent version of Red in the Let's Go games, but they went out of their way to recreate his original look, down to his darker black hair. It goes to show that Game Freak and the Pokemon Company care about and are willing to reference their history, including the things that they decided to move away from or change in more recent years. Green doesn't have a Gen 1 design, so they took her Gen 3 iteration and sort of retrofitted the design to match a Gen 1 look somewhat. The main color and highlight of her shirt have now been swapped, meaning that she now wears mainly black, which matches Red's undershirt and calls back to her manga counterpart's original outfit. The teal remains prevalent through the shorts that she traded her skirt for, along with accents on her shoes. The yellow shoulder bag remained, but that can't be said about her leg warmers and hat. Both of these designs are cute, and I love how they pay homage to Pokemon's history. Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee also gave us a second pair of Kanto player characters in Elaine and Chase. These two are probably the most forgotten and underrated protagonists by the fans, and frankly I think they deserve more love. Funnily enough, I met two people cosplaying as them at a convention once and they were awesome. Elaine and Chase's designs seem to be derivative of Leaf and Red respectively. They basically look like younger, more modernized versions of them. The outfits are segmented into more differently colored areas and patterns, and they seem to place more emphasis on the color white, which helps sell the modern aesthetic. Overall, good successors for Leaf and Red. Gen 2 brings us the pair of Ethan and Chris as playable characters. Now Ethan was the only playable option in Gold and Silver, while Chris was only added in Crystal, but I'll still be looking at the two as a pair because they're meant to go together, and it's not like Ethan had a different design in Gold and Silver that's worth looking at separately. Ethan was the second ever main character in Pokemon, so in some ways he's just a different take on Red. The two have obvious parallels. Ethan wears his cap the opposite way to Red, they have the same main color and their original sprites look nearly the same. Ethan is a trendier, more rebellious Red with his backwards cap and shorts. He was even supposed to have a skateboard initially, and his manga counterpart still does. He's a rad kid. Chris is my favorite player character in Pokemon, or at least one of them. She went on to be forgotten by history until Pokemon Masters, and her character in the manga is really interesting and likable in my opinion. I also like that while all other player characters have pretty natural hair colors by default, Chris's hair ranges between various shades of teal. Feels like such a random choice, but I love it. Her design is embedded with early 2000s swag. She complements Ethan's design quite well. Their tops and shorts are basically the same colors, except Chris's are more form-fitted, while Ethan's are quite baggy. Similarly to Red and Leaf, Ethan and Chris's outfits feature somewhat inverted color schemes, with the former wearing red with white accents and the latter wearing white with red accents. The yellow on their shorts and headgear along with their light purple bags further tie the two together and create cohesiveness. Furthermore, I find it quite creative how Chris wears her Poké gear hanging from her neck rather than having it on her wrist like Ethan. Generation 4 redesigned the Johto player characters for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Well, I say that, but only Ethan was redesigned while Chris was replaced entirely by a new character named Lyra. From my understanding, this was somewhat accidental. When they were designing a female Johto protagonist, they ended up creating a design completely different to the one they used in Crystal, so they decided to make her a new character. I prefer Chris's design over Lyra's, but this isn't to say Lyra is designed poorly. Both her and Ethan now sport a more subdued and low-key look compared to Ethan from Gen 2. Fewer bright colors and warmer tones. I think this fits the reverence given to the Johto region in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and it makes Ethan look more mature, although he did lose a considerable amount of swag. The yellow takes a step back in this iteration of the Johto protagonist and is instead replaced by white for Lyra and black for Ethan, with the exception of his iconic hat. Once again, I appreciate how the two wear their Poké gears in different places, with Ethan having it on his wrist and Lyra having it hanging from her bag. May and Brendan's Ruby and Sapphire designs emphasize Hoenn's diverse habitats by featuring sporty clothes that would help them traverse a variety of environments. Brendan is the first male protagonist to not wear a cap, instead sporting a sort of beanie. A lot of people used to think the white part was his hair. It's certainly a strange piece of headgear, but that makes it all the more iconic. I find the rest of his outfit to be a bit dorky though, especially when compared to Red and Ethan. It might just be because I'm not a fan of sportswear like tracksuits in general though. May pulls off the look a little better in my opinion. Her flared out collar, although a little unusual, works with the lack of stripes or patterns on her top to move her away from the overly sporty look that Brendan has. I also prefer her white fingered gloves over Brendan's blue fingerless pair. These two are probably the most cohesive pair yet, with very similar red color schemes. Although it came out in the same generation, Emerald redesigned the two and gave them new outfits that, at least in my opinion, are more fashionable. For the most part. May's skirt is now fused with her top, she no longer has sleeves and her collar is flipped over downwards more elegantly. I think this makes her outfit less clunky and better put together. Brendan, however, dons a weird pairing of baggy shorts over long pants which looks a bit weird. I think it's because the top layer of the pants goes below his knees. I think it would have worked better if the shorts were shorter. I do prefer his form-fitted short sleeve new top though. It creates more contrast with the baggy part of his pants, and the fact that his collar isn't choking him anymore makes him look more loose and comfortable. The red on both May and Brendan is now more orange, and the pair is tied together by newly added green accents. Overall, big improvements over their original Ruby and Sapphire designs. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire yet again reimagined May and Brendan, this time more radically. What I find most interesting about these designs is that they feel like time skip designs. This may only be because of how much the Pokemon art style changed between Gens 3 and 6, but these May and Brendan do not look the same age as these May and Brendan. Other remake designs felt more mature than their original counterparts, but I think it's more drastic in this case. I might think this partly because when May and Brendan's manga counterparts use these designs is when they're older and that affected my perception, but I'm not sure. Tell me what you think. The designs themselves are quite good, if not a little less unique than their Gen 3 iterations. Turning May's skirt into shorts makes more sense, I think. The added black frills on her top along with turning her classic headband into a bow gives her a cuter look, but her sportiness still remains in her short leggings and the fact that her clothes don't protrude outwards to get in the way while also having ample breathing room for warmer areas or to reduce sweating and strain. The same can be said about Brendan's Zoras outfit, although in his case I prefer the previous two rather firmly. I praised his Emerald outfit for contrasting a tighter top with baggy pants, but now both his top and shorts are quite form-fitted, removing that contrast. I find Brendan's new look a little bland when compared to May's, but at least he keeps his signature white beanie. I like the Zoras player characters, especially when I think of them as aged up versions of their Gen 3 selves. I have a personal headcanon that in the Zoras universe, the events of the Hoenn games take place later in the timeline than in the Gen 3 universe, hence why the characters look older. This is also supported by the presence of more modern technology in the remakes like the Pokémon Plus, but that's a story for another time. Diamond and Pearl gave us the first iteration of Dawn and Lucas. Dawn is probably one of the most popular and recognizable human characters in Pokemon, due in part to her memorable role in the anime, but also because of her inspired design. The scarf gives her a recognizable silhouette and she wears a proper beanie, the best kind of hat. Said beanie is white, which along with her light pink skirt and boots creates contrast against her black top and socks, which helps her stand out. Pink is Dawn's distinct highlight color and it differentiates her from other characters, and I think that's the main thing Lucas is missing. He doesn't have a unique highlight to tie his design together. He's got the blue pants, but that color doesn't really stand out in the same way Dawn's pink does, and it's pretty common among other characters too. If intentional though, it is neat how Lucas's blue matches Dialga and Dawn's pink matches Palkia. What's weird about both of them is that they wear warm clothes like all the other protagonists despite living in a much colder region. Their Platinum redesigns mostly remedy this problem, however. Lucas looks proper warm now with a tightly tied scarf, jacket and trousers. This version of his outfit also has a cleaner, less messy color scheme. I definitely like it over the original. Dawn's new design, while less iconic, also dresses her more appropriately for Sinnoh's weather, giving her a red trench coat thing. I also like how the switch to white scarves means Dawn's matches her beanie now. The pink that was lost because of the lack of a skirt is redistributed to her hair clips and coat puffs. The problem is she's still not wearing pants, even in the design where she's supposed to be dressed for the cold. Apparently girls aren't allowed long legwear in Pokemon. Both her and Lucas get rid of any yellow in their designs in Platinum and replace it with more white. I'm kind of a fan, it's sort of elegant. Akari and Ray are old-timey versions of Dawn and Lucas respectively, featured in Pokemon Legends Arceus. These characters represent either ancestors of the modern Sinnoh protagonists or their appearance after traveling back in time. The game implies that the character you play as is the same as in the modern day, while the character of the opposite gender that you didn't pick is an ancestor. But maybe Pokemon Master suggests that they're different characters entirely, or maybe they just think that because they lost their memory and they don't quite remember who they are. I don't know, it's complicated and it would take too long to try and explain now. While Akari and Ray's designs aren't immediately visually striking on their own, they are quite fantastic in that they manage to look like they belong in the past while still being recognizable as versions of Dawn and Lucas who wear very modern clothes. The fact that the designers were able to take these designs and reimagine them as antiquated attire from a period where the culture and resources of Sinnoh were completely different is nothing short of genius. I'm a fan of their black undershirts. It's creating contrast between tight and baggy like I mentioned before. I also think it's quite clever how, although they wear different kinds of headgear from Dawn and Lucas, it still follows a similar shape language. Akari and Ray are unique among protagonists for being the only ones to don such attire, a distinct mix of traditional Japanese and fantasy. To me, Hilbert and Hilda represent the platonic ideal of a pair of Pokemon player characters. That is to say, they're almost like the mean average of Pokemon protagonist designs, not leaning too much in one direction or another. Hilbert doesn't look all that different from Red. He almost feels like a reboot design for Red, which makes sense considering some people see Black and White as a sort of soft reboot for the franchise. His color scheme is mainly blue with red accents, which feels appropriate for a Pokemon protagonist and would go on to be used for a lot of male player characters in the next couple of gens. Hilda's outfit is a bit more chic, her main features being her jean shorts and black vest. It makes her look slightly less generic, but personally I'm not that big of a fan of vests in general. I do like how her outfit features both black and white pretty prominently. Very thematically appropriate. I think Hilbert and Hilda are a little visually disjointed from each other. They have different styles and the only indicators that they're supposed to be counterparts of each other are their caps and the vague urban flavor to their styles. It's not always necessary to have the protagonists dress similarly, but I guess I became used to it up to this point. Interestingly enough, Hilbert and Hilda were made to appear a bit older than previous protagonists because of Unova as a setting, but personally I don't think that's obvious in their designs, which is ironic because the very next generation does feature protagonists that look visibly older. Black 2 and White 2 introduce a second pair of Unova protagonists in Rosa and Nate. They are not redesigns of Hilda and Hilbert, but rather new characters entirely. It goes without saying that Rosa is a very popular character. She blew up around late 2019 when Pokemon Masters came out, and yeah, I have to agree that her design is very inspired. One thing that stands out to me is that her color scheme resembles a pastel version of the cyan, magenta, and yellow trifecta. These colors are inherently synergistic and complement each other really well. Her hairstyle is unique and endearing, and the tight buns contrast her free-flowing tails. Contrast can be seen all over her design, actually. She's wearing black leggings and a mainly white top, and the tight leggings also create contrast with her loose and fluffy shorts. Nate, while not as popular, is also a pretty good design. One thing I can say for sure is that he certainly pulls off the shorts over pants look way better than Emerald Brendan, probably because he's wearing a more form-fitting bodysuit underneath compared to Brendan's pants. Nate also has a blue and red color scheme, but this time it's darker. I think that gives him more of a cool look. His hair does feel a little random and not that purposefully designed though. I like how Rosa and Nate are visually tied together by their visors. It's a kind of headgear that no other protagonist used before, so it's a good way to signal that they have a connection. Personally, I like them more than Hilda and Hilbert. X and Y Serena and Callum immediately strike me as older looking than most other player characters in Pokemon. If the other protagonists range from prepubescent children to early teens, then these two look like they could be anywhere between teenagers to young adults. Again, this might be an art style thing, but their longer proportions and stylish looks give them that feel. From this point onward, the ambiguity of the main character's ages increases even more, and that might just have something to do with the introduction of character customization. The games now want us to fully project our identity onto the characters we play as, so maybe another way to achieve that is by making them look like they're not necessarily children. I know I'd like to imagine the protagonist I play as is the same age as me and not a child. It helps me with immersion. Onto the designs themselves, I have to say these are some of the best ones. Serena is appropriately stylish for a region like Kalos. She pairs a tighter top with a free-flowing skirt, which once again creates contrast and makes her design flow well. I mentioned before that skirts arguably don't make much sense for a Pokemon protagonist because it's not really the most suitable attire for a long outdoor adventure, but in this case I think it fits because of the classier setting of Kalos. The hat and stockings help keep her color scheme consistent. From top to bottom, Serena basically alternates between red and black. Makes me think of a Veltal. Calum has a cool and confident look, and what do you know, he's also dressed in blue with red accents. His boots are rather unique among player characters, and the fact that his jacket is zipped up all the way to his chin gives him a slightly mysterious appearance. The form-fitting pants tucked into his boots make Callum look somewhat nimble and battle-ready. They have a slight resemblance to military attire. While his color scheme isn't quite as neat as Serena's, his jacket does resemble Xernea's just a little bit. Both of them have shades on their hats, which bolsters their stylishness even further and gives off the idea that they care about how they present themselves, perhaps more so than other characters. Paxton and Harmony are more so Lumio's protagonists than Kalo's protagonists, but this is still the most appropriate time to mention them because of the region that their game takes place in. The game isn't out yet, so there may be something thematic in their designs that I won't notice, but I still have a lot to say. I love these designs. Kalos just does not miss with its player characters. Once again, they look visibly older than the average protagonists, and their designs are very stylish. They're not super classy, but they have a distinct casual urban feel. Paxton and Harmony look effortlessly cool. Their fedoras have similar shapes and vibes to Calum and Serena's hats, so that helps tie them together a little bit. I appreciate the fact that despite being part of a uniform, the green jackets aren't too intrusive and they actually look quite nice. There's no other pair of playable characters whose shared main color is lime green. As many people pointed out, Harmony is free from the short legwear curse that affected so many female protagonists in Pokemon, and she looks all the cooler for it. I love loose jeans in general, and in Harmony's case, they make her look not only fashionable but also unique since no other main character wears pants exactly like hers. Another nice touch is that Paxton and Harmony's belts have colors that reference X and Y. The buckle on Harmony's belt is even shaped like an X and Y. These two are the most modern feeling protagonists. They look like real people I would see on the street. Hell, I'd even wear some of their clothes myself. Sun and Moon introduced Elio and Celine as its player characters. What these two accomplish the best is that they very obviously convey the tropical climate of Alola. They're wearing warm outfits fitting for the region's islands and beaches. As you can see, Elio is yet another male protagonist dressed in blue with red accents, to absolutely no one's surprise. Celine's pastel tones are a bit more unique and I appreciate that. I also dig her funny hat. Some people pointed out that the colors on their outfits resemble Alola starters. I'm not convinced it was intentional, but I can definitely see it and I think it's cute. These two are appropriately colorful considering the vibe of the region. Also, does anyone feel like they look younger in their 3D models when compared to the official art? In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Elio and Celine were redesigned, and these designs are a bit strange. The originals looked like Pokemon trainers in a tropical island setting, but these versions look more like tourists, I guess. Don't get me wrong, I really don't dislike them, their inclusion just feels a bit out of left field. I think they do a lot of cool and unique stuff, however. Elio has nice overlaying pants, similarly to Nate. He also has a bucket hat, which I like. They always remind me of Takeru or TK from Digimon Adventure 02. He is also the only male protagonist with a tank top, so that's something. Celine wears a nice straw hat, which once again is not something you typically see in player characters in Pokemon. Her color scheme is very inviting and friendly, especially for someone who loves warm tones like myself. Overall, these two are cute. I wouldn't want them to be the default Alola protagonists over the original designs, but I'm glad they exist. Not in spite of being unusual, but because of it. The protagonists of Pokemon Sword and Shield are Christian and Gloria, Victor and Gloria. This pair is another banger. Not unlike with Calum and Serena, Victor and Gloria have fashionable and more grown-up looks. And not unlike Elio and Celine, they visually communicate the setting of their games perfectly. The two look British. Gloria's outfit is a mix of cute and practical. Her dress is quite nice, but it's topped off with a fleece coat to protect her from the cold. She also wears shorts under her dress, which somewhat alleviates the previously discussed skirt issue. Like I said, cute and practical. Her awesome boots match her bag, and her socks match her hat, which overall makes her color scheme very cohesive and satisfying to look at. They're just comforting colors, almost Christmassy. I'm a big fan of Victor's beanie. As you might have pieced together by now, I love beanies. In fact, I almost always wear one myself. In Victor's case, the texture of his beanie matches Gloria's coat, which is a neat way to connect the two. His huge monolith of a backpack is very distinct and unique, and it actually looks like it could fit all the items one ends up collecting in a Pokemon game. Other than that, his tight jeans and loafers give him an oddly early 2010s vibe, at least to me. I also like how there's a lock of messy hair protruding from under his beanie. It's charming. I won't go into too much detail about DLC outfits in this video because they're more like themed costumes than actual redesigns, but I will mention them. Victor and Gloria have their dojo outfits for the Isle of Armor DLC and their expedition outfits for the Crown Tundra DLC. I'm more of a fan of the latter, but the dojo uniforms are cute too. I don't think Victor's man bun suits him though. Juliana and Florian each have two different uniforms based on whether you're playing Scarlet or Violet, but they're just color swaps, not different designs, so I won't be talking about them separately. I will say, I think I slightly prefer the Scarlet versions because the pants have a striped pattern which adds texture to an otherwise bland pair of designs. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these. They have grown on me since the initial reveal, but I still find them pretty lackluster. With every protagonist in the 3D era, I felt like even if I didn't customize them, I'd still be playing as and looking at an interesting character. But with Juliana and Florian, it feels like I'm obligated to change them up. Their designs look default. They look almost thrown together, like the game expects you to only keep them like that for a short while. It's like they're placeholders. They feel like NPCs you'd fight on an early route, not the main characters. I also don't like how they look almost uncannily young and childlike. The Academy supposedly accepts people of all ages, and most of the other characters look older, so why make the protagonist look so young? An expansive and untamed region like Paldea seems like a more appropriate setting for an older character anyway. Aside from their outfits, their features are pretty bland too. The only distinct element in their designs is Juliana's admittedly iconic braid. I guess I at least can't complain about their designs reflecting the school setting, because they do accomplish that successfully, but just like with the real school, their vibe is somewhat soulless and uninspired. At the end of the day, I still don't hate them or anything. I mean, they have their niche and at least they look different from all the other protagonists. I just wish they were a bit more interesting, but hey, they have their fans, so if you're a big Juliana and or Florian stan, more power to you. They also have their festival outfits in the teal mask and their blueberry uniforms in the indigo disc. I actually prefer both of these over their standard designs, but the Kisakami Jinbei looks are by far my favorite. I think they're really awesome and cute, especially their new hairdos. Rivals have been a thing in Pokemon since Generation 1, and whether they're friendly or hostile, their role is to compete with the player and create the sense that you are not entirely alone on your Pokemon journey. Their teams grow and become stronger just like yours, so in many ways, they serve as mirrors to the protagonists. Every mainline game has had at least one rival, and today we're looking at all of them. Due to the fact that these rivals aren't just blank slates like the main characters tend to be, this discussion will also address their personalities, although I will still focus primarily on overall concept and design and will not cover their character arcs in detail beat by beat. Furthermore, I will not be looking at the rivals that are just the opposite gender player characters because they were covered in the previous video about the protagonists. But fear not, because I did add a couple extra characters to the mix. These are characters who are not technically referred to as rivals, but are, in my opinion, rival adjacent. Basically other young trainers that you encounter multiple times in the story, even if you don't battle them repeatedly or simply peers of the main character. And again, I will cover later designs used by these rivals even if they come from games where they aren't rivals. Also, no costumes from Masters. Pokemon's first rival introduced in Gen 1 was Blue. His original design was a bit strange. His big flashy hair certainly fits his overly confident attitude, but his blouse or sweater looks weirdly robe-like, and paired with his almost medieval looking boots make him look like a character more suited for a fantasy setting than the contemporary inspired setting of Pokemon. I do like that weird badge on his hip that mirrors Red's hat badge though. This design also introduced Blue's iconic pendant, which I consider to be a staple of his character. The general shape of his hair vaguely resembles Professor Oak's, indicating their familial ties. Fire Red and Leaf Green introduced a redesigned Blue with a different outfit. Much like with Red, this design is more streamlined and although significantly different, it still has all the key features from Blue's original look. It's got purple, it's got a dark color, and it's got the pendant. They also gave him normal shoes this time. This version of the character also introduced some brand new elements, wristbands that match his pants, a flared up collar that helps accentuate Blue's showiness, and a much needed fanny pack. It didn't make much sense that he didn't have any kind of bag before, considering he's also on a journey. Heart Gold and Soul Silver gave us a bit of a time skip design for Blue. This is what he looks like as the Viridian City gym leader after the events of the Kanto games. Interesting how Blue received a new design in these games but not Red. Now this could be because of a change in art style, but this Blue's proportions seem to vaguely indicate that he got a little older and taller now, which makes sense because 3 years have passed since the events of the Kanto games. He ditches his trademark purple this time, but does keep the black from his Gen 3 design, which sort of becomes his new trademark color. His pants are now dark tan, which weirdly suits him because it matches his hair. His jacket is either layered on top of a white shirt or has white trimmings, but either way it looks more detailed and stylish. He did of course keep the pendant from his previous designs. This outfit makes Blue look more mature and his expression is more humble. He toned down the cockiness by a lot while still remaining confident, which makes sense because he is older, burdened with more responsibility, and he now understands how to properly bond with Pokemon after losing to Red. Longer sleeves could also vaguely indicate a shedding of childishness in an abstract sort of way. Kids are often depicted with simple t-shirts. He did have long sleeves in Gen 1 as well though, so I might be reaching a bit with this one. Blue's next design was in Gen 7 in Sun and Moon. This is another time skip design and even more years have passed since his last appearance this time, but adult Blue is as stylish as ever. Like I said, black is now his main color, and this outfit is no different. For the first time ever though, he wears a substantial amount of green. This is very appropriate because, as I'm sure everyone's tired of hearing by now, Blue's name is Green in Japan. He once again has a bag, but this time it's a crossbody shoulder bag, which is a bit more grown up than his previous fanny pack. But do you notice anything missing with this Blue design? Perhaps something around his neck area? Yup, somehow Sun and Moon left out Blue's signature pendant. What a shame. I have to say, on top of the Alola vacation vibes, this version of Blue does bring back some of his sass. He's back to smirking and his flared collar has also returned, and look at his hand on his hip. What seals the deal is his cheeky shades that he carries around with him. You could argue that this indicates a regression in his character, but I find it too charming to complain about. It also makes him more recognizable as Blue, and besides, his design evolution can be linked to a person's developmental cycle. As a kid, you're unapologetic and unfiltered. When you turn into a teenager, you become self-conscious and start putting more effort into keeping up appearances and coming off as mature, but as an adult, you become balanced and gain the confidence to be yourself once again. I like to imagine that as a kid, Blue's huge head stemmed from a superiority complex, but now as an accomplished adult trainer, he has become truly confident. His self-esteem now comes from genuine strength and an understanding of his own flaws, but I'm just writing fanfiction at this point. The second Gen 7 design for Blue comes from Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. This design is a direct recreation of his original Gen 1 design. Nearly everything is the same, so my thoughts on that design mostly apply here as well. This version of the look does give him a bag, which, like I said before, is really something he should have had from the start. It's a crossbody bag just like in Sun and Moon. Very neat. His top also looks less like a tunic or robe and now more like a regular long sleeve shirt. But Blue is not your rival in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Trace was. And he is incredibly unpopular. I think the main reason Trace is disliked is because he plays the exact same role in the story as Blue did in the original Kanto games, but with a totally different personality. He's unremarkable and forgettable because he's just a Blue replacement who doesn't really do anything to distinguish himself. There's also the fact that he just has a sort of generic friendly attitude, which, although I don't inherently dislike in rivals, is kind of boring in this context because it makes Trace seem quite passive, especially when compared to Blue, which is a comparison the game more or less forces you to make because Trace takes his place in the story. He's also a bit underwhelming as a final boss. As for his design, I'd say it's alright. He looks very sporty, which is usually not my thing, but he pulls off the look decently. Funnily enough, his outfit borrows some cues from Blue's newer designs with the dark top. His color scheme is actually nearly identical to Blue's Alola outfit. The second generation featured Silver as the player's rival, and in a lot of ways he is quite similar to his predecessor Blue. He's mean and thinks he's better than you, but he's a bit more rough around the edges than Blue. His introduction was literally stealing a starter Pokemon from Professor Elm. This was not confirmed at the time of Gen 2, but you could look at this as a form of foreshadowing of Silver's origins as a criminal son. His arc is also pretty similar to Blue, with him learning to be nicer to his Pokemon and value more than just raw power by the end of the game. I'm kind of a fan of his design. I like that he features the color red so prominently, partly because it's my favorite color, but also because it ties the look together and makes his design cohesive. I also like his weird shoes that he had in his Gen 2 design. They are evocative of experimental fashion from the early 2000s, so they look quite trendy, not unlike Ethan and Chris's outfits. And there's that random hip badge again, further tying Silver and Blue together. Heart Gold and Soul Silver redesigned Silver in Generation 4 to fit the current art style at the time, but unlike with other remake redesigns, Silver doesn't change all that drastically apart from his proportions. His hair is a different shape and the red trimming on his shirt forms a different pattern, but other than that he sticks pretty close to his Gen 2 outfit. The shoes don't seem as cool now though. As many people have noticed, this version of Silver's hair shape and color is somewhat similar to Ariana's, leading some to believe that she might be Silver's mother. As a Rocket admin, she would have been close to Giovanni presumably, but Ariana is but one of a few characters with hair kind of like Silver's and they can't all be related to him. Now, although I said I liked Silver's look, I don't think it lends itself quite as well to the newer Gen 4 art style. That's not to say I dislike Gen 4 Silver, I just prefer his Gen 2 iteration by a little bit. Generation 3 is when they started featuring the player character that you do not pick in the role of a rival. Like I said in the intro, I will not be mentioning those characters in this video, so for Hoenn I'll move on to Wally. Wally's Gen 3 design is intentionally bland in my opinion. Like with Silver's red, I like how Wally's look is tied together by green, giving him a clear signature color that also matches his first Pokemon. His dullness is reflective of his meek nature, and so I think the design fits his character perfectly. And besides, Wally is not the main rival in Hoenn, you only really fight him twice in the main story, so it's not like he needs to have a perfectly fine-tuned design. Wally's arc is all about overcoming adversity and breaking free from your own weaknesses and inhibitions. His redesign in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire perfectly illustrates this concept. Not only is this version of the character more polished and visually interesting, but its twofold nature is used to emphasize Wally's growth. In his normal state, Wally's coat is buttoned up, concealing him, which conveys the same shyness as his original design, just in a more stylish manner. But when you encounter Wally near the end of the game, his coat is unbuttoned and unrestrained. This not only visually communicates Wally's newfound confidence, but also reveals his keystone tied around his neck, which he uses to mega evolve the Gallade that he caught as a Ralts all the way back when you first met him, a prime example of using character design to reinforce the story. Barry from Diamond and Pearl has a really pleasant color scheme. His design uses the analogous colors of green, yellow, and orange to create chromatic harmony. This is especially clever because it directly opposes the player characters of Sinnoh, who place more emphasis on contrast in their color schemes. Another way in which Barry mirrors Dawn and Lucas is through his scarf and Poketch, both of which appear in Barry's unique trademark colors, creating a sense of exclusivity. Maybe I'm simply overthinking this and Barry is just wearing a scarf because Sinnoh is a cold region, but the fact that he has these odd parallels with the protagonist almost makes me feel like he could have been a player character himself in another timeline. If only there was a female counterpart for Barry. It might also be worth mentioning that Barry's father, Palmer, also prominently features green in his design, except a darker shade than his son. Darker versions of color schemes are sometimes used to show that a character is older or are featured in time skip designs. That is to say, both Barry and Palmer are designed in a way where you have an easy time telling they're related. Barry received a slight redesign in Platinum, and when I say slight, I really mean it. The only difference is that his sleeves are longer now and that he has a new Poketch. This is in line with Dawn and Lucas's newly cold adjusted outfits, but I find it funny that for poor Barry, all they did was extend his sleeves. They even made a joke about this in the manga. Everyone changed into their new Platinum outfits in a somewhat dramatic moment, but all Barry's counterpart Pearl did was unroll his sleeves, revealing that for his new look, he isn't even actually wearing a different shirt. I like Barry for being a unique rival. He doesn't have a crazy story or arc or insane character development, but he's very funny. I love the way he banters with people and threatens to fine you. He's not mean like Blue and Silver, but he's also not overly friendly. In a way, I feel like he acts a lot like an actual friend would in the real world. I also think his voice in the English dub of the anime is spot on. Black and White gave us two unique rivals in Sharon and Bianca. The two are both friends of the player, and in many ways they are opposite counterparts of each other. Their names fittingly mean Black and White respectively, and their personalities are reversed. Sharon starts off as quite stern and serious, but later learns to ease up. Bianca starts off as an airhead, and that's just who she is, but she does end up finding her place and becoming a bit more put together. And while we're talking about her, do you notice anything about her color scheme? Yup, she has basically the same colors as Barry. Like seriously, the two of them look so similar. Remember when I said Barry looked like a player character but lacked a female counterpart? Well, Bianca looks like she could be that missing counterpart. It really does feel like these two could have been the player options in a lost game that never was. But then again, their styles aren't exactly all that similar, it's really mostly the colors and shoulder bags. Bianca's clothes aren't the most practical for a journey, and that's oddly fitting for her. She really is the type of person to wear a form-fitting dress and ballet flats on a hike. Sharon's outfit is largely blue, a color that contrasts Bianca's warmer tones. It also fits his colder personality. His undershirt reminds me of Whitney from Johto a little bit. Interestingly though, Sharon and Bianca's outfits vaguely resemble Hilbert and Hilda's. Sharon's coat has a very similar color distribution to Hilbert's jacket, and Bianca and Hilda are both wearing some kind of vest over white tops. It's subtle, but it's there. In Black 2 and White 2, Sharon and Bianca are older and have more important positions, and their designs reflect that change. Sharon is now a gym leader, and Bianca became Professor Juniper's assistant. Sharon's outfit has become more formal now, as he does have the role of a teacher. In spite of this, he's got longer hair and looks a bit more relaxed, which shows his growth. Bianca is now wearing way more practical and comfortable clothing, which makes sense because she now runs errands for the professor and presumably has to run around and do fieldwork. Her demeanor seems less absent-minded, but also calmer now. In Black and White, Sharon was the one wearing glasses, but now it's Bianca. If the glasses represent Sharon's focus or seriousness, then you could interpret this to mean that some of that transferred to Bianca, who needed it more, while Sharon has now become less burdened by his own self-expectations. It doesn't actually look like it's the same pair, but there's some symbolism going on here. Sharon and Bianca had more typical rival roles in Black and White, but another rival-type character to the player was the ever-popular N. N is very different from other rivals. His end goal differs from yours quite a bit, and he also takes the role of a villain. His design seems to be evoking the imagery of an archetypal Pokémon trainer, but with a twist. He has the cap and the messy hair, and even his casual pants call to mind other characters, but he also has a certain unique elegance. His colors are subdued and almost completely devoid of saturation outside of his green hair and shoes. He wears a white top layered over a black undershirt in reference to the game's themes and mascots, and those same colors are featured on his hat. This is in stark contrast to something like the player characters of the past, as they tend to have more vibrant colors. N also looks free and unrestrained because of his long hair and the fact that he doesn't awkwardly carry around a bag. He's adorned with all of these strange and cryptic accessories which makes him mysterious and almost threateningly unknowable. Ghetsis calls N a freak, and that's mean, but in some ways I think that's how his design is intended to be perceived. He's a bit like a perversion of a familiar character design trope, a trainer with a nearly godlike or angelic presence, someone with the odd power of understanding Pokemon, comforting yet intimidating all at the same time. I can see why he's so popular with the fans. His design also reflects his story. He is deified because of his role as the king of Team Plasma, but there's also an irony to his unchained and free aura because in the end, N was but a puppet for Ghetsis. You could argue that there was no one less free than N. Like I said, Sharon and Bianca moved on to other things in Black 2 and White 2, and so the protagonist needed a new rival. This is where Hugh comes in. Hugh is like an amalgamation of a bunch of different rivals in Pokemon, including some that came after him. He is a friend of the player who cares a lot about being strong and is pretty competitive, yet he is not directly hostile to you in the same way other rivals are. He's also not the upbeat, super nice and sincere type like some future rivals would go on to be. He doesn't neatly fit into any rival archetype and is instead somewhere in the middle. You could argue that makes Hugh forgettable, but I think his appeal comes from the fact that he's got a bit of everything in his personality. That, combined with his intensity, makes him quite entertaining and likable. I also like that he has his own personal goal to retrieve his sister's Purloin and he's determined to succeed. You love to see a driven character. Also, big fan of his design. I think it's underrated. The colors are very cohesive and evenly distributed. It's just nice to look at because everything matches. There's also a temperature contrast between the warm red and cold blue, and the white accents break that all up nicely. As for the style itself, Hugh somehow makes the sporty look work without looking dorky or awkward. The tall collar looks sorta cool and stylish, and paired with his explosive hair gives him quite a presence. Reminds me of Blackstar from Soul Eater a little bit. I appreciate how Hugh's pants achieve the same kind of shape as shorts over leggings without actually separating them into two pieces. It's sleeker and less clunky. In a way, Hugh's look is a more successful fusion of Brendan's Gen 3 outfits. The rivals in X and Y are controversial to say the least. While I don't dislike them nearly as much as some other people, I also don't have all that much to say about them either. The game struggles to balance all these rivals, so they sort of fall flat. They don't get enough screen time or dialogue to be satisfying characters, partly because there's simply too many of them and they're all introduced at once in the beginning of the game. I get that they wanted to convey the feeling of being part of a friend group, but they wrote these guys to be a little forgettable. Thankfully, they did manage to pull off the friend group concept way better 3 gens later in Scarlet and Violet though. As for their designs, they each seem to embody their respective main character traits. Shauna is bubbly and friendly, so her design is all cute and coquette. Some of her cross-canon counterparts are interested in stuff like showcases or Pokemon grooming, which plays into her affinity for fashion and reflects her design. Tierno's an aspiring dancer. He wears comfortable streetwear and his hair is tied, presumably to not get in the way while performing his dance moves. I find it slightly funny that he has a Vanillish on his shirt, but he never uses any member of that line on his team. As for Trevor, his style is that of a stereotypical bookish guy. He's dressed all proper and smart casual. He's a smaller guy, which as a design trait could indicate a slightly less outgoing personality, which is supported by the fact that his hair obscures part of his face a little bit. His hair is also giant, making his head look big and metaphorically full of information, fitting considering Trevor's main interest is working on his Pokédex. X and Y broke a long-standing tradition that every Pokemon game has at least one rival who is related to another character. I'm not sure why Pokemon likes to do this so often. Perhaps it's all a nod to Blue being Professor Oak's grandson, or maybe it's just coincidence. Either way, it serves to ground rival characters into the world of their games. Most of the other characters you meet are gym leaders or league members who have clearly defined roles in their region, which makes the world building more immersive. Perhaps since rivals lack such roles, they instead have familial ties to other characters to help their inclusion feel less out of nowhere and more of a part of the character ecosystem. Pokemon Legends ZA isn't out yet, so its presumed rivals Tanya and Urbane are still somewhat shrouded in mystery. I don't know what their story will be, but I can talk about their designs. Oddly enough, they seem to be akin to the rivals that are just the opposite gender player character but with design changes. For example, if you pick May in Pokemon Sapphire, your rival becomes Brendan, but his appearance is the same as it would be if you picked to play as him. Brendan the protagonist and Brendan the rival look the same. In Legends ZA, you also get a rival that resembles the opposite gender player character, but their design has a ton of changes and they have different names. It might not be obvious at first glance, but it's easy to notice when you look at their hairstyles. Harmony and Tawny share one, and the same is true for Paxton and Urbane. Very strange. For the sake of accuracy, it's worth stating that this is technically not the first time they did something like this. In X and Y, the player character that you don't pick becomes a rival, but they are missing their hat. If you play as Calum, one of your rivals is a hatless Arena. Tawny and Urbane look similarly stylish to their player counterparts. Tawny wears smaller, more snug clothes, while Urbane wears big and baggy clothes, but they both have the same jacket. Although they presumably fill the same role in the story, their attire makes me feel like Tawny would be more preppy and energetic, while Urbane would be more laid back. I really dig their two-tone hair, it's just aesthetically pleasing. Overall, Lumio seems to be populated by a whole bunch of fashionable people. It makes more sense to me to discuss the rivals introduced in Sun and Moon one by one, and I'll start with Hau. Hau is one of the friendliest, most easygoing, and most upbeat characters in all of Pokemon. Some people find him annoying, saying that he's too helpful and nice to you. I think part of that is because some folks perceive helpful characters in Pokemon as a form of hand-holding. They see rivals like Hau and think the game is talking down to them. I really don't think that's the case here, because being nice is the entire point of Hau's character. It doesn't feel forced because at a fundamental level, that's who this character is. Everything Hau does is completely in character and in service of his story. Even other characters point out that his personality can be a little too relaxed, and the message of his character sort of revolves around staying authentic to yourself even when everyone else is all serious. I really love Hau's design. He fits Alola really well with his island attire. I find his colors really pleasant to look at in a similar way to Barry's. I think his black shirt really makes his yellows and oranges pop on top of just looking cool. Another aspect of Hau's design worth praising is how it makes the relationship with his grandfather Hala very obvious. They have similar tied up hairstyles and they both prominently feature yellow, very fitting for the family of the Mele Mele Kahuna. In case you don't know, Mele Mele means yellow and it's also the color of the island's guardian Tapu Koko. Gladion serves as the ultimate foil to Hau. Whereas Hau is energetic, optimistic, and has a loving grandfather, Gladion is gloomy, serious, and his relationship with his family could not be more complicated. I find their dynamic and banter very entertaining because they have opposite personalities. Gladion's design is satisfyingly edgy. He fits into a certain character trope for sure, but he does it in a stylistically unique way that differentiates him from other characters with a similar appeal. His color scheme is very neat, being made almost entirely of black with a couple red accents. I like the tears in his clothes, especially the one on his chest that creatively has a zipper and reveals more red underneath, almost like a scar. His spiked hood is quite creative as well, and it almost evokes Darkrai imagery. When the Sun and Moon anime was airing, I really thought Gladion would get one because they have such similar color scheme and other characters got mythicals that match their aesthetic. Gladion's character is really enjoyable. It's nice to see him work through his problems with his family, but I'm also a big fan of the bond he has with his main partner Silvally. Both of them are outcasts in their own way, so it makes sense that they'd understand each other. The first non-rival character I want to talk about in this video is none other than Gladion's sister Lily. Although you never battle her, she accompanies you on your adventure, and your journey is just as much her journey in many ways. In fact, you could argue that she's more of a main character to the story of Sun and Moon than the player is, and she does become a trainer by the end. Other than that, Lily is sort of a part of the friend group you end up forming with Gladion and Hau, so I think she's worth mentioning in this video. Lily's inclusion does a lot of the heavy lifting for the narrative of the Alola games. Usually Pokemon games put the player in the spotlight, but that can sometimes limit the impact of the story because of the player's lack of dialogue or defined personality. By having a central character with a clear backstory and motivations, these games are allowed to tell a more sincere and impactful story because you see exactly how the events affect Lily rather than having to imagine the silent protagonist's reaction. Lily's first design is really beautiful and pretty one of a kind in Pokemon. I can't think of another character that has a similar visual style aside from maybe Caitlyn. The fact that her attire subtly resembles Nihilego is very clever design-wise, but also very messed up in the context of the story. Her iconic Pokeball duffel bag is awesome too. Later in the story, when she decides to become more proactive and independent, Lily changes into her Z-powered outfit as she calls it. Although I like this look a little bit less visually, I like what it represents for her character. Similarly to Wally's code, Lily's growth is reflected through a visual change. This outfit is a bit more practical and casual, and it makes her look more prepared for a journey. Elements of this design almost remind me of how player characters are designed. If you gave her some sort of hat and a less monochromatic color scheme, I could see this design being used for a protagonist. Even though I'm an Alola fanboy and I sincerely appreciate Lily's character, I feel like she doesn't resonate with me quite as much as she does with a lot of other people. I think that might be because we don't see an immediate payoff for her arc. Like I said, Lily's attitude does change a lot and she learns to become more independent. She definitely grows a lot throughout the story, but it's not like there's a big climactic battle with her using a full party and having a wildly confident personality, and that's because change takes time. Lily's journey of self-discovery has, in ways, only really just begun, but I'd like to see the person she grew into a couple years after the events of the Alola games, maybe in a future game. I think that would make her arc truly complete in my eyes. I guess that's the payoff I'm waiting for. As siblings, Lily and Gladion's designs work great together. They obviously look related, but there's also the contrast between the fact that Gladion wears black and is all spiky, while Lily wears white and her clothes are soft and elegant, especially in her initial outfit. And yeah, the two resemble both of their parents quite a lot. It's obvious that these four are a family. Sword and Shield introduced some of the best rivals in the series. Starting off with Hop, I think he's a bit of a subversion of the champion rival trope. In some past Pokemon games, including the very first ones, you end up fighting your rival in the champion battle. It's a way of making the story come full circle, with one of your first and final battles being against the same opponent. But Hop is not the champion you fight in Galar, he's the champion's little brother. As such, Hop inevitably compares himself to his brother Leon and is determined to become a trainer worthy of continuing his legacy. This pressure lies at the core of Hop's character. Although he's a generally friendly guy with a personality somewhat similar to House, the fact that you, as the main character, naturally beat him every time really starts to eat away at him and affect his confidence. I think it's a great way of making use of your inherent privilege as the player to facilitate a rival character's arc. A certain character would go on to perfect this idea in the very next gen actually. In the end, Hop learns he is more suited for research and ends up becoming Sonia's assistant after she herself graduates from assistant to professor and takes her grandmother's place. It's fun how Leon and Sonia were rivals, and although Hop wanted to follow in Leon's steps, he ended up on the same path as Sonia instead, while Yu took Leon's place as the champion. Yar and Hop's journey mirrors theirs, but ironically the roles of the two brothers are swapped. Hop's style is that of a decently fashionable young man. He's got a certain grounded feel to his design. I feel like if I saw someone in the real world wearing the same outfit as Hop, I wouldn't think twice about it. This isn't to say that he's boring, just that he's realistic. It feels like they took a bit more inspiration from real European fashion when designing Hop than with previous characters, which couldn't be more appropriate. His pilot jacket thing is iconic. Beat is my favorite of the Galar rivals. I have a soft spot for characters with some sort of redemption arc, and Beat's plight is hard not to sympathize with. He was an orphan with unfavorable circumstances, so when Rose became his sole benefactor, it made sense that Beat would start to worship him. Beat has to deal with the fact that the only person he believed ever showed him kindness doesn't actually hold him in particularly high regard. This realization forces him to find his own path, and he ends up finding real mentorship under Opal. Beat's dynamic with Opal becomes quite entertaining as well. His brash personality is countered by Opal's sass. They're both characters with an attitude, but where Beat is self-conscious, Opal is pretty laid back. Beat starts off as a psychic type specialist, which is uncommon for a rival since they usually use a variety of types. But because of this, when Opal starts training him to become a fairy type gym leader, Beat switches type specialties, which no other characters really do in Pokemon. Although I like how his ace stays the same because it's a psychic and fairy type. Beat's design is a mixture of practical and maybe cyberpunk. His coat just gives me that vibe with all the lines and pockets and even the collar. It works for him though. His initial job involves scouting various locations in the region, so it makes sense to wear something that would protect him from the elements. The futuristic aspect of his coat is appropriate for Macrocosmos, Rose's company that Beat works for. The purple color is an easy connection to make to the psychic type, and the fact that the loose coat and big shoes contrast his tight leggings gives his design a certain balance. I only noticed this because of Pokemon Masters, but isn't Beat kind of similar to Hugh? They both have intense personalities, but there's also their hair. Their hairstyles form similar shapes, but Hugh's is dark and spiky while Beat's is light and fluffy. They even both have the same bag placement, and in their official art, they hold similar poses with their backs towards the camera. The last of the trio of rivals in the main story of Sword and Shield is Marnie. Her design is very fashionable and pretty dissimilar to other rivals. Her presumably leather jacket stands in contrast to the simple dress she wears underneath. It's merging cool and cute while creating a unique aesthetic. This is of course also emphasized by her pleasant color scheme of black and pink. Even her shoes match it. The sparse sprinklings of red on her backpack and hair ties just tie the whole thing together. If I put every rival's color scheme next to each other, Marnie's might just be the most pleasant one. Marnie is from the neglected small town of Spikemuth. Both her and her older brother Piers want their hometown to prosper like all the other bigger settlements in Galar that have power spots. Marnie's go at the gym challenge has the potential to bring more attention to Spikemuth, and although she doesn't become champion, she ushers in a new era for the town when Piers passes on the mantle of gym leader to her. Side note, I like how both Marnie and Piers use non-dark type Pokemon even as dark type gym leaders. As you might have noticed by now, the Galar rivals all end up succeeding someone else by the end of their stories and gain new places in the world. Hop becomes the new professor's assistant, and Beat and Marnie become the new gym leaders in Balanleia and Spikemuth respectively. Succession and legacy are clear themes with these characters, and their arcs conclude with them finding themselves. When you look at things this way, it becomes obvious just how much rivals have evolved in Pokemon. We went from charming but relatively simple characters like Blue to fully fleshed out characters like in Galar, and this would only get better in the next generation. But we're not quite done with Galar, because the Isle of Armor DLC would add two new rivals in Clara if you play Sword and Avery if you play Shield. These two aren't as interesting or complex as the main story rivals, but they are quite entertaining. Appearance-wise, they aren't designed like rivals, but rather Galar gym leaders because that's what they aspire to be. They look great though. They perfectly represent their types, but their own personal quirks also come through in their designs. Clara's bows and fluffy coat give her a coquette look, while Avery's frills and top hat show his poshness. I would like to see more casual fits for them someday, maybe in Masters. Marnie and Bede have their gym uniforms, but you also see them in their regular outfits that I discussed earlier. Now I know that the ages of these characters aren't confirmed, but Clara and Avery look older than Victor and Gloria. These veritable haters are beefing with a supposed child, which is not only funny but also says a lot about their pettiness. They even address it in the dialogue. Like I said, Clara and Avery's antics aren't particularly profound and their arcs are quite short and simple, but I think it's a fun change of pace. In a time where rivals are pretty compelling on average, it doesn't hurt to have a couple DLC rivals who are just salty meanies for no complicated reason. Reminds me a bit of the older rivals, although these two aren't nearly as competent as someone like Blue or Silver and they can't really back up their boastfulness. Across its main story and DLC, Pokémon Scarlet and Violet has, in my opinion, the best cast of rival characters in the franchise so far. They're not all necessarily my personal favorites, and they're certainly not my favorite rival designs, but I think the writing is more effective and believable than most other characters in Pokémon. I will die praising the story of Scarlet and Violet. The main story of Scarlet and Violet featured Nemona, Arven, and Penny. Penny is not technically a rival, but I can't talk about the other two without mentioning her. And besides, if Wally can be considered a rival when you only battle him twice, why can't Penny? Yeah, you only fight her once, but she's way more present in the story than Wally was, so for the purposes of this video, I will count her as a rival. Penny is a bit of a nerd, but I mean that affectionately. Instead of being an unflattering caricature of nerds, as they often are depicted in media, Penny takes a more realistic and grounded approach. She doesn't have an uptight and annoying personality or wear dorky clothes. Her style reflects her quirks and interests, just like you and I. The most obvious example is how she reps her love for Eevee with a giant Eevee backpack and even her phone case. She's also not comically socially inept, she's just a bit awkward and shy. Once she becomes familiar with you, her personality definitely shines through and it turns out she can be quite sarcastic and witty. What I'm getting at is that Penny is a good representation of what real life nerds or alt folks are like. She's relatable. The way she talks about watching anime or how she references real life slang in her dialogue is kind of hilarious in a good way, although I can see it becoming dated at some point. Penny's design also features the combo of red and blue pretty prominently. It doesn't explicitly correlate to any of her Pokemon as she uses all evolutions, but when she was first revealed I thought she would have Plusle and Minun because of her tights. Her arc revolves around acceptance and helping her misfit friends from Team Star find their place, an experience all too common in the lives of young people. I think it's quite relevant, especially in a school setting like in these games. It's worth mentioning that there's some pretty compelling evidence that Penny might be Peony's daughter and Peonia's sister, but since it's not confirmed and those characters are from a different game, I won't go into detail about it. Cool if true, I love to see cross-generation connections in Pokemon. Next up is Nemona. Her whole deal is that she's someone who already accomplished her Pokemon journey and is now looking for a worthy rival that could give her a challenge. She is very friendly with the player to the point where she can come off as a bit overbearing, but behind that outer layer of enthusiasm lies a person who craves for someone who can face her on an even ground. Nemona loves battling, but by lacking a rival that can compete with her, she is unable to fully and truly express herself to her passion. When you fulfill Nemona's dream by becoming her equal and even surpassing her, she is finally able to be herself, yet another subversion of the rival champion archetype and a character who has already completed their adventure by the time you start yours. Nemona is a model student, so just like you, she wears an academy uniform that differs slightly between game versions. She wears sporty gear with her uniform like her leggings, bag, and most prominently her glove that helps her with catching Pokemon, which is apparently her weak point. Her hair is also tied in a practical ponytail. This is most likely not intended, but the green streak in her hair kinda looks like the leaf of an orange or a grape stem when paired with her academy color shorts. And then there's Arven, arguably the most beloved of your three friends in Paldea. The reason he's so liked is probably because people sympathize with the tragedy of his character, being someone who grew up neglected by his parents and all he wants is to help his sick Pokemon who was his only friend for most of his life. Arven comes off as a bit brash at first, you might be inclined to believe that he's a typical hostile rival who's mean to you, but that's more of a defensive facade and you quickly find out that he's a totally sweet guy, if not a little insecure. He also wears the academy uniform just like Nemona, but he's got his signature vest. The main distinguishing features in his outfit are the hiking boots and giant backpack. He's rocking those because a lot of his time is spent traversing Paldea in search for Herba Mystica to cure his Mabostiff. His hair is also a visual indicator that he's the son of the professor, as it's got colors from both Sada and Turo. All three of these characters have to face some sort of personal issue in the story of Scarlet and Violet. Arven has to reconcile with the tragedy of his parent, Nemona fulfills her dream of having a worthy rival, and Penny deals with her past with Team Star and helps create an environment where she and her friends can prosper. Each of them is the central character of one of the 3 story paths in Scarlet and Violet. Only when you complete all 3 and beat these rivals at the end of each of their respective stories, you unlock the ending of the game where you bring the friend group together. They find solace in you and each other, and by the time you leave Area Zero, you've assembled a truly charming and believable group of buddies. The Hidden Treasure of Area Zero 2-part DLC also introduces Kieran and Carmine. Carmine is never referred to as a rival, but she fulfills all the criteria. Unlike with Lily and Penny, who get off by a technicality because they don't battle you enough times to be considered rivals, you fight Carmine a couple times and her team progresses and gets stronger just like with any typical rival. I can't omit her. Carmine's arc in the Teal Mask revolves around learning to be more accepting of foreigners who come to Kitakami. Although she starts off as pretty unfriendly, she bonds with you through your mission to clear Ogerpon's name and later help deal with her brother's personal problems. She ends up becoming Briar's assistant and helps her with her research. Take a shot every time a rival in Pokemon becomes an assistant. Carmine wears Blueberry Academy's uniform, but unlike with Nemona and Arvin and their uniforms, there's not a lot of personalization or unique accessories that Carmine wears. Although I will say her uniform does emphasize what makes Blueberry different from the Paldea Academies. It's got a less posh and more practical minimalist look, feels very modern. It makes sense for a technologically advanced school that focuses on battles. Carmine's main visual trait is her hair. It's black on the outside but colored on the inside. Very cool for sure. I need to preface Kieran's section of the video by saying that personally, I regard him to be the most compelling character in Pokemon. I don't know if he's my favorite and I don't think his arc is perfect, but his story simply resonates with me more than any other character. I buy into his character more than any other and I truly believe he is genuinely well written. The only obvious thing that would make Kieran better in my opinion is if he wasn't relegated to a DLC and we had even more time to develop his character. So yes, this section will be biased. I talked about Carmine first, partly because I wanted to end the video on who I think is probably the best rival in Pokemon. Starting with his design, he also wears a variation of the Blueberry uniform. This one is a lot more visually interesting than Carmine's in my opinion, while still conveying the same general aesthetic. I like how the tie contrasts the otherwise informal outfit. Both siblings have yellow bags and hair accessories, which isn't standard for their uniforms and ties the two together. Another commonality shared with his sister is that Kieran's hair is also dark on the outside with a brighter color on the inside. And would you look at that, their highlights are Scarlet and Violet respectively. Kieran's outfit can be converted into his second design that he switches to after his attitude change between the 2 parts of the DLC. Like I mentioned with Wally, I'm a big fan of how the same clothes can be styled differently to reflect a change in the character wearing them. In Kieran's case, the execution is especially clever. Kieran becomes arrogant and quite a douchebag. His now unzipped coat and lack of a tie indicates that he's become less reserved and more brash. He looks messier in a way, but also looser and more unrestrained. The biggest change in this design is that Kieran tied his hair. This uncovers more of his face and literally shows that he is no longer hiding himself. But it also makes sense because he is now more focused and spends more time battling, which would benefit from a more practical hairstyle. This change really takes advantage of Kieran's unique hair coloring. Tying his hair basically flips it inside out, meaning that it's now mainly purple as opposed to just having purple highlights like before. You could interpret this in a pretty literal way and say that he's shown his true colors now. But the main reason I have such an appreciation for Kieran isn't because of his design. Remember how I praised Hop's character for acknowledging the overwhelming advantage you have over him as the player? Well, Kieran takes that to a whole new level. He becomes a lifelong fan of Ogerpon because he personally relates to the Pokemon. The story of the Teal Mask is really about the two of them. But of course, because the game inherently works in your favor, you end up catching Ogerpon. This understandably frustrates Kieran, who showed his appreciation to it and was hoping to form a bond with the legendary Pokemon. When you run into Kieran again at Blueberry in the Indigo Disc, he's turned into a strength-obsessed jerk who pushes other people around. After Ogerpon chose you over him, he felt robbed and decided he didn't want to feel weak anymore, so he became the champion of Blueberry Academy. But once again, as things often go in video games, you end up challenging the Academy and dethroning Kieran as the champ. Once again, you, who are less personally and emotionally involved in the situation than him, triumph over Kieran. You can imagine he didn't take that well either. But when you make your way to the underdepths of Area Zero to look into Terrapagos, Kieran is determined to catch it. After losing to you again and again, he will not let this last opportunity slip away from him. And he succeeds. He braced himself for this mission and came prepared with a Master Ball which he uses to capture Terrapagos before you even get a chance to take a good look at it. But Terrapagos ends up going out of control and breaks free from Kieran's Master Ball. He is unable to handle the rampaging Pokemon by himself and allows you and Carmine to assist him. He comes to understand that you have no bad intentions and that it's okay to acknowledge other people's skill and contributions, but I think Kieran's frustrations are very easy to understand, especially given his circumstances. He didn't go about dealing with them in a healthy way, but I can empathize with him. I won't go into too much detail about personal anecdotes, but I like to draw my whole life, and I ended up taking art in high school. I discovered a couple of my friends were way better artists than me, and back then I was jealous of their skill. I thought to myself, I've been doing this for longer and my ideas are more interesting anyway. It's not fair that they have more aptitude or talent than me. I grew out of that mindset just like Kieran and came to really appreciate my peers and their work, but it was experiences like this that made me understand Kieran's plight. It's just the kind of thing that sort of happens in the real world, especially to kids who aren't particularly confident and cling to a specific thing or interest to express and define themselves through. I realized while writing this that one of the reasons I like Kieran so much is because he's kind of the same kind of kid that I was. Just like with the main story rivals, Kieran's arc reflects the kinds of issues that people, especially young people, have to deal with in the real world. I also have a bit of a fascination with the way the game almost becomes self-aware of itself and its tropes with Kieran's story. He basically gets mad at you for being the main character and always hogging the spotlight. It puts into perspective not only your accomplishments in this game, but also others in the series and even video games in general. Like, are there any other characters in Pokémon who have gripes with you for similar reasons? Moments like catching Nebby or Ent's Pokémon come to mind. The archetype we're looking at today is Pokémon villains. I'll be covering every evil team member from grunts to admins to bosses, but also all of the other major villains in Pokémon. And yes, I included the more recent teams even if they're not as villainous as the main antagonists in their games. Like always, we're sticking to the main series in this video, and the discussion will primarily focus on concept and design, although story elements will of course be mentioned. Team Rocket was the first villainous team in Pokémon, and it served as the blueprint for all the future teams. Rocket grunts in all of their iterations look like simple, sorta cartoony thugs. I could almost see one of them carrying a giant bag with a $sign over their shoulder. It's a very simple outfit, but I think it does the job. Yeah, you could argue these grunts look a little bit goofy, but to me they're synonymous with Gen 1, and I think they fit that early, uncomplicated depiction of the Pokémon world perfectly. If nothing else, they at least introduced the iconic red R used by the whole faction, which is in my opinion one of the most recognizable pieces of Pokémon iconography. The Team Rainbow Rocket grunts from Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon mostly stick to the same design philosophy, but with some added rainbow accents and an appropriately now rainbow colored R to reflect the faction's new makeover. I do like the female grunt's hair here. It's more unique than the typical Rocket grunt cut. I call the Team Rocket logo recognizable, but the main culprits for why that is aren't the grunts from the games, but rather Jessie and James from the anime. Some of you might wonder why I'm even bringing them up since I said this video was about the mainline games. Well, in case you forgot, Jessie and James and Meowth did make appearances in both Yellow and the Let's Go games, which technically makes them game characters, if only by a technicality. Their designs are based on the regular grunts, but the black is swapped for white and the berets are replaced by their iconic hairstyles. Jessie is also wearing a crop top, which isn't the case for the normal female grunts. Interestingly enough, the female grunt sprite in Gen 2 only seems to heavily resemble Jessie, even though they would change the design starting with Fire Red and Leaf Green. Regardless of how you feel about Jessie and James as characters in the anime or their inclusion in the games, I find it hard to deny that these designs are stellar. They contain all the basic visual elements that Team Rocket as a whole is known for, but with a healthy dash of pizzazz. It reflects their theatrical personalities. Jessie and James's hair colors are crimson and periwinkle respectively, which serves to distinguish their color scheme from each other, which is needed considering they otherwise have the same colors because of their outfits. Their hair shapes also contrast each other. Jessie's is long while James is short, and as you may know, Jessie's hair can be used to help create the shape of the letter R in some poses. I'm not gonna talk about Meowth since his design is just a Pokemon Meowth, so there's not much to discuss in terms of a villain design. I feel like the majority of this trio's characterization comes from the anime, cause that's where they're originally from, but since this video is about the games, I don't think it's the right time to analyze them now, but I might end up talking more about them in the future if I make any videos about the anime. Moving up the chain of command, we have the Rocket admins or executives. Now the idea for these characters has existed since Gen 2, but they only all received unique names, designs, and official art in Gen 4, so I'll be focusing on those depictions of the characters. The four are high-ranking members of Team Rocket, so their designs attempt to convey a certain prestige. Archer and Ariana are wearing white uniforms, which make them look special, similarly to Jessie and James. They also have these diamond shapes on their abdomens and formed by their V-necks. The subtle turtlenecks give them a certain elegance. Like I said in my rival video, Ariana bears at least a superficial resemblance to Silver. Proton and Petrol have more traditional black uniforms, but with added yellow trimmings. That, combined with the fact that he's the only admin to wear a beret, makes Proton look a bit like an elite grunt of some sort. He did simply use the normal grunt sprite in Gen 2. All of this make him look somewhat battle ready, like he's the type to actually get his hands dirty, while the other admins would maybe rather sit behind and just give orders. He looks very confident with that raised collar. As for Petrol, he is distinguished by the makeup equipment on his belt. The reason he has that is because he specializes in disguises. Overall, I'm really glad these characters were created. They were needed in a game where the boss of Team Rocket doesn't make an appearance. It's better to have the unique named admins than only fight generic Team Rocket members like in Gen 2. It gives much needed faces to the story's villains. Archer makes an additional appearance in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. His outfit is different but conveys pretty much the same vibe, if not a little less distinguished. The fact that he's not wearing white may be a way of showing that he hasn't yet been promoted to that level of status, since this appearance would be earlier in the timeline. We finally made it to Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni, the first named villain in the history of the Pokemon franchise. Giovanni's had a couple different iterations over the years, but they all pretty much get across the same concept. He's a big scary businessman mafia boss type, quite elegant and even suave. Like with the grunts, Giovanni's Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon design sports the rainbow R instead of the usual red one to symbolize the newly formed Team Rainbow Rocket. His goal with Team Rocket isn't profound and doesn't involve changing the world or region in a major way, as is usually the case with the villains that came after. They just want to make money and expand their influence, which is even reflected by Giovanni's position as the Viridian City gym leader, showing that Team Rocket has ties to even the gym and league system in Kanto and Johto. Their simple thirst for power can be seen as both a weakness and a strength of Giovanni and Team Rocket. On one hand, shallow motivations like that can be considered uninteresting in a work of fantasy like Pokemon, but on the other hand, Team Rocket's MO does play a big hand in the gritty simplicity of Gen 1. Dangerous people in real life are often just petty criminals interested in money and power, and Team Rocket is just that, a realistic organized crime faction. Even when he travels across parallel dimensions to form Team Rainbow Rocket, Giovanni's goals stay the same except at a larger scale. He's purely in it for personal gain. I would like to end this section of the video by shouting out Giovanni's Gen 4 sprite that you can only see during an event. He wears a fedora and trench coat and looks very much like an old retired mafia boss. He's still formal but less exposed. Very good depiction of the character. I wish this design had official art. As if to make up for Gens 1 and 2 both having Team Rocket as its evil team, Gen 3 introduced two of them, one of which being Team Magma. The Magma Grunts uniforms are intentionally evocative of Groudon. There's the red and black color scheme, but the little horns they have on their hoods also call to mind Groudon's numerous spikes. And speaking of those hoods, they sorta make the Magma Grunts look a little bit like cultists, which is also appropriate because they borderline worship a legendary Pokemon almost like a deity. You can see that these designs lean a bit more into fantasy territory when compared to Team Rocket, who wore relatively grounded uniforms. The Magma Grunts were redesigned in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and while these designs maintain all of the key components of the originals, they have more detail and style. I definitely prefer these versions to their original iterations. They trade away a lot of the black for darker red, and I really like the striated textures on these portions of the outfits. They contrast the smoother texture of the lighter red parts. I also think shorts suit the female grunt better than the initial skirt. It feels like her movements are less restricted now. Team Magma's admins are Courtney and Tabitha. They didn't have official art in Gen 3 and their sprites basically look like grunts with some extra details. I like their more pronounced capes and Courtney's stylish slit dress, but there's not that much to talk about here when compared to their Gen 6 redesigns. These are amazing. Tabitha doesn't have his hood over his head, which differentiates him from other members of Team Magma. I'm also a big fan of him being a bigger guy. I know these games have to reuse models for the grunts, but realistically it doesn't make sense that every single member of a faction would have the same body type, and Tabitha partially remedies that. If only they'd let us change the height and width of the player characters already. As for Courtney, 10 out of 10. I love her outfit. I don't even know what to call the thing she's wearing. It's like a vest, but it's crossed into an X shape. Like I said, the female grunts in Auras wear shorts now, so Courtney having a dress further sets her apart. Looking at her horns, which unlike with the grunts are yellow and more curved, made me realize that a lot of the Magma staff also look a little bit like stereotypical devils, do they not? You know, with the red and the horns. I think it's oddly fitting because typical Western depictions of hell tend to be fiery underground places full of lava, which is pretty similar to the kind of spots Groudon would be hanging out in. Both Tabitha and Courtney wear chunkier gauntlets than the grunts with yellow accents. Not sure if these have a practical use, but they definitely convey a higher ranking. They make the admins look almost royal. I also like how instead of one big Magma logo on their chest, they have two smaller ones on the sides. It's more classy and less garish. Auras definitely did a stupendous job in elevating these admins to proper characters. The leader of Team Magma is Maxi. His original design features a more formal and sleek style with the signature Magma colors and logo, but unlike the grunts who look like cultists, Maxi doesn't really look like anything. He doesn't have a clear aesthetic in my opinion. The design isn't bad at all, don't get me wrong, and I think the concept is there. I just feel like he could have used more time in the oven. It's somewhat imposing, but falls short of leaving a strong impression. Luckily, Maxi was given that time in the oven in Gen 6 and his Auras design came out much better. His outfit is now more intricate and visually interesting and shares a lot of visual cues with Courtney and Tabitha. The trench coat is very fitting for the character, and along with the glasses and turtleneck make him look stern and serious. And boy do those glasses give him personality. They look a bit dorky but also very practical. And his keystone for mega evolving his camera up is embedded in the frames. How cool is that? Most of all, the glasses make him look like a stereotypical office worker, or more accurately, a bureaucrat. Put a pin in that. The second villainous team introduced in Gen 3 is Team Aqua. They're basically the polar opposites of Team Magma. Their grunts have a clear pirate/sailor aesthetic. You can see it in their headbands and striped shirts, and of course this makes perfect sense since Team Aqua's goal is to use Kyogre to raise the sea level. They're obviously people who spend a lot of their time on boats. Their Gen 6 redesigns go even further with the pirate look. Although these versions are more visually interesting and seem to be more thoughtfully designed, I wish they hadn't lost their casual vibe from Gen 3. Now they look a little bit more like fantasy pirates, but I kinda appreciate the somewhat pedestrian look of their original designs. The jagged ripped pants and belts are quite cool regardless. You'll notice that all Team Aqua members have darker skin in Gen 6, and I love this choice. Not only because of added diversity, but it also makes sense for a setting like Hoenn based on the Kyushu region and or including the subtropical Okinawa. I could also imagine that if Team Aqua members used to be fishermen or sailors, many of them would have gotten pretty tan from prolonged exposure to the sun, especially when compared to the pasty Team Magma, whose members probably had cushier indoor jobs. Just like Team Magma, Team Aqua's admins only had sprites in Gen 3, and they once again kinda just looked like unique runs with some extra details. Not bad designs by any means, but they pretty much pale in comparison to their ORAS redesigns. Matt is absolutely huge now. He's so big that his wetsuit seemingly tore itself apart, revealing his bare chest emblazoned with the Team Aqua insignia, which just shows his dedication to the cause. And just like in the case of Tabitha, his physique adds some much needed variety. I can totally believe this dude bro type's friendship with Archie. Shelly is 10 out of 10. Her uniform seems to be made up of a unique two-piece wetsuit. It kinda looks like some sort of experimental designer model. I feel like it's a mix of fantasy and sci-fi, but either way it's definitely not something you'd see the average person wear at the beach. I like how the comparatively normal swim goggles on her head sorta ground the whole look. It's cute. She also has a subtle stylized Aqua logo on her chest. By now you may have realized that a good percentage of the Hoenn section of this video consists of me fawning over ORAS's redesigns, and I have no regrets about that. I think it's completely warranted. Archie is Team Aqua's leader, and he doesn't look all that well in his Gen 3 art, does he? He looks a little uncomfortable. I think the design itself is underwhelming as well. You'd expect the leader of Team Aqua to look like Blackbeard or something, but he's just kind of a dude. I'm also not a fan of how his outfit is almost entirely black except for the headband. 90% of him is just one solid flat color, and the Aqua logo seems slapped on sorta randomly. It wouldn't have hurt to at least give him some blue pants or some small blue or striped accents. I can't lie, this design feels a bit like a placeholder to me. Luckily, Aura swoops in again to save us with this amazing Archie redesign. He wears a wetsuit just like the admins, but he also sports the same kind of headband as the grunts. He really looks like an amalgamation of all the different Team Aqua aesthetics. The anchor neck chain is very appropriate thematically, and just like with Maxie's glasses, it has a keystone in it that Archie uses to mega evolve his Sharpedo. The coat thing he wears around his hips resembles a fishing net, which further emphasizes the sea aesthetic. Even Archie's expression is, well, more expressive now. The beard is a bit longer and sharper, and the egg-shaped shadow around his eyes matches his Sharpedo and makes him look determined and menacing. He's not necessarily wearing stereotypical pirate attire, but he certainly has the attitude of a pirate captain. I would like to make it clear that although I wasn't very kind to Maxie and Archie's Gen 3 designs, I don't actually mind the fact that they were used in the Rainbow Rocket episode in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. It's a neat acknowledgement of Pokemon's history, and seeing those old outdated designs in 3D was a fun novelty. If you paid attention, you might have noticed that I characterized Team Magma as stuck-up corporate dudes and Team Aqua as hardened labor workers. That's kind of what their conflict is really about. It's not made super obvious by the game, so a lot of people might be inclined to think that they are just mindless eco-terrorist factions, but the subtext implies that Team Magma is interested in expanding the land to make room for more human progress, and perhaps create more corporate jobs, while Team Aqua wishes to expand the sea, which is the biggest habitat for Pokemon on the planet. This would also help their line of work if it indeed relies on fishing, like I speculated before. It's all based on a real political controversy that was going on in Japan at the time Ruby and Sapphire came out. If you want to learn more about it and haven't seen it already, I urge you to watch this video by Tamahiro. It's required viewing if you like Pokemon and watch YouTube. It's just one of those quintessential Pokemon videos. You'll find a link to it in the description. Team Galactic was introduced as modern-day Sinnoh's villains. Their aesthetic reminds me of typical depictions of spacesuits in sci-fi media, which is fitting considering the organization's name and goals. In the case of their grunts, their look makes them seem quite unthreatening when paired with their somewhat dorky haircuts, but I honestly think it works well for their concept. At the end of the day, Galactic is a team led by a misanthropic edgelord who wants to rid the world of emotions. It kinda makes sense that their uniforms wouldn't exactly align with the average person's idea of fashion. The role of Galactic admins is filled by the team's 4 commanders. Mars, Jupiter, and Charon each wear unique variations of the Galactic uniform, but Saturn kinda just looks like a regular grunt but with a worse haircut. Mars is probably the most popular of the 4. She's quite cute and her skirt sorta makes her look like some kind of idol. I'm a fan of Jupiter's asymmetrical look. I like when characters wear pants or stockings in a way where one leg is fully covered and the other isn't. This might be too deep of a cut, but I think I was introduced to this design trait by Mira from Bakugan. It's messy and strange, but in a cool way. Charon was introduced later than the other 3 commanders in Platinum. He is recognizable through his lab coat, glasses, and shorter, stockier stature. He visually fits the archetype of an evil scientist. In a way, you can look at Charon as some kind of dark reflection of the Pokemon Professor trope. I like how all 4 commanders have pretty striking and distinct hair colors. It makes it easy to distinguish them from the teal-haired regular grunts, even in sprite form. Team Galactic is led by Cyrus, real charmer this one. He wears a more detailed version of the normal Galactic uniforms that looks slightly more tactical I guess, but other than that he doesn't have all that much going on. He does somewhat exude some of that bland energy that I criticized Gen 3 Maxie and Archie for, but in this case I actually think it makes perfect sense. Like I said before, Cyrus is a bit of a weirdo. His whole ideology is that sentimentality and emotions make people and the world they live in incomplete. Someone like this would be a bit bland and even awkward. A more bombastic personality and design wouldn't fit his goals as much. Cyrus wants to use the legendary Pokemon of the Creation Trio to create a world devoid of feeling. It's crazy how the stakes in Pokemon escalated from fighting against a crime mob to preventing the universe from being recreated in the span of just 4 generations. By now, the story in Pokemon leaned completely into its fantasy side. Pokemon Legends Arceus revealed that the name Team Galactic was passed to Cyrus by his ancestors from the time Sinnoh was called Hisui. The old Team Galactic, or more accurately the Galaxy Expedition team, was made up largely of foreigners who came to Hisui to tame the region and learn about it and its environment. They were aiming to understand and work with wild Pokemon in order to develop better relations and forge a better future during a time where Pokemon were mostly feared by humans. Even though he thought he was doing the right thing, it's ironic and quite tragic that Cyrus would go on to commit such nefarious actions under the name Galactic. But if the Galaxy team were good guys in the days of Hisui, then who were the villains in Pokemon Legends Arceus? Well, in Japanese, the Diamond and Pearl clans use the same word as the evil teams to describe themselves. Basically, they're all called gangs. The English version calls the Hisui factions clans rather than Team Diamond and Team Pearl, which I much prefer as they are not villainous and therefore not relevant to this video. But we can start the Hisui villain discussion by talking about the Misfortune Sisters. As a trio of bandits who engage in small-scale petty crime in Hisui, they don't really have an overarching goal, but they're interesting because of their relations to other characters. Clover used to be part of the Diamond clan, Coin was part of the Pearl clan, while Charm is a settler who came from Kanto and used to be part of the Galaxy Expedition team. Basically, their group consists of former members of the 3 main factions in Hisui. Like the majority of characters from Legends Arceus, the Misfortune Sisters look to be related to characters in the modern day. Clover appears to be related to Candace and Coin resembles Saturn, but the most interesting of the 3 is Charm, who seems to be related to both Agatha and Bertha, confirming they weren't just coincidental lookalikes, but rather have some degree of shared ancestry. This is something fans have been speculating about from the beginning. They're both Old Lady Elite 4 members, and while it's not as obvious in English, their names are also supposed to be similar. Their relation was unknown prior to Legends Arceus, but Charm not only looks like both of them, but she also uses Mon similar to theirs. The fact that she came from Kanto implies that Agatha's side of the family stayed there while Bertha's side moved to what is now Sinnoh. Makes me wonder if the two know of each other and that they're likely related. Although not as relevant in the main story, the true villain of Hisui is actually none other than Volo. In his usual outfit, he simply wears a Ginkgo Guild merchant uniform. The only striking aspects of his design are his rather imposing height and his resemblance to Cynthia. Their relationship is even more ambiguous than with the other Hisui characters because of Volo's particularly cryptic background. They could be directly related, but I think it's more likely that the resemblance has to do with them both being members or descendants of the Celestica people, but that's a story for another time. Volo's true form, so to speak, is shown when he battles you and reveals he teamed up with Giratina in an attempt to reach Arceus. This look is heavily inspired by Arceus, which just shows how obsessed with it Volo is. It's almost like a Signa suit from Masters. It looks very majestic, but the style doesn't quite match the traditional clothing of Hisui. It looks even older than that and calls to mind Western garments from ancient Greece or Rome. Regardless of anybody's theories about Volo's backstory and his status as an immortal or time traveler, this design feels incredibly grand and appropriate for a final battle in a game called Legends Arceus. The final battle is with Arceus itself, but you get what I mean. This is the final story battle in the postgame. The design also emphasizes Volo's mysterious nature because it feels so out of place, but the main reason it's so impactful to encounter is because of how harshly it contrasts Volo's usual pedestrian look. He goes from looking like your average merchant to looking like some sort of Hellenistic era depiction of a god in a matter of moments. I just wish this design wasn't spoiled to me by a YouTube thumbnail back when the game came out. Anyway, Volo's goal to capture Arceus and use it to create a different kind of world mirrors Cyrus's plan. Makes you wonder if he was inspired by records of Volo from the Galaxy team. I think it's clever how despite having very similar objectives, Cyrus is devoid of emotion while Volo is incredibly passionate. Before going over Unova's Team Plasma, I'd like to make it clear that I won't be covering N in this video because basically everything I have to say about him I already mentioned in my video on Rivals and it'd be pointless to repeat myself, so I encourage you to watch that if you want to hear my thoughts on N. Team Plasma's grunts are most notable for looking like knights. This is in line with their motives because more so than any other evil team, Plasma really wants to pass themselves off as the good guys in their self-righteous goal of liberating Pokemon. Making use of traditional heroic aesthetics makes perfect sense for them. Above the level of regular grunts, there's Team Plasma's Shadow Triad. Although you don't actually fight them until Black 2 and White 2, they seem to be special enforcers or escorts for Team Plasma's higher-ups. If Plasma operates like a monarchy, I think the Shadow Triad is akin to the Royal Guards. Their loyalty lies with Ghetsis because he apparently saved their lives. Their aesthetic is inspired by Ninja, which stands in stark contrast to Team Plasma's usual knight look. The three all ended up looking identical, but there's a piece of concept art that shows each of them with different hairstyles and outfits. I wish this had stuck in the final version. Team Plasma doesn't have admins, but it has its 7 sages. Most of these guys only really have overworld sprites in Black and White, but the most important one is Ghetsis. He is functionally the leader of the team as he manipulated his adoptive son N into fulfilling the role of Plasma's king and pushing Ghetsis' own agenda. Like the other sages, Ghetsis looks very royal and follows that same almost medieval theme as the grunts. His intricate color piece even resembles the rampart of a castle. I think this design is quite amazing. It's very much unique among evil team leaders, but it's also unusual for Pokemon characters period, as I can't really think of anyone else at the time of Gen 5 at least to have such an over-the-top fantasy design. I love the asymmetrical cloak and the eye-like markings on it. It all looks very cryptic and strange, and it makes Ghetsis look like the leader of some sort of secret organization that holds esoteric knowledge. Interestingly enough, although they are not related by blood, Ghetsis does bear a superficial resemblance to his son N, as they both have somewhat similar light green hair. But Team Plasma's mission to liberate Pokemon was more of a convenient lie that Ghetsis came up with to separate people from their Pokemon. His true goal was to simply use N in either Reshiram or Zekrom to establish dominance over Unova. When N leaves Team Plasma and stops being Ghetsis' puppet, the faction splits. After the events of Black and White, Team Plasma goes through a bit of a schism. The members who are loyal to N basically become true good guys and trade their initial grand ambitions for smaller scale humanitarian goals, but the members who stay loyal to Ghetsis remain active. This version of Team Plasma abandons its heroic facade and no longer hides its nefarious intentions. The grunts ditch the squire outfits and now dress like plain old terrorists. Side note, the word terrorist is often used by the media to demonize organized groups that fight for some sort of political or social change, or even just people they don't like to sow fear among the general public. This is not the case with the new Team Plasma. They are genuine bad-intentioned criminals working for a dangerous man. Anyway, like I said, their new outfits are basically the opposite of their original uniforms. Now they are very modern and way more militaristic. They resemble a more hardcore and serious version of Team Rocket actually, with the black and the hats. I think they are some of the best grunt designs actually. You can immediately tell what they're about and that they mean business. For the sake of being thorough, the Plasma members that stayed loyal to N use the same outfits and designs in Black 2 and White 2 as they did in Black and White. We even get a battle sprite for Rude, one of the now good sages. Zinzalin, however, was one of the 7 sages of Team Plasma that stayed loyal to Ghetsis after Black and White. He fulfills a similar role to that of an admin now, and his design also reflects the change in Plasma's image. He looks way less royal now, and his color scheme is pretty dark. He looks prepared for the cold, which makes sense as the new Team Plasma uses Kyurem as a weapon and even freezes parts of Unova. He's got the same kind of stitched X on his head, whereas both the grunt designs. For some reason I really like iconic Zinzalin's shape that he forms with his big puffy coat and tall hat. It's a very recognizable silhouette. Ghetsis himself also dresses way more sinister now. He swaps the colorful, fancy royal wear for a more streamlined all-black outfit. This design unapologetically looks like a villain, whereas the previous one was more ambiguous. The new coat is appropriately less grand and inflated and now keeps more of a low profile. In spite of this, the eye motif is still present, albeit in a different art style, which I find quite clever. Even his eyepiece visor monocle thingy is now more angular and has a black frame. It's all very edgy and intimidating. Honestly, both Ghetsis designs are great and fulfill their roles perfectly. I think Ghetsis is, as of now, the most evil character in Pokemon. Every other villain with a grand goal had some sort of justification, regardless of whether it made sense or not. At the end of the day, most of them thought they were doing something good, even if they weren't. Ghetsis is just an irredeemable jerk. On top of his evil scheme, he manipulates his adoptive son and then berates him and calls him a freak after he turns against him. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he even threatens to physically hurt Lily, a child. Even Colress says he despises Ghetsis, but speaking of Colress, he is a scientist that worked with Team Plasma in Black 2 and White 2. His only real interest lies in bringing out the potential in Pokemon, and Team Plasma's Kyurem plan was merely a way for him to research this. He isn't actually loyal to their cause and ends up yielding to the player with no resistance once you show him your strength. He's the kind of person with no allegiances who just sorta wants to see what's gonna happen next. His design is that of a scientist. It's not like he wears the Team Plasma emblem or anything. His outfit is quite futuristic actually, more so than your average Pokemon scientist character up to that point. Much like Charon, Colress can be seen as somewhat of a perversion of the known archetype of the Pokemon professor. Colress returns in the Alola games, and in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon he is responsible for developing the N Solarizer and N Lunarizer, items used to artificially trigger Necrozma's fusions with Solgaleo or Lunala. It makes sense considering his experience with Kyurem's fused forms. Wonder what he'd think about Peony casually being able to craft the Reigns of Unity. He also contributes to defeating Ghetsis in the Rainbow Rocket episode. His new design is more sci-fi inspired with control panels on his wrist and such. He almost looks like some kind of cyborg or a time traveler and now wears a lab coat and trench coat hybrid. A very unique piece that extends to cover his hands. I actually think this version of Colress is a bit more memorable and well designed. Lastly, I'd like to mention Anthea and Concordia, N's often forgotten adoptive sisters. I'm not sure of their role in Team Plasma beyond helping raise and take care of N, and they don't seem to have villainous intent, but I think it's appropriate to mention them here. They only make relatively brief appearances to deliver exposition about N, but they seem to care about their brother. In Black 2 and White 2, they are with the good Team Plasma, which to me is proof that they only really stuck around for N's sake and never really cared about Ghetsis' ambitions. I think they're really sweet older sisters. From their nearly angelic appearances to the way they talk, Anthea and Concordia are presented as somewhat strange though benevolent entities. They're even called goddesses of love and peace in Japanese. In that sense, they are similar to N, who also has a sort of mysterious, otherworldly presence. These peculiar siblings sure appear to be beyond regular people's comprehension. Team Flare from X and Y went back to being pretty basic compared to Plasma. The grunts have a business suit aesthetic going on. Honestly, based on their outfits alone, they look like they'd be higher ranking than just regular grunts, but it makes sense that in Team Flare, even the grunts dress fancy because the whole group has a fashion theme which plays into Kalos's greater theme of beauty. The Flare grunts prominently use a single shade of reddish orange, giving them striking monochromatic color schemes. Normally, you'd expect some details like their hair or sunglasses to be slightly different shades for the sake of contrast, but these designs seem to very intentionally rely on a single bright shade across the board. Bizarrely, Team Flare's admins are not unique characters like with Teams Rocket, Magma, Aqua, or even Team Galactic's commanders. Instead, they're a generic trainer class like the Grunts, sorta like how the Rocket executives were treated in Gen 2. They also sadly didn't get official art. These admins look even more posh than the Grunts. The signature Flare reddish orange is now an accent while their main color is a luxurious looking white. They even have bits of gold here and there. They have a cocky and annoying aura, but I actually think the designs are great because that kind of vibe is exactly what I'd expect from Team Flare. It's a shame these admin designs are often forgotten. Team Flare makes up for its generic admins by having a group of scientists as the non-generic evil team characters. There's Aliana, Bryony, Celosia, Mabel, and Xerosic. Aside from Xerosic, who has more appearances and a more notable role in the story, the other Flare scientists are pretty overlooked. Admittedly, the four of them have similar aesthetics and they don't quite have unique personalities or moments in the story. I feel like a lot of people may get them mixed up in spite of the fact that each of them has a distinguishing signature color. Perhaps 5 scientists was too many. The story probably only called for a maximum of 3. In spite of this, all of the scientists are quite well designed in my opinion. The girls too each have unique design traits outside of just different colored hair. It's not that the concepts for these characters were bad, far from it, it's just that X and Y didn't take full advantage of them. There's clearly thought and care that was put behind designing them, and I think they deserve more appreciation. I mean, come on, they're cute. It's like they're a girl band and Zerosik is their manager. Another notable member of Team Flare is the Elite Four Malva, but the thing is, in the story of X and Y, the role she plays is mostly that of a newscaster and later League member. She never really opposes you as a member of Team Flare, and even helps you take down Zerosik in the postgame. I think having one of the Elite Four be a part of the regional evil team is great world building, but in Malva's case, her involvement with Team Flare was more of a fun fact that was going on in the background, so I think a full analysis of her design and concept is better saved for a video about Pokemon League members. Finally, Team Flare's boss is Lysander, and his design is quite great. His main color is black, while the typical Flare colors are just accents on his suit. This distinguishes him from the grunts, admins, and scientists alike. He notably doesn't sport the Flare emblem anywhere on his outfit, which makes sense since his identity as their leader wasn't supposed to be publicly known. His furry color gives him an air of royalty, and combined with the beard and hair also evokes the look of a lion's mane, which makes sense considering he is known for using Pyroar. Lysander is also noticeably tall, which draws a parallel between him and AZ. This is of course because the two are distantly related, as Lysander is a descendant of AZ's brother, but also because the two both wanted to use the ultimate weapon after becoming disillusioned with the world. This may not have been made obvious enough in the games, but Lysander's plight seems to stem from inequality in the world. He thinks the world is becoming ugly because there's not enough resources to go around and certain people hoard them while others get none. His plan is to use the ultimate weapon to commit global genocide and only allow Team Flare and the select few to live. He thinks this would rid the world of strife and create a more peaceful environment where neither Pokemon or people would have to suffer. At least that's how I interpret his motivations, but his expanded characterization in the manga may have influenced me somewhat. The irony lies in the fact that by arbitrarily choosing who gets to live and die, he is himself creating a world elite that would benefit from the loss of the masses. Even the outfits and attitude of Team Flare, his chosen ones, reflects the attitudes and arrogance of the ruling class. Lysander's plan would create more of the problems that led him to start Team Flare in the first place. You can call this bad writing, but I think this cognitive dissonance on Lysander's part is exactly what makes him the villain. He fails to see that his plan and his followers perpetuate the very thing that he claims to hate the most. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit and this subtext isn't as clear to everyone who played X and Y, but I think Lysander and Team Flare explore some really important and serious topics which I admire greatly. The theme of class division even reflects the French Revolution, which makes sense in Kalos, the region based on France. I think it's intentional, but I can't know for sure. Still, at the end of the day, the story and themes of X and Y weren't exactly accomplished masterfully. The fact that there's great concepts at a base level doesn't mean much when the games don't present and explore them effectively. This goes for Lysander as well, since many people seem to perceive him and Team Flare as bad villains with a stupid plan and unclear motivations. At the end of the game, Lysander wears these mechanical contraptions meant for absorbing energy from Xerneas or Yveltal. It's not a different design or anything, it's just him equipping extra gear, but it's neat, you know, it looks cool, and the glasses look like the ones that all the scientists wear. I guess you could also consider Essentia a villain in the post-game of X and Y. She commits some Pokemon theft and vandalism in Lumiose, but Emma, the girl inside the expansion suit, is totally innocent as she was just being controlled by Zerosik through the suit. After the initial test run, he allows Emma to keep the suit and use it freely, which she does to help her with detective jobs in Lumiose after taking over the Looker Bureau. The design of the expansion suit is really cool and cyberpunk-esque, pretty unique for Pokemon, at least at the time of Gen 6. Funnily enough, the helmet with the letter on it resembles those worn by Common X and other characters in Beyblade X. Emma's regular design is appropriately simple. She's an orphan who grew up on the streets and she's got kinda scuffed, patched up clothes. I actually kinda dig this outfit. I'm a fan of her character in general and I look forward to seeing more of her in Legends ZA. Evil teams post-Team Flare were no longer the main antagonists of their respective games and they became a lot less threatening. Many of these newer teams aren't even true bad guys, not really. Still, they take villainous roles and oppose the player, even if just temporarily, so they're definitely relevant to our discussion. The first of these not-so-evil teams is Team Skull. They're basically Alolan delinquents. Their grunts kinda act and look like a young person's idea of what it means to be tough. They have this punk-adjacent / hip-hop aesthetic. Don't get me wrong, I think it's stylish, but their attitude sorta convey the idea that they're trying really hard to be scary. Oftentimes, they just end up coming off as silly and over the top, and their activities tend to consist of loitering, causing a ruckus, and the occasional Pokemon kidnapping. Some of what they do is reprehensible for sure, but it's far from organized crime, and they lack an overarching objective. They're just misguided kids who failed their island trials and are looking for a place to belong. I think the fact that Team Skull has a color scheme made up of black and white could be meant to stand in contrast to Alola's otherwise colorful rainbow theme. After all, they're the people who failed to fit into this culture and ended up being left behind, so it makes sense that they'd oppose it. I also like how the patterns on the grunts' hats and masks have features of a skull like eye holes and teeth. Team Skull's admin and big sis is the poison type specialist Plumeria. Instead of a skull hat, she's got two skull-like hair tie thingies, and her pink and yellow pigtails help her stand out from the regular grunts. Her eyeshadow calls to mind Gyaro makeup, which is interesting in a region not based on Japan, but it also subtly resembles the eye holes in a skull. Similarly to Matt from Team Aqua, she sports a tattoo of the skull logo on her abdomen to rep her team. All of the Skull members feature a zigzag or cross pattern somewhere, and Plumeria creatively has these straps hanging from her top that forms the shape of an X. I like Plumeria because of how much she cares about the members of Team Skull. She's not only their superior, but also has an older sister-like or even motherly affection towards them, even when she knows they can act like total dummies. Team Skull's leader Guzma is one of my favorite characters in Pokemon. He pulls off the frosted tips surprisingly well, and his design gets across exactly what you'd expect the big bad boss of a small-time gang to look like. His shades feature the skull eye shapes that the grunts have on their hats, and his watch denotes an air of status and luxury. The fact that these accessories, and especially his skull logo chain, are gold hint at his position in the group when you consider all other members have silver chains instead. He also has the same tattoo as Plumeria, except on his arm and in purple instead of pink. If Plumeria is the mother of Team Skull, then Guzma is their dad. Guzma has a past with Kukui. The two of them seem to have been rivals mentored by Hala. Both of them failed to become trial captains, but where Kukui pivoted to becoming a professor, Guzma went and formed Team Skull to rebel against Alola, but also to give other misfits like him a place where they can belong. That's why I like him so much. He's a bully for sure, but his actions stem from feeling like a failure, but he at least ensures that others won't feel the same inadequacy by allowing people who didn't adapt to being trainers in Alola into Team Skull. There's also the fact that he's a bug specialist, and I like bug types. Guzma wisens up by the end of the Alola games, and while it's a little sad, he disbands Team Skull. The members get these slightly revised designs afterwards. The grunts become regular Punk Girl and Punk Guy trainers, and Guzma and Plumeria sorta cover up or remove the skull imagery from their designs. I appreciate that they didn't just reuse their old looks post-disbanding, because it wouldn't have made as much sense. I give them props for including these versions of the characters, even if they're not entirely new designs and just re-edits. Also, Team Skull temporarily hires Gladion as an enforcer, and his style almost looks the part, although it's not quite the same aesthetic. Either way, he is covered in my rival video, just like N. The other antagonistic faction in the Alola games is the Aether Foundation. They aren't exactly villains either. In fact, they're an environmentalist group that takes care of Pokemon and tries to preserve wildlife. They just end up opposing you temporarily for story reasons that I'll get into later, hence their mention in this video. Their low-ranking grunt equivalent members are the Aether Foundation employees. They have this futuristic, almost utopian aesthetic. It's all very modern and bright, and they appropriately look like people working at some kind of sanctuary or even a hospital or recovery center. Of course, their outfits also fit a research setting, and I guess Aether Paradise is all of those things combined. The employees' numerous large pockets could have a variety of practical uses. They could store Pokemon food, medicine, their own Pokeballs, or even research data on flash drives. In a way, they're a bit like zookeepers, I guess. I also think these designs are successful at coming off as friendly. The employees are quite cute actually, and they seem to have a bit more personality than say your average grunt. I could even see these as the protagonists of some other video game, though perhaps not Pokemon. They kinda look like proper characters despite being a generic trainer class. There's also the Aether Foundation scientists, though sadly they do not have official art. They're basically a subcategory of Aether employees. They look way less friendly because of their somewhat imposing coats and the fact that their faces are obscured. I think this makes sense since these scientists would work more behind the scenes, so there's presumably less of a concern about seeming approachable for them. I think their suits and especially their helmets could be meant to protect them from potentially hostile environments in Ultra Space, since the Aether Foundation focuses a lot of its research on Ultra Wormholes. Maybe the scientists are constantly at risk of exposure to Ultra Space radiation or other dangerous factors, so they need to wear protective gear. In terms of higher-ups, the Aether Foundation has a couple. There's Branch Chief Faba and Assistant Branch Chief Wick. Now Wick is a super sweet person who isn't really involved in any of Aether's shady business and never opposes the player. In fact, she seems to be on your side if anything. I'm mentioning her in this video because she's a member of the Foundation, and not because I somehow consider her a villain, because she's just not. She's very caring and supportive of the Aether President's children. Wick's design has that futuristic Aether look, but it's more elegant and formal than the regular employees, and she features pink as her signature highlight color. Despite seeming relatively young, her big glasses and haircut almost call to mind the stereotypical grandma, which plays into her caring nature. But all the praise I gave to Wick for being such a lovely person is by no means applicable to Faba. All of the antagonists in the main stories of the Alola games have some sort of moral ambiguity, but Faba really just seems to be interested in furthering his career at basically any cost. He's a scheming, conniving coward who will take advantage of any opportunity to put himself in a better position, and he will betray anybody to do so. He also gets way too much of an ego stroke every time he brags about his title and authority as Brand Chief. Thankfully in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon he gets demoted after teaming up with Team Rainbow Rocket. Faba's uniform seems to be more in line with the Aether scientists, and just like Wick, he has a signature highlight color in lime green. Interestingly, he specializes in psychic types. His weird goggles remind me of Flygon, but he obviously doesn't use it seeing as it's not a psychic type. They're probably supposed to be more reminiscent of the beans that he's named after. Faba's design is great in my opinion. He intentionally doesn't look like a nice guy, and you can basically read his intentions on his face. He kinda reminds me of Petrol actually. The Aether Foundation's president Lusamine is the main villain of Pokemon Sun and Moon, but not really Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Her story is a bit different between the games. Here's the deal. In Sun and Moon, Lusamine becomes obsessed with Ultra Space and goes mad because of Nihiligo's venom. Her initial goal was to find her husband who disappeared years ago in an accident, but she kinda loses the plot by the end. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, she is not poisoned by Nihiligo and instead is more concerned with saving Alola from Necrozma, who is the actual quote-unquote main villain in these games, if you can call a Pokemon that. In this version, her extreme actions and mistreatment of her children come from her, showing that maybe it's in her character to be possessive and controlling even without outside influence. As the president, Lusamine doesn't have to wear an Aether Foundation uniform, but her style still reflects the group's core visual signifiers like the white and gold and general elegance. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the other way around and she designed the Aether uniforms in accordance to her own personal style. I mean, she did try and force her children to wear the clothes she liked, so it would be pretty in character for her. Lusamine's whole vibe is that of a fashion model. Her look has that experimental yet beautiful flair about it, while still coming off as somewhat sterile in my opinion. I think there's something almost creepy about her cleanliness, which I believe works great for her character. There's also the fact that she's apparently uncannily young looking for her age. She's supposed to be in her 40s but looks quite a bit younger. The black crystals on her shoes, and especially the one on her chest, kind of resemble fragments of Necrozma. I doubt they're intended to be that, but the symbolism is there. Both of them open ultra wormholes and they're shining yet terrifying foes. Her zeal towards saving her husband and stopping Necrozma also indicates that she may have quite a savior complex. Although her story wasn't as compelling and central to the plot in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I think Lusamine is an amazing villain across the board because she reflects a more personal and real kind of struggle than other antagonists in Pokemon. She's an overly controlling and borderline abusive parent, and this isn't just a background fact. Her relationship with her children, Lily and Gladion, is central to the plot, and you really get to see how her words and actions affect her daughter. Lusamine's status as a parent isn't an Easter egg like with Giovanni, and she's not over-the-top theatrically evil like Ghetsis. Her parenthood is more grounded, and her scenes with Lily are often genuinely uncomfortable to watch. I'm glad Pokemon is willing to tackle more real and mature topics like one's relationship with their parents and even child neglect. I especially think it's important and helpful for Pokemon's younger demographic to be exposed to these issues, not only because it introduces serious concepts in an age-appropriate and digestible way, but also because some kids may feel more seen and understood if they themselves are going through something similar to the characters in their game. Only in Sun and Moon, Lusamine has this mother beast form fused with Nihiligo. It's extremely cool and the closest we've come to a Pokemon human fusion in the mainline games. It suits the narrative well because it shows how Nihiligo is taking over Lusamine and their colors turn from white to black. My only gripe is that you don't actually battle this form directly, rather it just acts as a regular trainer with the added effect of giving all her Pokemon a buff. For the sake of completion, let's also throw Moan in there. He's a former member of the Aether Foundation and Lusamine's husband. He disappeared in an Ultra Wormhole accident years ago and has lost his memories. He now works at the Poképelago and helps the player grow Pokébeans, which is almost comically underwhelming considering how dramatic his disappearance was for his family. He just sorta looks like a farmer, but his hair does resemble his son's Gladion. For some reason, he wears orange in Sun and Moon and green in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but his design otherwise stays the same. Moan was underutilized in these games, and the plot point of his disappearance wasn't fully explored, but at least the anime gave us a proper heartfelt story about him and his family that actually unfolded over the course of 2 generations. The team introduced in Galar is Team Yell, and they're even less threatening and villainous than Team Skull. Basically, all of their ranks consist only of grunts. They're just toxic fans of Marnie who get in the way of other gym challengers to raise her odds of becoming champion. They're obnoxious and cause trouble by inconveniencing other people, but they have no criminal aspirations. Marnie herself isn't fond of Team Yell's antics, so really they're not helping anybody by being such nuisances. As it turns out, Team Yell is merely made up of gym trainers from Marnie's hometown of Spikemouth. The reason they're so loyal to her is, well, because she represents their humble town on the region-wide stage. If Marnie becomes champion, then that would bring some attention to the struggling Spikemouth. The designs of the Team Yell grunts are simply that of the Spikemouth gym trainers, who wear variations of the Dark-type Galar uniform, but with some more accessories like vests, face paint, and horns. They're basically trying to look like more hardcore and intimidating versions of the Spikemouth gym trainers. Team Yell's boss is technically Marnie's older brother Piers, who is also the Spikemouth gym leader. Despite his role as Yell's boss, he never really intended for them to act so brash and get in everyone's way. He probably just kinda wanted to support his little sister, but his underlings took it too far. Piers is by no means a villain. In fact, he is one of your greatest allies in the story of Sword and Shield. He's just a chill older brother and a cool singer, so I will reserve further discussion about him for a video on the gym leaders in Pokemon, because that's what his role actually is. I think having a team of toxic fans is very appropriate for the story of the Galar Gym Challenge, considering the sports inspiration in Sword and Shield. I also like the whole Spikemouth subplot, and the fact that one of the later gym leaders is also the villainous team boss feels like a neat callback to Giovanni. But a part of me still finds Team Yell underwhelming. Don't get me wrong, I don't need all my teams to be evil. In fact, I love the other teams that aren't, but I'm not entirely convinced Yell is worthy of having the title of regional team, because they're not that involved in the story of Galar. It's merely a matter of terminology, but when I compare them to all the other teams and even the Diamond and Pearl clans, Team Yell just feels a little bit too inconsequential to the plot of their games. I still like the idea though. The true villains in Galar, however, are Chairman Rose's megacorporation, Macrocosmos. As a conglomerate, Macrocosmos controls a whole bunch of smaller subsidiaries and therefore has influence over a lot of the region's different industries, including the Galar Gym Challenge and Pokemon League. Their employees have two slightly different variants. There's the normal, less conspicuous League staff members that are depicted in the official art and are seen throughout the game around all the gym stadiums, and then there's the more blatant Macrocosmos employees that you encounter towards the end of the games. They have darker hair and shades, and they sport the Rose Tower logo on their undershirts, which is different from the regular Macrocosmos logo but effectively represents the same faction. Basically, both employee variants are loyal to Chairman Rose, but the former present themselves as more impartial and humble League staff members, while the latter wear their allegiance to Macrocosmos on their sleeve, and you actually battle them as antagonists. I took way too long to talk about the distinction between these average-looking jobbers. Essentially, their designs are a mix of sports event staff and security guards. They look sleek and modern, and their style is in line with the Galar Gym/League sports aesthetic with all the logos and the whistles. Other than that, not much to say. They use a lot of steel types. Above the employees, there's Chairman Rose's faithful secretary, Oleana. Her design is very stylish and elegant. Her white coat hints at her background in science, and her hexagonal earrings resemble the Rose Tower logo, which is a more subtle way to indicate her faction than just having a logo on her chest or something. Oleana is very loyal to Rose and clearly admires the man. You might assume she's only a mere secretary or assistant, but she also serves as vice president, and her role in Macrocosmos is just as important as Rose's. She helps keep him focused and on track with his work, and in Twilight Wings, a miniseries set in the universe of the games, we see just how many responsibilities and unexpected chores Oleana has to deal with. As for the man himself, the main villain of Sword and Shield, Chairman Rose is a controversial figure. The main reason his character is criticized is because his motivations and plan don't seem to make that much sense at first glance. He wants to use Eternatus to solve an energy crisis 1,000 years into the future. He holds up Leon at the end of the game to talk him into helping him, and then interrupts the champion title match by reviving Eternatus. Thing is, he could have just done all that after the match, and the trivial yet somewhat nonsensical choice to be impatient is sort of treated by the story as a big villain reveal. His urgency makes him come off as childish, but at the same time, what he is doing doesn't actually really feel like that much of a bad thing, right? I mean, he clearly thought he could control Eternatus, and as far as I can tell, he didn't use any morally questionable tactics to try out his plan, so I just felt sort of confused about not only why he's in such a rush, but also what actually makes him the villain. He was imprudent for sure, but I don't think he had bad enough intentions. His motivations seemed confusing, and his climactic act of villainy felt morally underwhelming, almost like there wasn't enough intention behind it. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be against him because Eternatus went out of control and endangered the region, or because he didn't want to wait for Leon to finish the title match to start the plan. Which part is morally reprehensible? Both? Neither? He got arrested afterwards, so he clearly did something wrong. In the years since Sword and Shield came out, side media warmed me up on Rose a little bit, and now I feel like I could make a case for him. Considering the energy crisis would happen within 1,000 years, Rose could have reasonably waited a little. But put yourself in his shoes for a second. The way he saw it, he might have been the only person with the will and means to solve this problem. Perhaps he was worried that if something happened to him, even in 1,000 years, not another person would come who would do something to prevent Galar from losing its energy. A mindset like this is flawed, but it would explain why he would do everything in his power to accomplish the Eternatus plan as soon as possible. Of course, this reading of his character doesn't save Rose if you didn't like him in the main story, because it's not explained in the games, but at least for me, it made me look at the character just a little bit differently. As for his design, he looks like a typical big shot, but there are a few clever elements incorporated into his outfit. His belt buckle is hexagonal, just like the aforementioned Rose Tower logo, and his tie sorta resembles a rose with a red color and the unique way it's knotted. You could even say that he's wearing grey because he's a steel type specialist, but that might be a bit of a stretch. Either way, he uses the same type as all of his lower ranking employees. The postgame of Sword and Shield features 2 additional villain characters in Swordward and Shieldbird. Now listen, I won't pretend that the world of Pokemon is completely serious and that silly or gag characters have no place in it, because they do. I don't mind some stupid villains here and there. But Swordward and Shieldbird have a really interesting concept and motivation that are wasted on characters like them. Basically, the 2 brothers claim to be descended from the ancient kings of Galar who first stopped Eternatus. During the main story, Sonia unveils that the kings did so with the help of Zacian and Zamazenta. Swordward and Shieldbird believe that the discovery of the legendary Pokemon's contribution somehow diminishes their prestige and status as alleged descendants of the kings. In retaliation, they attempt to sully Zacian and Zamazenta's reputations as heroes of legend by forcing them into a rampage. I think the political drama that arises from what was uncovered over the course of these games is really interesting. If a discovery that changes Galar's perception of her own history is made, it makes sense that there would be consequences. Unfortunately, Swordward and Shieldbird are quite annoying and hard to take seriously. They just come off as spoiled nuisances rather than narratively compelling threats, and cleaning up after them around Galar feels more like a chore rather than an intriguing epilogue to the main story. Their designs don't help either. They each wear suits in a color that corresponds to their namesake game, which makes sense, but their sword and shield shaped hairdos are completely ridiculous. I think these designs are hilarious and I wouldn't mind seeing them on a couple of zany gag characters, but I can't help but feel that an ambitious story idea like the Sword and Shield postgame would have suited a slightly more serious and grounded pair of villains. I don't hate the Galar postgame and I don't hate the Royal Brothers, I just can't unsee the slight mispotential of the storyline had it been handled with more care and meaningful character writing. But hey, at least it amounted to something. Swordward and Shieldbird learned their lesson and went on to use their wealth to fund the Galar Star Tournament, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. Our most recent team in Pokemon is Scarlet and Violet's Team Star. Much like its recent predecessors, Skull and Yell, Team Star aren't really bad guys. In fact, I would argue that between these last 3 evil teams, Star is the least evil of them. They're made up of school delinquents, so their customized academy uniforms vary slightly between game versions, but they're just simple color swaps. As you might expect, their grunts look a lot like regular students, very similar to what the player would wear, except with some added accessories and customization. The star motif is very present in these grunt designs. There's the star-shaped goggles, star neckties, and the Team Star logo on their iconic helmets, and in the case of the male grunts, their shoulders. But speaking of those helmets, it's worth pointing out that Team Star as a whole has a vague biker gang / racing theme in their style. You can see it not only in the grunt designs, but also when looking at their bases with the big racing flags, and of course, there's the fact that the bosses use Starmobiles in battle, basically giant custom rides that Revavroom are attached to. That's another unique thing about Team Star. Instead of just one boss, they have 5 of them, each in charge of a different crew. Of course, there's the big boss who was in charge of the whole team, but I think the separation into type-themed squads is pretty creative. Each boss specializes in a different type and has a unique personal style or theme. There's Giacomo, the dark-type boss of the Sagen squad, and the DJ. He's themed around music with his headphones, laptop, volume bar backstraps, and a cap with fast-forward and pause symbols on it. Even his coat's trimming resembles the timeline you'd see in a sound editing software, and his pockets look like volume sliders. Hell, his shoelaces resemble the shape of play buttons. There's Mela, the fire-type boss of the Shadar squad. She's like a DIY punk fashion kid with the cool rings and choker. She's also got these flame-themed gloves and hairstyle, but her most defining feature are her absurdly huge boots with flames coming off the sides. I could totally see her in the cover of an old-fashioned magazine or something. Her outfit isn't practical, but it sure as hell looks awesome. Big fan. Next up is Atticus, the Navi Squad's poison-type boss. He cosplays as a ninja and conceals most of his face under a hood. The droopy flowy parts of his outfit resemble gooey poison and almost make him look like he's drenched in it. Interesting how he's another poison-type ninja like Koga and Janine. In the manga, he explained that he was actually inspired by them. Atticus has a knack for creating clothes and actually helped design the other boss' uniforms, including Mela's aforementioned boots. I would imagine that all of the more bizarre or experimental things they wear were custom made by Atticus. You can even see sewing tape wrapped around his torso like a tailor. Team Star's engineer is Ortega, the fairy-type boss in charge of the Rugba squad. He comes from a rich family, but his privilege doesn't mean he isn't resourceful, as he's behind the invention of the Starmobiles used by Team Star. He's spoiled and a bit short-tempered, and his style reflects his aristocratic roots. He wears a really fancy and over-the-top suit and even wields a cane like some kind of dancer or magician. He's a showman who likes to put on a spectacle. Lastly, there's the ever-reliable Eri, the fighting-type boss of the Cap squad and the mother of Team Star. Fittingly for her type, Eri resembles a wrestler. She wears all these frills and leotard, but the concept is most obvious when you look at her face because it's covered in paint, making her look quite intimidating. It also resembles a luchador mask. Fighting type specialists are very common in Pokemon, as every region introduced at least one. Most of them have a similar approach to the idea of a martial artist, and they tend to feel a little samey in my opinion. I'm amazed by the fact that 9 generations in, they managed to create a fighting type character as unique as Eri. I feel like she doesn't quite look like any of the previous specialists in her type and really stands out. But don't let Eri's appearance fool you, because she's actually really sweet. She takes care of other members of the team, and she makes a point to always make sure everyone gets enough exercise. The 5 star bosses are very well designed and entertaining, but I also have an easy time believing their friend group and interpersonal dynamics. If you haven't noticed yet, the Team Star crews are named after the stars that make up the Cassiopeia constellation, which is also an alias used by Team Star's big boss Penny. Team Star started off as a group made up of marginalized students and misfits at the academy in Mesagoza. They rose up against their bullies and oppressors, but they ended up taking it too far and sort of becoming oppressors themselves. After spending a year in Galar, the team's boss Penny returns to Paldea and arranges Operation Starfall in an attempt to take down Team Star after feeling like they had lost their way. Although she was the big boss of the team, Penny isn't a villain. In fact, she works with the player to fight Team Star during the main campaign of Scarlet and Violet. For a more in-depth analysis of her character, I yet again point you to my Rivals video. Team Star's 6 bosses, including Penny, reunite at the end of the game, and they go on to repurpose Team Star to help other trainers in Paldea. Their friendship is very wholesome. In the post-game, there's a small side quest where you get to see the Team Star bosses in regular academy uniforms. I detest that they forced them to remove all their personal style and pizzazz, but I appreciate that they bothered to even make these models of the characters, especially since you only see them briefly. They just wear variations of the normal uniform, so there's not much to discuss, but it's fun to see Atticus and Eri's faces, seeing as they're usually obscured. Working on this video reminded me of something I've always wondered about. Why exactly is it that the antagonists in Pokemon are even called teams? Like I mentioned before, in Japan they use a word that translates more accurately to gang, which feels like it suits criminal organizations better. And how come they kept the naming scheme throughout the franchise? Why were the factions after Team Rocket also called teams as opposed to cults or groups or anything else? It would be weird if they changed it now because it's pretty much tradition at this point, but the fact that they have villain factions that aren't called teams kinda shows that they've been interested in shaking up the formula since at least Gen 7. I can believe that these unrelated factions would all use a generic word like gang, but in the English version it's kinda funny that they all come to the same conclusion to use the word team. Perhaps they were inspired by each other, but does a group like, say, Team Star really want to use a word that is probably associated with extreme criminal activity in this world? It doesn't really make sense, as they never set out to do anything evil and were just meant to protect outcasts. Maybe it was a deliberate intimidation tactic. The final villains of the overall story in Scarlet and Violet are the Professors Sada and Turo, based on your version. Well, I say that, but they're dead by the time you start the game, and the person you talk to is an AI clone that they made before kicking the bucket. So then would it be more accurate to say that the AI professors are the villains? Well, not quite, because they're actually well intentioned, it's just that they can't fight their programming. The villain in these games is the will of the professor that is being carried out by the AI's programming post-mortem. The professors were fascinated with Paradox Pokemon from different times. They programmed the AI to use a time machine to set these anachronistic Pokemon free in present-day Paldea, which would wreck the ecosystem's balance. Yes, I know that Paradox Pokemon aren't explicitly from this world's past or future, but the device is called a time machine in-game. Anyhow, while the ending of Scarlet and Violet is very climactic and poignant, and I love it from a story perspective, the actual motivation of the professors is a bit hard to grasp. I get their childhood fascination with Paradox Pokemon and that they were inspired by the Scarlet and Violet books, but I don't quite know why they thought populating present Paldea with them would be a good thing. Was there some sort of scientific end to it? Did they just want to see them roam the region? Perhaps they thought that throwing the environment into disarray was the natural course of events for Paldea. Maybe they believed Paradox Pokemon would thrive and they considered that a natural selection even though it was caused by human interference. I really can't tell. Regardless, I'm not so sure it's worth neglecting your only child. Sada and Turo's designs are themed after the ancient world and futurism respectively. Basically, the two mimic the aesthetics of the Paradox Pokemon they're so interested in. Sada looks like a prehistoric huntress, while Turo, perhaps more appropriately for the story, looks a bit like a cyborg or at least wears some kind of high-tech suit. They also feature colors that match the games they're in, and they both resemble their son Arvin. And that's all the relevant villains in mainline Pokemon, at least the ones that aren't also rivals. I'm looking forward to discovering who, if anybody, is the villain in Legend ZA. I just hope it's not Quasartigo Inc. because it feels too obvious and Pokemon already did the shady corporation trope 2 or 3 times. Watch this age like milk come October. Pokemon professors, while not typically as prominent in our journeys as rivals, gym leaders, and evil teams, have played a pivotal role in the overall Pokemon experience. They're among the first people the player encounters when setting off on their adventure, and they're often responsible for giving trainers their first Pokemon. As a matter of fact, the very first character we met in all of Pokemon all the way back in 1996 was none other than Professor Oak, and he served as the whole world's introduction to Pokemon. In this installment of the A Look At series, we're celebrating the Pokemon world's pillars of science and discovery by going over the Professor archetype. I'll be going over every professor in the main series games, but because there's typically only one main professor per region, I'll also be discussing the lesser known minor professors and scientists from the games. I'm even including a character who isn't technically even part of the main series. And as always, since we're talking about concept and design, I'll be taking into account all of the different looks that any given character's received over the years where applicable. Starting off with Kanto's Professor Oak, although he received a couple iterations over the years from the abundance of games that had the Kanto region in them, most of them simply show him in different art styles while keeping the actual design mostly the same. He's a middle-aged man with trousers, a polo shirt, and of course a lab coat. Funnily enough, he seems to be wearing slippers in his Gen 1 design. Although Oak's designs tend to stay the same aside from some minor color variation or added accessories, his official art from Gen 2 along with this Heart Gold and Soul Silver sprite have him sporting a yellow shorter jacket instead of the usual lab coat. I assume this is because he's on a temporary visit to Johto in those games and therefore wearing something more casual and suitable for travel. I really hope we'll see more of this design in the future because I honestly think he looks quite fashionable like this. He's almost got a bit of a silver fox thing going on, the old Kudo. Okay, I'll shut up. Weirdly enough, this design isn't fully reflected by either set of Johto games as he never actually wears the yellow jacket in-game in Gen 2 and he only wears it in the intro cutscene in Heart Gold and Soul Silver and not when you actually meet him. But let me backpedal a little bit. Oak's classic usual design, while simple, really doesn't require any major changes. I think it's incredibly appropriate that he stayed so consistent over the years. In a way, I think he represents the very foundation of Pokemon itself. He's always there waiting to start you off on your journey and give you your starter Pokemon regardless of time period. I love Pokemon's redesigns and remakes, but Oak is probably one that will never need much changing. With that being said, please give us a young Oak from the time he was a trainer in a future prequel game. Unlike future professors, Oak doesn't exactly have a specialty because he was the first one to do it and didn't need to distinguish himself from other professors. He's known for creating and tasking you with filling in the Pokédex, but his invention of it was sorta retconned in future games. We know from Legends Arceus that the concept of a Pokédex has existed for far longer, and even the idea of an electronic version might not have been entirely patented by Oak if we are to believe that the Hoenn games take place roughly simultaneously with the Kanto games. Although personally I believe Birch's Pokédex was created based on Oak's, even if both versions were distributed to trainers around the same time. Maybe Oak shared his blueprints with the scientific world. This man does not gatekeep. Aside from Blue and Daisy, a known relative of Professor Oak, full name Samuel Oak, is Professor Samson Oak from Alola. They're cousins, and aside from different skin tones and haircuts, the two have nigh identical features. If we were to take character resemblance at face value in Pokemon, which I don't, the human genetics of this world could be an entire video in of itself. Although not the main professor in Alola, Samson Oak specializes in studying regional forms, a concept introduced in his debut game Sun and Moon. Every Pokemon with an Alolan form was originally discovered in Kanto, so it makes sense that the professor in charge of studying them resembles the professor from Kanto. It's also a nice callback to the original game since Sun and Moon were released during and in celebration of Pokemon's 20th anniversary. Does that mean we could see a third Sam Oak in Gen 10 for the 30th anniversary? I imagine a Mediterranean Oak. Samson Oak's design is meant to evoke the tropical environment and theme of Alola, with a Hawaiian shirt, shorts, open-toe sandals, and sunglasses. And would you look at that, his nephew also has sunglasses in the same games. Wonder if it's intentional. Okay, there is another Oak lookalike in Pokemon, but this one is strange and shrouded in mystery, and he doesn't come from a mainline game. This is who I was talking about in the intro. I'm talking about Grand Oak from Pokémon Home, and boy do I have a lot to say about him. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. Tangent incoming. I'm breaking my mainline only rule and including him in the video for two reasons. One, he is in some way related and intentionally evocative of a mainline character, connecting him to the core games. And two, the game, or rather app that he is from, is a companion to the mainline games. It's a hub that connects all of them. Out of all the non-mainline software, an app like Home is the least separated from the main series games. As of now, it is unconfirmed if Grand Oak is in any way canon to the games. Other than his resemblance to Professor Oak, there is nothing tying him to them. However, I have a couple of theories about him and they get pretty insane. Me and my friend joke about this character sometimes because he's rarely discussed and tucked in an optional app while also potentially having immense implications on the lore of Pokemon. But what does Grand Oak even do? Well, we know that he's a researcher who developed the Pokemon Home service and that, just like Professor Oak, he wants your help to compile a Pokédex, although in his case a much more comprehensive one. The most grounded interpretation of the character is that he's a relative of Professor Oak whose chosen scientific field is Pokemon storage systems along with Pokemon archiving and documentation. We don't know what region he's from, but so far nothing about him impacts the canon in a major way. But let's examine what Pokemon Home does for a moment. Pokemon Home can transport Pokemon from various trainers in a variety of games. In the lore of Pokemon, it is commonly accepted that different versions or remakes of a game represent different timelines of the events in it. The same can even be extended to individual player save files. Different players pick different characters to play as or have different team members. All of it is canon, except it's happening in parallel universes. Oftentimes, when Pokemon are transferred from different games, there will be text, usually in their summaries, saying that they time traveled or that they came from across space and time. Now, this can easily be hand-waved as simple flavor text that goes along with a useful gameplay feature that doesn't canonically have implications on the lore. In other words, you could say it's something the player can do for ease of gameplay but isn't necessarily also occurring in-universe. But if we choose to look at cross-game and intergenerational Pokemon transfers as canonically connecting different worlds like with the link cable device from ORAS, then that completely changes what Pokemon Home means to the Pokemon universe. This outlook turns Home into a cross-dimensional pocket space where Pokemon from different timelines and periods can be gathered and redistributed around the multiverse, and Grand Oak is its omnipotent, omnipresent admin and warden. This leads me to my two fringe crackpot theories about his character. Crackpot theory number 1, Grand Oak is God. His ability to connect all the different games and their timelines is an extension of his godly power. Think Arceus sending the player across spacetime to Hisui. In fact, Arceus mentions that the mythical Pokemon called Arceus is merely a part of the godly whole of the Pokemon world. Perhaps if Arceus is the Pokemon part of God, another component is the human part, manifested as Grand Oak. And the reason behind his resemblance to Professor Oak is because he's a trusted and reputable person in the world of Pokemon. We perceive God as looking similar to a figure we are comforted by. Think about it, Grand Oak loosely matches popular depictions of the Abrahamic god and even some pagan gods. Old dude, white beard. This is the more reasonable of my two theories. Crackpot theory number 2, Grand Oak is from the distant future and is either a descendant of Professor Oak or an immortal, superlatively aged Oak. Perhaps he's from a time where people's scientific knowledge and understanding of the universe advanced to a point of near transhumanism, a point where people can freely access different times and dimensions, potentially after finding a way to harvest and master the properties of Dialga and Palkia or even the Light Trios. Alternatively, maybe Grand Oak is so vastly knowledgeable and powerful that he can even peer through the veil of pixels and code and understand that him and the entire Pokemon multiverse is inside a mere video game. Knowing this, he can simply reach into various games to grab Pokemon. The rules of the world don't apply when you become aware that your world isn't even real. That's why Grand Oak addresses you directly in Pokemon Home. He isn't talking to a character you play as, but rather us, the very people holding the controller. Anyway, returning to the mainline professors, the next one I'd like to talk about is the second Pokemon professor to ever be introduced in the core games. Professor Elm from Johto is often slightly overlooked by the fans, I think. He's not as iconic as Oak and doesn't have as memorable of an introduction as Birch, and is the only professor in the first 7 generations to not be the one greeting you during his game's intro. Oak does it instead, and since he appears alongside Elm in the Johto games, he steals some of his thunder. Elm is characterized as somewhat ditzy and airheaded. He's a younger, more inexperienced professor, at least compared to his senior Oak. Low-key, he would get along with Bianca quite well.
Professor Elm specializes in Pokemon eggs, a feature that was newly added in Gold and Silver when his character was first introduced. Other than that, I guess you could say Elm is notable for the fact that one of his starters was stolen by a rival Silver. Maybe that's supposed to play into his negligence. Elm made appearances in both Gens 2 and 4 in all Johto games, but on both occasions his design mostly stayed the same, minus the fact that they removed the horizontal stripe on his shirt in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. If you've seen other videos in this series, you might be used to the idea that many Pokemon characters end up receiving significant redesigns in future appearances, but as we've seen with both Oak and Elm, this isn't really the case with professors. None of the 4 professors whose games were remade received meaningful design changes aside from updated official art. Like I said, I think it's appropriate for Oak, but I wouldn't have minded if some of the others were tweaked a little bit. Generation 3 saw the introduction of Professor Birch in the Hoenn region. He reappeared in the Gen 6 Hoenn games, but like I said, his design remained unchanged. I like that Oak has this sort of average figure, Elm is lean and tall, and Birch is shorter and stocky. All 3 of them have distinguishable silhouettes, which is character design 101. Birch's sandals and shorts are an easy way of conveying Hoenn's warmer, subtropical climate. The shoulder bag he carries is appropriate seeing as he specializes in studying Pokemon habitats, which presumably involves working on the field more than your average professor. Now, the idea of habitats isn't directly related to any new features introduced in Ruby and Sapphire, which is when Birch first appeared, but it does make sense in the context of Hoenn's prevalent theme of nature and its environment. Birch is most remembered for his introduction scene where he is being chased by Poochyena or Zigzagoon in Emerald. He ended up dropping his bag containing Hoenn's starter Pokemon on the ground and asks the player to pick one of them out. Not because he chose to entrust the player with a rare Pokemon, but rather because he needs you to battle his wild attacker and rescue him. Of course, he lets you keep your starter and later gives you a Pokédex just like the previous professors, but the unusual circumstances of your encounter with him are quite amusing and a nice change of pace. Birch is also known for being friends with the player's father, Norman, and being himself the father of your rival, so either Brandon or May depending on who you didn't pick to play as. The frigid Sinnoh region is home to the stern Professor Rowan, one of my favorite Pokemon professors in the series. In terms of design, it is striking that he was the first and as of now the only main regional professor to never be shown wearing a lab coat in the games. Instead, he sports a dark trench coat that directly contrasts all of the other professors, seeing as their lab coats are the typical white. The rest of his attire is more formal than the previous 3 professors, with a nice button-up vest and tie. It gives him a certain air of prestige, which is fitting for one of the oldest professors in the series. Although arguably not as famous in-universe as Oak, he's actually been in the field for longer. Rowan is a bit like a reverse Elm, whereas the former is older and collected, the latter is young and a bit clumsy. Professor Rowan comes from a pretty important family, as he is ambiguously descended from or at least related to Commander Kamado, the leader of the Galaxy team who came to Sinnoh in the past and started an effort to study and modernize the region. If only colonization in the real world was as peaceful and respectful of indigenous cultures as in Pokemon. Rowan's specialty is Pokemon evolution, which, while once again not a new feature introduced in his debut games, is still fitting for Sinnoh because of all the new evolutions to older Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 4. The reason I like Rowan is because I'm a fan of the tough on the outside, sweet on the inside trope, and I think Rowan is especially kind. Similarly to Birch, the circumstances that lead to Rowan offering you a starter Pokemon are quite unique in both Diamond and Pearl and their Gen 8 remakes. When he forgets his briefcase with their Pokeballs at Lake Verity, the player and Barry attempt to return it but end up being forced to use the Pokemon inside to defend themselves against a group of wild Starly. You sort of end up stealing your starter, but unlike Silver and Johto, it's a lot less malicious and kind of unintentional. But of course he later allows you to keep it. Things play out differently in Platinum, where he deliberately lets you choose a starter so that you can defend yourself against wild Pokemon, but your encounter with him is still unplanned and the whole arrangement is again pretty spontaneous. While Rowan was the main professor in modern day Sinnoh, at the time his ancestors' Galaxy team was first braving the region, the professor in charge of studying Pokemon was Professor Laventon. His design is perhaps a bit more intricate than your average professor, which may be due in part to the fact that he lived in the past when clothing options were a bit different. I'm referring to his striated pants, old-timey boots, and patterned cold hat. There's also the fact that he sports the Galaxy team logo on his lab coat to signify that he's a member of their survey corps. Laventon wears an undervest, just like I pointed out with Rowan, which makes me realize that the choice to feature such a clothing item is probably because both professors work in one of the colder regions of the Pokemon world, so they require proper layering. Laventon's outfit features the color purple as an accent, which is fitting considering the kind of flower that he's named after. But aside from giving off a feeling of old-timiness, Laventon's posh look also hints at his origins. Although he moved to Sinnoh back when it was still called Hisui to help study its wildlife, Laventon is heavily implied to come from the Galar region, which is based on the British Isles. His antiquated western attire suddenly makes more sense when you have a European-inspired origin like Galar in mind for him. There's other clues that seem to back up this theory, like him making a reference to Copper Raja saying it can be found in his home region. Copper Raja was first discovered in Galar, and at the time Professor Laventon was introduced in Legends Arceus, the Pokemon could only be found there. There's also the fact that, at least in the English version of the game, Laventon talks like a sort of stereotypical fancy Englishman, and the smokestack on the Galaxy building where he works is fashioned to resemble Galarian wheezing. The Galaxy team is largely comprised of people who came from other regions, so Laventon isn't special in that regard, but I think there's a reason why the Galaxy team character that you interact with the most is from Galar specifically. I think it's meant to tie Legends Arceus to the new region that was introduced in the same generation, to draw a connection between it and Sword and Shield. In the past, Pokemon remakes would often make small references to the main regions in their respective generations, creating a sort of familiarity between the brand new games and the remakes that were released around the same time. It's marketing synergy, but it could also make players who started in that gen feel more at home if they recognize something from a game they already played. Laventon's goal is to compile Hisui's first Pokédex, and he enlists your help to accomplish this. But unlike with other games, working on your Pokédex is at the forefront of Legends Arceus, and your story progression is directly tied to the amount of Pokemon you catch in battle. Laventon's Pokédex is but a mere scrapbook instead of a modern electronic device, and in addition to simply obtaining Pokemon, the dex urges you to complete research tasks like catching multiples of the same species or observing their moves in battle. This is because, unlike in the modern day, some of these Pokemon are actually only being documented for the first time now, and there's not much pre-existing info on them. Laventon is a sort of historical pioneer of Pokemon catching and Pokédex filling, even though he has others do it for him. In spite of this, his dialogue seems to imply that he did not necessarily come up with the general concept of a Pokédex, and that the origins of the idea might be even older still, but he did facilitate the compiling of the first Hisui/Sinnoh Pokédex, so he deserves some recognition for that at the very least. It's worth mentioning that because the Pokédex in Legends Arceus was made so that you could complete it without trading, in the post-game, Laventon actually straight up gives you the 2 starters that you didn't pick at first. It's the first time a professor gives the player a complete starter trio on the same save file, but it makes sense because technically you're the one who initially caught all 3, but he only let you keep 1. You can also get all 3 Kanto starters in Yellow and Let's Go, but they're not given to you by the professor. Moving on to Unova, the professor introduced in Generation 5 was Professor Juniper. At the time, she was notable for being the first main professor in the core games to be female, which would continue to be true for another 2 generations after her introduction. She has a bit of a business casual look with a short pencil skirt, prominent earrings, and a neatly tied bun of sorts, I think. Her hair looks both practical and elegant. Her lab coat also features a bigger flared up collar, which adds to her silhouette. I'm starting to notice that professors after Gen 3 often take a more formal and kempt approach to their styles, whereas the older professors looked a bit messier and less glamorous, almost like their jobs didn't allow enough time for excessive grooming. Professor Juniper is said to study the origin of Pokemon. I'm not really sure what that entails, but it's referring to how Pokemon life came to be on the planet, and I assume evolution in a Darwinian sense. Regardless, her specialty seems the least meaningful within the context of her games to me, because I can't really think of any obvious ways it connects to the themes of Unova. In both Black and White and their sequels, Juniper is not present when you pick your starter Pokemon. Whether she drops them off at your house or has Bianca deliver them to you, she seems to trust young trainers with handling the process. Perhaps this is because the Unova player characters were the first to be coded as older and therefore possibly more reliable. It could also hint at Juniper either being more busy than previous professors or simply more laid back and unconventional. In the Unova games, we also meet Professor Juniper's father, Cedric Juniper. His main role is to upgrade your Pokédex, and not a whole lot is known about him, but we know he's some kind of researcher just like his daughter. Despite his relatively inconsequential appearances, Cedric Juniper seems to just be a nice and helpful older gentleman with a fair bit of knowledge on Pokemon and the region. He's kinda wholesome actually, especially since he has a tendency to bring up his daughter, showing that the two keep in touch quite well and presumably also exchange scientific findings. I just thought I'd mention him. The two Junipers don't look too alike, but they both have these upward swooping hairstyles, I guess. Next up, as we make our way to the Kalos region, is Professor Sycamore, another fairly popular one I'd say, and I think that's in no small part due to his luscious locks and fashionable appearance. Just like with everything else in this French-inspired region, Sycamore's design emphasizes style and beauty. He's also based in the largest city in Kalos, which isn't really the case for most other professors who tend to have their labs in more secluded areas. With this in mind, it makes sense that his attire would reflect a more glamorous urban environment. Sycamore used to be friends with Lysander, who is the villain in Sycamore's debut games X and Y. I like the idea of the professor having a history with the main antagonist. It just kinda makes sense to me and it adds some intrigue to the narrative. They're sort of like counterparts, which is intentionally or not, reflected in their designs, with Lysander having red as his main accent color and Sycamore wearing a blue shirt. It's warm versus cold, but it also kinda looks like the colors of X and Y. Call me a pro shipper, but I think these two are interesting together. Anyhow, Sycamore is an expert on evolution, with his latest focus being Mega Evolution, the first battle gimmick in Pokemon added in X and Y. Future Professor's research is also typically related to their region's new gimmicks in some way, a trend started by Sycamore. Interestingly enough, Sycamore actually studied under Professor Rowan from Sinnoh in his youth, hence their similar fields of research into Pokemon evolution. I feel like if BDSP weren't Faithful remakes, we could have seen Sycamore somewhere in Sandgem Town where Rowan's lab is, or at least have some other character mention him. When it comes to handing out starters, it seems Professor Sycamore takes a page from Juniper's book and has them delivered to the player, the opposite character rival, and Shauna by Tierno and Trevor. What's also notable is that Sycamore later allows you to pick from a second set of starters when you meet him in person, this time the Kanto trio, along with giving you a Mega Stone corresponding to the starter you pick. There were other instances in the franchise where you could pick from a different region starter selection, but this was the first time choosing a second starter was a mandatory event in the main story and not just an optional feature in the post-game. Again, I'm not counting Yellow or Let's Go because you can have all three, there is no choice element to it. Professor Sycamore and Juniper both received first names in English for unknown reasons. Maybe whoever was in charge of naming characters for the English version didn't like that Oak was the only professor with a full name, so they gave these two first names. But why them and none of the other professors? Perhaps with Juniper it's to distinguish her from her father, but then why do it for Sycamore? As of recording this video, I don't know where Professor Sycamore is in Pokemon Legends ZA, but it seems his position at the Pokemon Lab in Lumiose is being filled by Mabel, at least temporarily. Pre-release material doesn't refer to her as a professor, but it seems her role in Legends ZA might be similar, considering she's filling in for Sycamore and that she's even wearing his lab coat, or maybe just a lab coat. Regardless, I think reusing her character from X and Y and turning her from a villain into an ally is quite a great idea. I just love seeing characters in Pokemon after a time skip. We're not often treated to this in the games other than in Johto, Black 2 and White 2, and some small instances here and there. Mabel was a pretty minor side character in X and Y, and I think it's fun to give her a more important role now, kinda like with Caitlyn and Unova or Ingo in Hisui. It rewards the players who bother to remember the smaller characters. I also think her name retroactively fits a professor adjacent role. Most of them are named after trees in English, and while Mabel wasn't created to be a professor initially, her English name sounds a lot like Maple, which is a tree. Quite fortuitous. Mabel no longer wears her old Team Flare uniform and instead dons a stylish, semi-formal dress that uniquely seems to have long sleeves, along with tights, weird but cool fantasy shoes, and the aforementioned lab coat. Her signature blue color is still present in her slightly differently styled hair and tie, which seems to be the only part of her old uniform she decided to keep. And while she is no longer wearing her Flare Scientist visor, her new safety goggles suggest a similar sort of shape language. Great design. As a side note, I've seen some discussion pointing out that some people act like they're Mabel fans now but didn't care about her when X and Y came out. Well, I posted my Pokemon Villains video mere days before she was revealed to be in Legends ZA, and I praised the Flare Scientists in it, which now serves as proof that I always liked them and that I'm not just jumping on a bandwagon. I do wonder what happened between X and Y and Legends ZA that led to Mabel working with Sycamore. Maybe Xerosic or Malva ratted her out to the Interpol, but Sycamore stepped in and was like, "Will you let her off the hook if she promises to assist me in my research?" Maybe he took pity on her because she used to work for Lysander, who is Sycamore's old friend. I mentioned before that Samson Oak lives in Alola but is not the region's main professor. That position belongs to one of the most unique professors in Pokemon and probably my personal favorite, Professor Kukui. Kukui's vibe is completely different from all other professors. He's charismatic and relaxed and doesn't have that air of authority that other professors do, while still very much coming off as someone you can put your trust in. Remember how I said newer professors tend to look more proper? Well, Kukui is the exception because he's wearing a cap, sunglasses, short pants, and a pair of clogs, along with not wearing a shirt at all under his lab coat and exposing his chest. That's actually his most defining feature, as other characters pointed out, and he even stays shirtless in colder areas like Mount Lanakila. His cap has a rainbow on it which fits with Alola thematically, but the fact that he's wearing it also serves as an indicator of his skill in battle. In Pokemon, caps are typically associated with trainerdom as they're traditionally worn by player characters or other strong Pokemon trainers. On top of being a professor, Kukui is also a very capable battler. He was mentored by Kahuna Hala in his youth along with Team Skull's leader Guzma, and there's that professor and villain connection I was talking about earlier. Kukui even battles you as the final boss in Sun and Moon, filling the role of a champion in a region where a champion does not exist. In fact, Kukui's whole goal is to establish a traditional Pokemon League in Alola that can coexist with the local island challenge. Kukui's specialty is studying Pokemon moves, which is not only appropriate for the battling professor, but it also plays into Z moves, which were Alola's new battle gimmick in Gen 7. Bizarrely, some compare Kukui to the Masked Royale, a wrestler from Alola who participates in Battle Royales, a unique battle format in the region. People say they look alike, but personally I don't see it. In Sun and Moon, Kukui was the first professor to not be the one gifting you with a starter. Instead, it's Hala's job as per island tradition. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Kukui does hand you your starter, but it's still a gift from Hala. It seems after X and Y, the new professors introduced were no longer the ones responsible for starter distribution, with the exception of Laventon. And I don't mean that they're not physically present when you get your starter like with Juniper and Sycamore. In Alola, Galar, and Paldea, starters straight up come from different characters entirely. At this point in the franchise, the expectations we have from professors are starting to be subverted and their roles are beginning to change somewhat. If you've paid close attention to Kukui's design, you'll have noticed a ring on his finger, and that's because this man is married to another professor. This is Professor Burnett, but she didn't always look like this. While her most relevant outing was in the Alola games as Kukui's wife, her first appearance was actually in Gen 5 in a 3DS app called the Pokemon Dream Radar. I've never played it myself, but it was used to obtain various items in Pokemon in Black 2 and White 2. Burnett studied a space called the Interdream Zone, so her expertise in other dimensions became helpful in Alola considering the region's ultra wormhole problem. Her look in Alola is a lighter, more stripped down version of her Gen 5 design, ditching the coat, only half wearing the bodysuit, and removing the goggles from her headpiece, among other small changes. Most obviously, Alola's son seems to have given her a hell of a tan. Either that or these are just different universe versions of the same character, kinda like with Archie. Burnett seems to have a bit of a crush on the Masked Royale, which is kinda messed up. I mean, how would Kukui feel if he knew? I like Burnett's inclusion in Alola. Like I said, I think it's awesome when obscure characters from Pokemon are reintroduced, and she's technically not even from a mainline game. I also find Burnett and Kukui extremely wholesome as a couple, especially in the anime. The Galar region introduced us to the elderly Professor Magnolia, who specializes in studying the Dynamax phenomenon. Like I hinted at before, she doesn't give out starters in Sword and Shield. Instead, you receive them from Galar's champion, Leon. Magnolia is dressed almost like a stereotypical grandma type, with the glasses, chain, haircut, and cane. I remember people thinking the bird on her staff was Corviknight's pre-evolution, because she was revealed before we knew about Corvisquire. In hindsight, it's probably just Corviknight itself. If you're wondering, Magnolia doesn't actually break the English tree-based name convention for professors. Although the word magnolia typically makes you think of the flower, they can grow on trees called magnolia trees. Magnolia has been a professor for a long time, perhaps even longer than Rowan. By the time you meet her in Sword and Shield, she's close to retiring, and her presence in the game is perhaps more sparse than previous professors. Her involvement in the story and with your journey is limited. However, her granddaughter and assistant Sonia is very much present and involved with the plot, similarly to what we've come to expect from professors actually. And sure enough, when Magnolia retires, she passes on her lab coat and the title of Pokemon Professor to Sonia. Professor Sonia's findings on the history of the Galar region became wildly successful, with her published book even being present in the Academy Library in Scarlet and Violet one whole generation later in a completely different region. You could argue her focus on stuff like history and archaeology conflicts with the idea of being a Pokemon professor, but in this world, human history tends to be so closely tied to Pokemon that I think it works. Most mythology and historical events in Pokemon have something to do with one legendary or other, it's not much of a stretch. Sonia's design is very cute. Her top, boots, and even nails and eyes match, making teal her signature color. Not sure how she found clothes and nail polish that perfectly match her eyes, but good on her. She's got these little hearts in her hair too, which reappear in other parts of her design, adding to the cutesy bubbly aesthetic. I also like her wrist mounted device. It's kinda clunky, which creates some contrast with the rest of her outfit. It looks like after putting on her grandmother's lab coat, her iconic trench coat somehow ended up in Kalos with Emma. I kid of course, but it's kinda funny that they both wear something so similar. Maybe both coats are from the same brand, who knows. Paldea's main professors are both Sada and Turo based on which game you play. I won't go into detail about their characters because I discussed them in my villain video. Since I examined them as villains there, I would like to have a look at them as professors here, but that's the thing. They don't really function as professors in Scarlet and Violet. First of all, they're dead before the story even starts and you only talk to their AI copy, but even then you don't meet them in person until the end of the game. They have nothing to do with the Pokédex and they're not really present as a guide or ally throughout the story other than nudging you to unlock your covered legendary's power. And of course, Director Clavel is the one giving you your starter. I think that's fine, and in my opinion, they work as villains quite well for the most part, but other than the fact that their research relates to the Terastal phenomenon, which is Paldea's battle gimmick, they don't really exhibit any of the traits that professors typically do in Pokemon. Their English names don't even reference trees or any plants for that matter. In fact, they're named after the past and future in every language, but I digress. I will say, it was cool getting version-exclusive professors for the first time, but if anything, I'd say Jacques fits the Pokemon professor archetype more than Sada and Turo. Think about it for a second. He evaluates your Pokédex, is a biologist, and he's there to support you from the beginning as your homeroom teacher. He even looks the part of a professor with the lab coat and everything. He may not have the title, but for all intents and purposes, Jacques is Paldea's Pokémon professor in both Scarlet and Violet, and in our hearts. I know I didn't talk about every researcher or scientist in Pokémon, but the only additional characters that I really wanted to bring up were those that either have some kind of connection to the main professors and or a level of relevance in the games they appear in. I don't have many thoughts on, say, Fennel or Professor Cosmo, who doesn't even have a fixed unique design and is more of a meteorologist than a Pokemon professor. And then other scientist characters like Blaine and Mr. Fuji, who are implied to have worked on the creation of Mewtwo, feel too far removed from the professor archetype. In today's video, I'll be looking at Pokemon's gym leaders, the most prominent and iconic game bosses in the mainline series. Now, since gym leaders are substantially more abundant in number than any of the other character archetypes I discussed in previous videos, I will be splitting them between two separate episodes. This video is the first one in a two-parter, and it'll be featuring the gym leaders from the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions, while part 2 will cover the gym leaders of Unova, Kalos, Galar, and Paldea, along with the Kahunas of Alola. As always, this video is broadly focused on overall character concept, and all of the characters with more than one design will have all of their looks mentioned. But as an additional disclaimer, I'd like to preface that since most gym leaders are typically way less prevalent in their games compared to other character archetypes covered in this series, I might not have quite as much to say about every single one because most of them are only really encountered once in the main story. This isn't to say that gym leaders are bad characters or poorly designed, just that on average they're slightly less interesting than, say, rivals or villains simply because they have smaller roles within their games, which sometimes means there's less for me to analyze relative to other characters. The first Pokemon gym leader the world was introduced to was the iconic rock-type specialist Brock. Well, I say that, but the Brock that everyone knows is from the anime, and that's not really who we're talking about here. Game Brock doesn't really have as much personality as anime Brock. Actually, a lack of strongly defined personalities is something you'll see with a lot of gym leaders, since unlike other characters covered in the series, they tend to be one-off characters that you only really interact with once in the story. Most of them serve as simple bosses that aren't really present throughout the game outside of their fights. Brock is a pretty generic strong-willed type, determined and somewhat stern but not hostile. He strikes me as a battler with a lot of honor, fair and willing to provide support for others. I quite like his characterization as a brief mentor to an inexperienced Red in Pokemon Origins, fitting for a character that functions a lot like a tutorial boss. Brock's title is the rock-solid Pokemon trainer, and although his outfits changed throughout the years, he always kept his signature spiky hair and squinty eyes. Really, you can break down Brock's face into basic shapes and have it easily still be recognizable as him. You could point him out in a crowd, which I think is the mark of a good character design. Usually I stick to official art of the characters for these videos, but I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up Brock's original shirtless battle sprite. It's one of his most iconic looks, but it's not represented in any official art of the character. Brock has two outfits shown in official art in Gen 1. One of them depicts him wearing a jacket very similar to Red's at the time, except using green as the main color, which is kind of interesting. He also wears the boulder badge pinned around his hip, which I like. It would have been cool if gym leaders kept incorporating their respective gym badges in their designs. His other Gen 1 look shows him wearing this random pewter gym shirt that honestly looks like he's repping his own merch or something, which is kinda funny. If this look seems suspiciously unfamiliar to you, that's because he never actually wore it in a game in Gen 1. As far as I can tell, this design was drawn very late into Gen 1 and would only actually be used for Brock in Gen 2 in the Kanto postgame. It's kind of unlike Brock. All of his designs starting with Fire Red and Leaf Green in Gen 3 would go on to take more cues from his outfits in the anime. It's most obvious in the black, orange, and grey color scheme and the cargo pants. Honestly, I messed with Brock's style. He looks pretty cool. The design that strays the most from this is his Gen 4 outfit from Heart Gold and Soul Silver. His top piece trades the green for more orange, and he now has long sleeves. The whole look is a bit looser now, but this all makes sense since this is supposed to be an older Brock from 30 years after the events of the Kanto games, and you know, fashion sensibilities can shift over time. His proportions are also lankier in this design, but that's more so a feature of the Pokemon art style at the time compared to the first 3 gens and Let's Go. Nearly everyone was drawn with more realistic proportions starting around Gen 4. Next up is Misty, the tomboyish mermaid of Cerulean City and the water-type specialist. By the way, the tomboyish mermaid is her title, I'm not just calling her that because I came up with it. She's another character most known for her appearances in the anime, but like with Brock, we'll be focusing on the Misty from the games in this video. Misty's most recognizable feature is the little tuft of hair tied up on the side of her head. Personally, I like the asymmetry here, and all but one of her designs sport this hairstyle, but I'll get more into that in a second. She's always seen wearing some kind of swim gear, albeit in different colors almost every time. It makes sense for a water-type expert whose gym is a giant sports pool. And just like with Brock and his boulder badge, Misty's Pokemon Yellow artwork has her wearing her gym's Cascade badge. My favorite of the Misty designs is probably the one seen in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. At first glance, it seems like she's wearing exclusively normal clothes for the first time in the games, but a closer look at her model sheet reveals that she is indeed prepared to jump into water with a red swimsuit underneath. I like this outfit because it combines Misty's typical pool wear with a less childish version of her anime outfit, which makes sense because anime Misty was presumably aged down compared to her game counterpart. As for her Heart Gold and Soul Silver design, it's the most different one of the bunch. The Johto remake seemed to have made it a point to redesign some of the Kanto gym leaders more drastically. Once again, this was probably done to get across the passage of time since this is an older version of the character. Misty's now wearing a more sporty single-piece swimsuit along with a jacket and sandals. Why was she wearing normal shoes in some of her previous designs anyway? Do people wear sneakers with swimsuits? Gen 4 Misty also has her hair undone, which does make her slightly less recognizable, but I think is a nice change of pace combined with a different outfit in this design. Misty's personality in the game seems to be proud, bordering on cocky, but overall still reasonable and fairly friendly. Less solemn than Brock and more casual, but very confident in her skills. She does get angry at you in the Johto games for interrupting her date, which shows that she's not always 100% composed. The gym leader in the port town of Vermilion City is Lieutenant Surge. He was known as the Lightning American before having his title changed to the Lightning Lieutenant in Gen 7 after Pokemon definitively stopped making references to the real world. Surge's designs are extremely similar in all iterations. He's always wearing some kind of stereotypical army gear featuring camo pattern somewhere almost every time. And of course he's got bright blonde hair and piercing blue eyes because he's supposed to be a white guy in an era before Pokemon had regions based on places outside of Japan. The only notable changes to Surge's design are that, as established with previous gym leaders, his yellow artwork has him wearing the Thunder Badge, and that his Heart Gold and Soul Silver design, while still very much military themed, has him just wearing a tank top instead of a full uniform, along with newly added shades and dog tags. I like this version more. It's more cocky than tough, but in an entertaining way, I suppose. I'm not really big on the military aesthetic, and I don't really associate the look with anything good, but I think Surge is perfectly serviceable from a character design standpoint, and I think he's kind of a funny over-the-top stereotype. He cracks me up a bit. Be the American the Japanese think you are. As you might expect, Surge's personality is also that of a stereotypical hard-ass army man, but there is a tragic side to him as he does make references to the hardship of war, and his appreciation for the electric types that he specializes in using seems to come from them having saved his life. Lieutenant Surge's character seems to be inspired by the presence of American military forces in Japan. Many American soldiers were stationed there for various political reasons since the 50s. Incidentally, I'm pretty sure my high school theater teacher was one of them at some point, but that's beside the point. I'm mentioning this because Surge's inclusion does a little bit of light world building for early Pokemon, hinting at a greater world beyond the Kanto region. I'm sure that most of you know this already, but one last fun fact that I want to bring up about Lieutenant Surge is that in the Alola games, where the protagonists are originally from Kanto, you can find an autograph from Surge in your bedroom, and then he also gives the player in the Let's Go games an autograph later in the same generation, creating a bit of soft continuity. Oh, and also the Cantonian Gym Taurus strap in Alola is based on the Vermilion Gym with a badge that looks just like the Thunder Badge. Celadon City's nature-loving Princess Erica is a serene and sleepy grass-type user. Yet again, most of her designs are largely the same, and she is distinguished by her traditional kimonos that she always wears, although the exact coloration and pattern tends to change with each iteration of the character. And yes, the rainbow badge is there in her yellow art. Because of the consistency in her looks, her style doesn't change much in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, unlike with the previous gym leaders. But the autumnal theme of this particular kimono suits Heart Gold and Soul Silver quite well. More specifically, it suits Ecruteak City and Belchime Trail. Now, Erica has nothing to do with those locations, she's not even in Johto, but you know, there's a subtle metatextual connection here, especially since Ecruteak is home to Pokemon's other prominent kimono wearers, the Kimono Girls. Missed opportunity to give Erica a Leafeon in these games, to be honest. Other than her gentle character, I don't have all that much to say about Erica's personality in the games, but I do like her. When I first encountered her in Pokemon Blue, I was amused at the fact that she was a grass-type specialist named Erica because my name is Eric, and I had a Venusaur named Rosie that I was really attached to during that playthrough. It felt a bit like I had run into myself in the game. Little did I know. In southern Kanto lies the city of Fuchsia, home to the poisonous ninja master Koga. With a title like that, you don't need me to tell you his type or gimmick. I hate to repeat myself, but his designs throughout the years are mostly the same. He wears fantasy shinobi attire and looks cool as hell doing it. Chainmail and scarves are the main stars here. Yeah, it's campy and probably not very historically accurate, but I just can't diss the ninja way, Datebayo. The yellow art shows him wearing the soul badge, shocker, but a more interesting detail about Koga would be the fact that in his Heart Gold and Soul Silver design, you can see his hair starting to gray. Poor Koga's getting a bit old, but he was promoted to Elite 4 during the time skip, so he's doing well for himself. His Let's Go outfit has his scarf pulled over his face, looking even more ninja-like. He can presumably do that in his other suits as well, it's just that he was always shown with his face fully exposed in the official art before Gen 7. But if Koga became one of the Indigo Elite Four, then who went on to watch over the Fuchsia City gym? Well, that's where Koga's daughter Janine comes into play. This is our first double feature for the same gym. There will be many more. Janine's outfit is very similar to her father's, and whereas other characters with consistent designs still have minor changes or color variations in their depictions throughout the years, the two official artworks Janine has are quite literally the exact same design, just in different art styles. But yeah, basically everything I said about Koga also applies here, except Janine's scarf is more pink than red, and her tight hair is a bit more unique than Koga's generic spikes. Janine also inherited the title of Poisonous Ninja Master from her dad. Both her and Koga act a bit like tricksters, but Koga is more edgy and intimidating, while Janine comes across as more playful than anything. She's definitely friendlier. Moving on to the gym leader of the largest settlement in Kanto, we have Saffron City's master of psychic Pokemon, Sabrina. She's usually seen wearing this red pinkish suit and white gloves, which sorta reminds me of a circus performer, especially in her Gen 1 sprites where she's holding a whip. It's a bit of odd randomness left over from early Gen 1's vision of Pokemon. I don't really know what to make of her uniform otherwise, but it does have a sort of imposing presence, which makes sense since she's located in Kanto's central city that you couldn't access for a while, and it's also where you defeat Team Rocket, so you do meet her near a climactic point in the story, and she's one of the harder bosses in Kanto with the strongest type in Gen 1. Sabrina's yellow art shows her levitating her Marsh Bat with her psychic powers instead of wearing it somewhere in her outfit, which is cool and emphasizes her unique trait and ESP abilities. She's probably the first major example showing that humans in Pokemon can often do a little bit more than real-world humans, as some have special powers. Even now we have characters like Ivor who can break walls with his fists. Sabrina's design in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is way different, same color scheme, but the outfit is more casual and in my opinion more fashionable. She also no longer sports her signature neat flowing hair and instead has it styled shorter and messier. Overall, it looks a lot more like a real outfit an actual person would wear, with the exception of those bulky cuffs she now has. I feel like they're supposed to either be inhibitors for her powers or enhancers. They glow the same green as her psychic energy and her sprite, so either way Sabrina seems to be wearing them to help with her special abilities in some way. Maybe they were developed by Silphco since their HQ is also in Saffron, just like Sabrina's gym. Regardless, these cuffs add the perfect kick to an otherwise not too fantasy looking design, and I think this is probably my favorite look for the character. I feel like Sabrina is mostly just kinda stoic, usually mainly talking about how she can see into the future or her other powers. This might lead you to believe that she'd be the reserve type, but that may not be entirely true since she did strangely become an actress at Pokestar Studios in Unova, playing the role of a villain named Belelba. No official art for this design, but aside from her Gen 5 sprite, Belelba surprisingly appeared on some cards in Gen 7, which along with her alt costume and masters are probably our best look at the character. The Kanto region is also home to the small island of Cinnabar off its southeastern coast, where you'll find the hot-headed quizmaster Blaine at the island's gym. Blaine is the oldest Kanto leader and a former researcher of sorts. He's kind of eccentric and quirky, and his gym puzzle involves answering questions. In the Let's Go games, the whole thing is reimagined as a game show, but despite his playful facade, there is a certain air of mystery hanging over Blaine. First of all, there seems to be two distinct designs for Blaine. There's this old early portrait of him where he has hair on the sides of his head, but lacks the usual mustache and glasses that we see him with in all the games. His model sheet from Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee shows that these are two separate disguises that he can switch between, but it's unclear to me whether this was always intended for the character, or if this is just Let's Go referencing the anime version of Blaine where he does switch between the two looks freely. What I'm saying is I'm not sure if the different Blaine designs exist because he was intended to be a character who disguises himself from the very beginning, or simply because of a change in design that was retconned to be a disguise. The other mystery involving Blaine is his friendship with Mr. Fuji, the kind elderly man that looks after Pokemon in Lavender Town who you met earlier in the story. Upon exploring the Cinnabar mansion, you discover that Mr. Fuji was responsible for, or at least played a part in the creation of Mewtwo, and since Blaine was Fuji's friend who also lived on Cinnabar and seems to have also been a scientist, it begs the question, was Blaine also involved with the birth of Mewtwo, and if not, how much does he know about it? I normally only stick to the game universe in these videos, but I want to quickly mention the Adventures manga because in this version, Blaine was the main culprit behind cloning Mew. This version of the story also explains why Mewtwo looks so drastically different from Mew. As it turns out, Mew's DNA sample was incomplete, so Blaine had to use some of his own human DNA to successfully finish Mewtwo, hence why it looks so human-like compared to Mew. Regardless of whether Blaine had anything to do with Mewtwo in the game's canon, I really like the idea of the Pokemon being partly human as an explanation for why it looks so different from the Mew it was cloned from, so I treat this as a little personal headcanon for the lore of Kanto. I got a little sidetracked because Blaine is one of my favorite characters in Pokemon, or at least in Kanto, but let's get back to looking at his designs. Like I said, Blaine is or was a scientist, so one of the first things you'll notice about him is that he's wearing a lab coat along with formal attire like trousers, a button-up shirt, and a tie. Very lab chief / science teacher-esque. In his yellow artwork, his volcano badge is cleverly used as a tie clip, while in Fire Red and Leaf Green, the tie is covered in a Pokeball pattern, which makes the overall look a bit more interesting. But my favorite version of Blaine's tie is from the Let's Go games, where its tip is burnt off in the shape of a flame, which along with the red and orange coloration gives you an obvious hint towards his fire type specialty. It's a subtle way to spice up and modernize an old design while still very much preserving Blaine's original look. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Blaine looks more dapper and kempt, no longer wearing a lab coat and instead having a white vest and fedora. This more fashionable outfit makes Blaine look like a very respectable older gentleman, and I'm glad he seems to be doing well, since this is after a volcano destroyed his gym and he was forced to temporarily relocate it inside a cave. Blaine was already pretty old in the Kanto games, and now that 3 years have passed, he seems to need a cane in order to move about, which is a bit sad, but it's an easy and realistic way to show the passage of time, just like with Koga's gray hair. The final Kanto gym is located in Viridian City, and its first leader was none other than the self-proclaimed strongest trainer Giovanni. I won't dwell much on him because I covered him in my Pokemon Villains video, but yeah, he's the boss of Team Rocket, specializes in ground types, and hands challengers the Earth Badge, which he can be seen sporting on the collar of his turtleneck and his yellow artwork. After Team Rocket is initially disbanded, Giovanni goes into hiding, and the role of Viridian City's gym leader is taken up by Blue. He still hands out the Earth Badge despite not specializing in ground types and instead uses a variety of Pokemon on his team. He also doesn't get a gym leader title. But guess what? I'm also not talking about him because I already did in my Pokemon Rivals video, so we're moving on to Johto. The first gym leader in the Johto region is Violet City's elegant master of flying Pokemon Faulkner. His design went unchanged between Gen 2 and Heart Gold and Soul Silver aside from his Zephyr badge being present in his older art, which is the case for all of the Gen 2 official art of Johto's gym leaders. I'll show it on screen instead of mentioning it from now. Faulkner's attire is very old-timey, which immediately gets across the idea that Johto is a region steeped in tradition with heavy ties to its past. It's clever world building having the very first gym leader you encounter wear this type of clothing. Violet City along with Ecruteak are the most historical settlements in the region, featuring traditional Japanese architecture, with Violet also being home to the Sprout Tower, so the city's gym leader also sporting traditional Japanese inspired garments is only fitting for the setting. Aside from the thematically appropriate aesthetic, the blue color scheme also correlates to Faulkner's flying type specialty, since light blue is usually used to represent the type, probably because it's the color of the sky. Faulkner only recently took over the Violet gym from his father, who we never meet in the games. When you first fight him, he's kind of a newbie just like the player, which is a neat little parallel. His situation is very similar to Janine and Fuchsia, who like I said replaced her father Koga as the gym leader. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, there's even an optional interaction between them where they argue about whose father is better, which is kind of what these two are all about, always bringing up their dads. It's kind of funny. Bugsy is the gym leader of Azalea Town and the Walking Bug Pokemon Encyclopedia, as his title refers to him. He also only has one design across two different artworks and hands out the Hive badge. His look is quite evocative of generic NPC trainer classes like Picnickers or Bug Catchers because of his uniform and the net he always carries with him. I like to imagine that Bugsy is a bug catcher who became so knowledgeable about bug types that he managed to achieve the position of gym leader. His character feels subversive because it's like having a boss fight against the kind of enemy you would normally expect to be weak. I think it's kind of fitting for the world of Pokemon. It makes sense to me that certain gym leaders would have some things in common with generic trainers. They're all just people inhabiting the same world, not different classes of beings like the games treat them. If Faulkner is the greatest bird keeper, Bugsy is the ultimate bug catcher. You love to see people as enthusiastic about their interests as Bugsy is about bug-type Pokemon. Next up is Whitney, the incredibly pretty girl and gym leader of Goldenrod City. I wonder if she picked that title for herself. In both her designs, Whitney seems to be wearing something akin to a sports or baseball uniform. It's a little random considering neither her character or gym have a sports theme, but in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, she does introduce you to the Pokeathlon, which is close to Goldenrod, so her outfit is oddly fitting, at least retroactively. Also in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, her socks now have stripes, which makes the look a bit more visually distinct, along with a couple other small flourishes and new accessories. There's a traffic sign that always reminds me of her playing badge. I don't even have a license, but every time I see it I think of Whitney. Whitney specializes in normal types, and I think it's cool that they were willing to give such a specialty to a character so early on in the franchise. I could have imagined the devs deeming normal too boring for an important trainer, but they really wanted all 17 types that existed in Gen 2 to be covered between Kanto and Johto. Ironically enough, despite using a type that many associate with weak early game mons, Whitney is notoriously hard to beat in Johto. A combination of factors like the mechanics of the move Attract and the gender ratio of starter Pokemon along with the Pokemon availability before Whitney's gym lead to a probably unintentionally frustrating boss battle in Goldenrod. This is slightly beyond the scope of these videos, but the grueling fight against Whitney and her rolling, stomping, milk drinking, starter attracting Miltank is what the character is most known for in the fandom. I can't in good conscience separate her from her legacy of being annoying to beat. Some people hate Whitney because of this and the fact that she's a bit whiny, and I think that's a shame because I personally enjoy the character quite a bit. I like her color scheme and I actually find her personality entertaining, but with the context of her ace Pokemon in mind, I can't help but feel like her outfit superficially resembles what a stereotypical milkman would wear, although I'm not convinced that was the intention. If we were to get some kind of Johto remake in the future, I wonder if they would change anything about Whitney since her Clefairy would no longer be a normal type. I imagine she'd just be one of those gym leaders with mons that don't match their type, but Fairy is also oddly fitting for her in my mind, and she might become even more difficult in a sense since Clefairy would now have an advantage over fighting types. Whitney's a bit fickle and vain. Like I said, she doesn't take her loss like a professional, and she apparently only got into training Pokemon because it was popular. Maybe they were going for a shallow city girl archetype with Whitney, seeing as her gym is located in the largest city in Johto, but it feels mean to reduce her to just that. Ecruteak is probably the most important and iconic city in Johto. It's home to Ho-Oh's roosting place and Lugia's former roosting place. It's also where the legendary beasts were reborn, and so the location is strongly tied to the region's legends, folklore, and culture. The Kimono girls who tell of Johto's past even have their theater here. It would only make sense that the gym leader in a city like this would themselves be knowledgeable about the history and mysticism of the Johto region. Morty is the mystic seer of the future and leader of the Ecruteak gym. He's a ghost-type specialist with a fascination for the legendary Ho-Oh. He gives out the Fog Badge, and as you can see, his design changed pretty dramatically between Gens 2 and 4, more so than with any of the other Johto gym leaders. In both iterations, Morty wears some of the same kinds of clothes like his signature bandana, but the updated Heart Gold and Soul Silver design changes his color scheme to reflect the ghost type and gives him a scarf that is vaguely evocative of Miss Drevis and Miss Magus, which is funny because he doesn't use either of those Pokemon in his gym battle, but it does make some sense because he uses Miss Magus in later battles and Miss Drevis was the only new ghost type introduced in the games where Morty debuted. Morty has some similarities with Sabrina since they both have some kind of special mind powers and claim to be able to see the future, but whereas Sabrina leans towards ESP stuff, Morty's abilities are a bit more on the mystical, spooky side. Really, it's just the difference between Psychic and Ghost. Morty shares his enthusiasm for legendary Pokemon with his friend Eugene, except Eugene wants to meet Suicune instead of Ho-Oh. As the player, you sort of end up putting an end to both of their dreams if you catch those Pokemon instead, but they seem to be okay with it. The next gym leader in the intended order in Johto is Chuck from Cyanwood, whose roaring fists do the talking. His gym leader title is a full sentence. Chuck hands out the Storm Badge and he's always seen shirtless, only wearing martial arts pants and a belt. Actually, aside from the fact that Chuck opted for bandages around his wrists and or feet instead of metal cuffs, he is wearing pretty much the exact same type of outfit as Bruno, the other fighting type specialist that we knew of at the time Chuck was first introduced, which is made even more obvious by the fact that you encounter and battle both Chuck and Bruno in the Johto games. It was the first time a Pokemon game doubled up on a type specialty in its character roster. First you fight Chuck as the fighting gym leader and then you face Bruno as the fighting Elite Four. Always thought it was a weird choice and it never really happened again unless you count certain DLC characters. Regardless, even though they share the same fashion sense and a preference for fighting types, Chuck does manage to set himself apart from Bruno somewhat because of his physique. Bruno is built more like a bodybuilder with exceptionally well-defined muscles, while Chuck has a constitution more akin to that of a strongman, which is basically like an amped up dad bod. It's two different ways to train your body, one focused on muscle definition while the other prioritizes sheer strength. Chuck is even depicted holding a giant barbell in his Heart Gold and Soul Silver art to further emphasize just how strong he is, but his personality and attitude are about what you'd expect. A rough and tough brawler with plenty of confidence in his strength and kinda loud. Returning back to mainland Johto from Cyanwood, your next opponent is the steel-clad defense girl Jasmine in Olivine City. She's interesting because you meet her before Chuck but can't challenge her until you bring her medicine for the sick lighthouse Ampharos that she looks after, which was kind of unique in Gen 2 since back then you would rarely encounter gym leaders outside of their gym battles, especially not beforehand. But don't let Ampharos' electric type deceive you because Jasmine's specialty is the steel type, which was newly introduced in her debut games. Because of this, she doesn't just have the role of a boss in the game, but also that of a character who introduces the player to a new mechanic in the form of a fancy new type. Defeating her will earn you the Mineral Badge, and although neither of her designs are particularly interesting or creative in my opinion, I do love both her Gen 2 and Gen 4 looks because they reflect her gentle and caring personality, which hilariously contrasts with the themes and appearance of most Steel-type Pokemon, especially Jasmine's Ace Steelix. Usually I like it when characters in Pokemon find clever ways to incorporate elements of their type specialty in their design, but the fact that Jasmine's cute, soft, sort of modest style seen in both of her outfits is the exact opposite of what the steel type tends to be about is just kinda funny. You wouldn't expect such a well-meaning character that looks like this to pull out this thing in battle. Another interesting thing about Jasmine is that you encounter her in Sunnyshore's City in the Sinnoh games. You don't battle her, but apparently she's on a trip to Sinnoh because aside from being the gym leader, she also likes participating in Pokemon contests, and you can actually compete against her, so in a way you do challenge her, except it's in a contest instead of a battle. And in case there's anyone who didn't engage with that mechanic, contests are a mini-game in the Hoenn and Sinnoh games where instead of fighting opponents, you compete with them in a sort of Pokemon talent show / performance where you show off your Pokemon style. Kinda like a dog show or beauty pageant, but with more inclusive categories. In BDSP, Jasmine even gets a new outfit for contests. I usually don't bring up temporary costumes in these videos, but I'm mentioning this one because it's a rare BDSP redesign and I bet many people don't know about it. It has the same colors as her Gen 4 design, but the outfit is fancier and flashier. Pryce is known as the Teacher of Winter's Harshness and is the elderly Ice-type gym leader of Mahogany Town. His badge is the Glacier badge, and as you can see, he is similar to Morty in that his style received a drastic makeover between the original Johto games and their remakes. In Gen 2, he's dressed like your average old man, not too flashy, not too formal, just a polo shirt, shorts, and sandals. You could easily imagine him feeding the Pidove in a park or casting a fishing rod by the side of a lake, although it is somewhat surprising that he's dressed so summery given his type specialty. Perhaps that contrast was intentional, but his redesign from Heart Gold and Soul Silver takes the complete opposite approach. Not only is he properly dressed for the cold with a trench coat, scarf, and warm underlayers, but this attire is a lot more formal and dignified, and the blue and white appropriately call to mind an icy snowscape. The look commands a certain degree of respect. In fact, the vibe of Pryce's outfit in Gen 4 is similar to that of Blaine's in the very same games. The two are almost counterparts of each other in a lot of ways. They're both older gentlemen with canes, they're both the 7th gym leader in their respective regions, and their type specialties are basically opposites, with ice for Pryce and fire for Blaine. Their personalities aren't quite the same though, because Pryce is a bit more down to earth than the passionate fiery Blaine. He's more chill, if you'll excuse the pun, and acts more like a wise mentor. Our last gym leader in Johto is the blessed user of dragon Pokemon Claire from Blackthorn City. As the cousin of the former strongest Elite Four and later champion of the Indigo League Lance, Claire is a proficient dragon type specialist, although she's not quite as capable as her cousin, which she'd be reluctant to admit. The broad strokes of her design mostly stay the same, and her onesie bodysuit and boots have more intricate details in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and she dons a big round gem on her neck, just like the multiple Dragonair on her teams. Despite her ace being Kingdra, her using a bunch of Dragonair is a neat way of signifying that Lance is a cut above her because he's known for using multiple Dragonite, which is the evolved stage of Dragonair. Claire is supposed to give out the Rising badge, but she refuses to do so at first in the Johto games because she cannot admit defeat and seems to think that the player's win was a fluke. Despite not being weak, Claire is clearly insecure about her strength and doesn't take losing well, which is understandable for someone who grew up in the shadow of a trainer of Lance's caliber. If the Johto games were made now, I think they would have delved more into those family dynamics to flesh out her character, but the games she's from were made back when Pokemon prioritized the story and characters a bit less, so she just kinda comes across as a sore loser to most people. I for one quite like Claire, and a lot of that is because I really love her design. Her and Lance with their capes and uniforms served as the basis for the entire Dragon Tamer trainer class. We see NPC characters looking like this as recently as Scarlet and Violet, and it's all thanks to these two for laying the foundation. This is neither here or there, but now that I'm done with Johto's gym leaders, I just wanted to show y'all my Johto badge replica set. I got it because it's one of my favorite regions in the franchise. Pretty neat, isn't it? Okay, intermission time. Before I move on to Hoenn and Sinnoh, I'd like to have a closer, more analytical look at what gym leaders are for the world of Pokemon from a lore perspective. As I'm sure most of you already know, trainers in the Pokemon universe need to collect 8 gym badges from any given region by defeating 8 gym leaders to earn the right to challenge said region's Pokemon League, usually the Elite Four and Champion, and have a shot at becoming champion themselves. Of course, the specifics can vary in regions with different league systems like Alola and Galar, or regions that straight up don't have Pokemon Leagues like the ones in certain potentially canon spin-offs. This makes sense since having 8 badges is proof of one's skill, and it's a way of ensuring that not just any random schmuck can waste the Elite Four and Champion's time by challenging them with no hope of winning. But gym leaders are often also depicted as pillars of their respective cities' communities. We often tend to equate Pokemon battles to a sport or competitive hobby in this universe, and that's not entirely inaccurate, but unlike with sports in the real world, the most skilled and successful Pokemon trainers also wield an enormous amount of power simply because of how strong and dangerous Pokemon can be. To put it in real world terms, it's as if a master chess player or world-class athlete also had superpowers like the ability to shake the earth or generate fire or lightning. The power imbalance isn't quite as extreme in Pokemon since technically anyone has access to Pokemon and can become a trainer, but it does mean that the best of trainers, like gym leaders, have added responsibilities that come with the power they wield as masters in control of such frightening creatures. I don't think it would be absurd to assume that one of the reasons league systems are put into place by the governments of the Pokemon world is to encourage the strongest trainers in any given town or city to protect their respective settlements and their citizens. battles. It's not unlike the champions who assist in taking down threats to their regions, just at a smaller scale. We often see that gym leaders are respected by the people in their hometowns and they have a degree of authority. Oftentimes they have other professions in their cities that help the community, like how Drayden is also mayor of Opelucid on top of being its gym leader. Pokemon battling and Pokemon leagues are a source of fun and personal growth for sure, but I think it makes sense that it would also be a way of regulating strong trainers and holding people with power accountable while also utilizing their skills in service of protecting their communities. You want to be strong? You want to be a gym leader? Then you'll also have to take care of those around you. Admittedly, some of this is just theorizing on my part, but I think evidence pretty clearly points at gym leaders being more than just the best at a sport in a specific city. The first gym leader fought in the Hoenn region is Rosboro City rock-loving honor student Roxanne, who gives out the stone badge. Roxanne is the studious, scholarly type, and she apparently graduated from the trainer school in Rosboro. She's got the attitude of a teacher, but both of her designs sorta convey the vibe of a student's uniform, so she represents both sides of the academic experience in a way, I suppose. Her Oras redesign simply adds more details to her outfit and makes her silhouette more dynamic and recognizable by making her dress larger and more splayed out. She swaps the blue for an earthy gray color, which, along with the angular pattern on the rim of her dress, better suits her rock-type specialty. Like I mentioned with Blaine and Let's Go, I like it when older gym leaders are redesigned with Pokemon's new philosophy of having elements of their types in their designs while still preserving the overall style of the character's original looks. That is to say, these are obviously both the same character, but Oras Roxanne subtly hints at the rock-type, while her Gen 3 design doesn't really. Brawly, whose badge is the Knuckle badge, is a big wave in fighting, whatever that means, and has joined Blaine and Chuck in the Island Gym Leader Club because you have to take a boat to reach him in Dewford Town. Now, Brawly actually does something quite interesting with the way his character and design communicate his fighting type specialty. Instead of a brawny martial artist, Brawly reflects the physicality of fighting type Pokemon by simply being an athletic surfer who likes to keep in shape. In fact, his hobby and color scheme might lead you to believe that he would use water types, which, intentional or not, is a good bait and switch. His surfer dude vibe is somewhat hinted at in his original Gen 3 design, since he seems kinda laid back and wears casual loose-ish clothes, but his Oras redesign fully leans into the ocean aesthetic by giving him a wetsuit shirt, some kind of sporty shades, and these weird beach/diver shoes. As a matter of fact, having shoes at all is kind of a rarity for fighting type characters in Pokemon, since the vast majority of them are barefoot or nearly barefoot. It's funny how exposed toes has been shorthand for this character uses fighting types since Pokemon's inception. Moving on to Hoenn's largest city of Mauville, we meet the cheerfully electrifying man Watson, who you can obtain the Dynamo badge from. Watson, as his title implies, is a cheery old inventor/electrical engineer type. He is mostly interested in using his tech knowledge to help improve his city, and that's more or less where his character ended in Gen 3, before his backstory was drastically expanded upon in Oras. Watson used to be an associate of a former mega corporation called Greater Mauville Holdings. While in these remakes, Mauville City itself went through a redevelopment process and basically became a giant mall the size of a city, all of the other projects that shared the name Mauville fell through, either because of unethical work practices, or in the case of the subterranean New Mauville, because Watson quit after realizing that building it put too much strain on the local ecosystem. So yeah, the old coon has a bit of a sketchy past in the corporate world, but he appears to have distanced himself from that life a long time ago and now lives in relative peace as a gym leader. As you'll see more of in the Hoenn section of this video, the character redesigns introduced in Oras normally cleared the originals for me by a landslide, and while I do think I ultimately prefer Watson's Oras design over the Gen 3 version, it's not as clear cut in this case because I do find the original sweater with a lightning bolt patch quite charming. I honestly dig both versions. The Gen 6 outfit features an electrically themed Hawaiian shirt and sandals with a screwhead design. They fit Watson's eccentric mechanic shtick in the subtropical climate of the Hoenn region, but now that we have a proper tropical region in Alola, it feels like the shirt could actually come from there. I can almost picture an older Sophocles wearing it. Our next Hoenn gym leader, Flannery, is one with a fiery passion that burns. Flannery took over the Lava Ridge Town gym and its heat badge from her grandfather, so she's another character like Janine and Faulkner who inherited her position from an older relative and is still figuring out how to live up to the title of gym leader. As you'd expect from fire-type specialists, Flannery is quite hot-headed and energetic, but her overzealous persona is, at least in part, an attempt to overcompensate for her own insecurity and her lack of experience. After the players battle with her, she drops the act and starts to behave more sincerely. Flannery is nothing short of endearing. She's just one of those characters everyone likes, and you know, she is also very pretty. Both of her designs are great. Her Gen 3 look has a trendy casual vibe which comes across as really quite fashionable. It's not just a neat character design or cool fantasy clothing, it's a genuinely solid outfit that someone might wear in the real world. I mean, I would. The Oras version of Flannery's design keeps the same small top big pants ratio, but adds more details and or layers, as is the norm for these games. And now that I think about it, Flannery is another rare case where the Oras redesign doesn't outshine the original, just just like with Watson. The Gen 3 outfit looks like it could be featured in a street fashion magazine, while the Aura's version is more akin to something you'd see someone wear at a con, as it leans more towards fantasy. Both are good, but each has a unique stylistic appeal to me, to the point where neither one makes the other redundant. Petalburg City's man in pursuit of power Norman was, and in many ways still is, a revolutionary character as far as gym leaders go, and that's because he's the player's father, your father. No other gym leader has such close ties to you as the player in any of the games. Just compare him to a character like Brock, who exists just to be fought in his gym, and that's where the depth of his character ends in the original games. Norman is your dad and is present from the beginning of the story. Him getting a job as the gym leader is the whole reason your family even moved to Hoenn to begin with. In fact, Petalburg is one of the first places you go to in the Hoenn games, but Norman turns you away and tells you to come back to challenge him once you're stronger, which you only do after earning 4 badges. The battle with him isn't just so you can get the balance badge and get closer to your goal of challenging the Elite Four and champion. It's also a mission to prove yourself to your old man, to prove that you've grown and earned your independence, but also to make him proud. Regardless of what age you headcanon for the protagonist when you play as them, wanting to prove yourself to a parent is often one of those universal human experiences for a lot of folks. I think that makes Norman's familial relation to the player a brilliant inclusion in these games. He's also unique for the simple fact that he's the only player character's father that we really know of. We usually see our mom, and in the Legends games our parents don't appear at all, but other than Norman, player character dads are kind of a mystery in Pokemon. As for Norman's personality, he's kind of stern and stoic, but ultimately supportive of you. He also helped Wally get his first Pokemon, so there's that. His design and gym interior kinda give off the vibe of some kind of athlete or personal trainer in his, well, gym. To me, it's all deceptively fighting type-esque, which can be misleading considering that Norman actually specializes in normal types. His designs between Gens 3 and 6 stayed very similar, with Auras just adding a bit more detail and giving him different shoes. Not much to comment on here, but that's appropriate given his type. There's actually a fun theory that Norman was the previous gym leader in Goldenrod before Whitney replaced him when he moved. They both use normal types, and we know that Norman and your family came to Hoenn from Johto, and that Whitney couldn't have been a gym leader for that long, so it kind of lines up, especially if we are to accept that the events of the Johto games take place after those of the Hoenn games. As we make our way to Eastern Hoenn, our next stop is in Fortree City, where Winona, the bird user taking flight into the world, is gym leader. Winona has a pilot motif in her designs, which stayed mostly consistent between generations, although the newer Auras version adds more wing-like details around her arms and legs to match her wing-shaped tufts of hair, along with removing the orange from her outfit to make her look a bit more dainty, which fits her graceful and aloof personality. But there's also a bit of a weird, quirky side to her, as she can be seen blankly staring at the sky from a rooftop in Marvel City in Auras. I really don't have all that much to say about Winona, but I do like the bird-themed aviator look, and her distant, cryptically alluring charm kinda wins me over when it comes to her character. She gives you the feather badge if you beat her. Another creative gym leader, or rather pair of gym leaders, are Tate and Liza, the mystic combination from Moss Deep City. That's right, to earn the Mind Badge, you'll have to fight 2 gym leaders at once in a double battle. This was a first in Pokemon at the time of Gen 3, and it was meant to show off this newly added battle format where you command 2 Pokemon at once against 2 opponents. We take it for granted now, but double battles, although not personally something I enjoy much, were revolutionary for the franchise, especially when you take into account that they became the standard format in VGC. And so Hoenn, the region to first introduce double battles, has certain features in the games to ease players into the idea. There's Pokemon pairs like Plusle and Minun or Volbeat and Illumise, but also the gym leaders Tate and Liza and their Solrock and Lunatone. And by the way, having these Celestial Body inspired Mons as their aces is a great choice thematically, not only because the Psychic type is associated with space, but also because Moss Deep City, where Tate and Liza have their gym, is home to the Moss Deep Space Center as well. I'm a fan of the characters themselves too. I find it funny that they're just a pair of kids who are incidentally also psychic twins. Usually in Pokemon, you challenge characters that appear to be around the same age as you or more often older. I think it's to give you the feeling that you're taking on the world, but it also means fighting younger kids is a bit rare. There's a certain playful innocence to Tate and Liza. They're really young and maybe don't quite grasp their own power. In Auras, you see how a Space Center employee is trying to win them over by buying them toys so they would use their psychic abilities for science, but they don't fully understand the situation and aren't very cooperative, so they only really care about the toys. It's actually hilarious. In both iterations of their designs, their outfits appear to be inspired by certain Chinese martial arts uniforms or tong suits, but it's made more obvious in their Auras designs. The way they pose in their official art and before battle seems to corroborate the idea that they're fighters. Obviously, they don't use fighting types, so perhaps the choice to have them dressed like this is meant to imply that their heritage is from another region, although that's never stated explicitly. If there's any Chinese viewers that have a more well-informed input on this, please let me know. Either way, I love how the Auras versions of Tate and Liza add a subtle space motif to their uniforms, like star-shaped buttons and a logo that looks like a Pokeball with a ring around it like Saturn. The final gym in Hoenn is located in Sootopolis City, and its gym leader is the artist and lover of water Wallace, who gives you the rain badge. Wallace is a performer/model type person with a history of being a Pokemon contest star. He's a close friend of the Hoenn champion Steven and has certain special responsibilities as a descendant of the ancient Sootopolis people. He's in charge of granting people access to sacred places like the Cave of Origin and Sky Pillar, where the legendary super ancient Pokemon of the Hoenn region reside. So yeah, Wallace is a bit of a golden boy and wears a lot of hats. His giftedness creates somewhat of a contrast to his friend Steven, who was born into privilege as the pampered heir of the Devon Corporation, as Wallace once called him teasingly. Whether it's in a romantic shipping context or simply as longtime friends, I really love this duo. I like to imagine that they went on their journeys around Hoenn around the same time and became rivals. In the end, one prevailed as the champion and the other became the 8th gym leader, just like Red and Blue. Wallace's initial design in Ruby and Sapphire has a certain flamboyant yet subtle vibe fitting of a performer, and the Suicune-esque color scheme evokes the water type and also calls to mind something like the Northern Lights. Bright and flashy yet full of grace and elegance, just like Wallace. It also works with the icy theme of his gym and its ever-satisfying ice crack puzzle. In Emerald, the design stays the same, but he now wears a big cape to signify his ascension to the status of champion, as he actually replaces Steven in this game. Although Oras is based on Ruby and Sapphire and not Emerald, and therefore has Steven as the champ again, there's a newly added scene between him and Wallace, which implies that Wallace taking on the role of champion is actually a favor to Steven so that he can go off on some kind of journey. Wallace's design in Oras is a lot more intricate and less subtle with its glamour. The crop top paired with his strange fantasy overalls feels very experimental and avant-garde, like something an actual model would wear. It feels right to me that someone like Wallace wouldn't just wear regular clothes like he mostly does in Gen 3. I also like that this outfit reveals a bit more skin, since there's not that many he/him characters that wear this style of clothing in Pokemon, as it's usually reserved for the girls. If it's a guy showing skin, they're usually just shirtless in a stereotypically masculine way, and I like that Wallace breaks that mold. Although Oras Wallace isn't champion, his short cape and long flowy scarf convey the same sort of shape language as his big cape in Emerald, especially with the curved ruffled ends. I mentioned that Wallace is champion in Emerald, so that begs the question, who is the 8th gym leader in his stead while he's off at the Pokemon League? Well, it's Juan, of course, the gym leader with the beauty of pure water. Not to diss the guy, but I feel like Juan is the glove shido of Pokemon gym leaders. He's only in one game where he replaces a much more popular character that otherwise completely overshadows him. As far as I can tell, he didn't have much impact in other media and was kind of forgotten and lost to the sands of time. He's Wallace's old mentor who retook the position of Sootopolis gym leader to stand in for his pupil when Wallace went on to become champion. Juan wears a strangely anachronistic outfit that makes him look like some kind of stereotypical French aristocrat or noble. His dialogue that isn't about Wallace, paired with his style, sort of shows that Juan is also about beauty and elegance, which makes sense if he's the one who taught Wallace, but it doesn't help his forgettability because it makes him quite similar to his younger counterpart. There's a subtle difference between the two though, in my opinion. Wallace is a bit more flashy and showy, while Juan is slightly more subdued and tasteful with his style, or at least he tries to be, but the outfit is kind of distracting. Either way, I understand why people tend to overlook him, but maybe not all hope is lost. If Pokemon Masters brought back a similarly forgotten character who's exclusive to a less played third version in Chris, perhaps it can bring back Juan as well. That's my pick for the next sync pair. Next in line are the gym leaders of the cold Sinnoh region. First up is Rourke the Rock, as his title phrase wants you to call him. He gives out the cold badge in Orberg City and is yet another first gym leader to specialize in using rock types, just like Brock and Roxanne. Orberg City is a mining town, and Rourke is actually found in the mines before you challenge him. If you couldn't tell by his outfit, Rourke likes to dig stuff up and seems to take part in all the mining in his city. Another good example of gym leaders involving themselves with the daily life and economy of the towns they live in and having lives outside of their gyms. Rourke is also the one to introduce the player to the Underground and Great Underground, which are optional locations with extra activities in the Sinnoh games, and it gives Rourke an additional thing to do. Nothing outstanding about his design, but it's great that it's very clearly reflective of Rourke's occupation. I also kinda like that his figure, gentle expression, and glasses separate Rourke from the strong brute archetype, which would have been a boring and unoriginal choice for a manual laborer. Rourke is a miner, but he's got finesse. Eterna City is where you'll find the holder of the Forest Badge, Gardenia, master of Vivid Plant Pokemon. Gardenia is just kind of a friendly person without any quirky character traits, except for her being too afraid to go into the old chateau in Eterna Forest. I don't dislike her character by any means, but there's nothing unusual about her personality, nor does she have an obvious big role in the story. Her design, however, is one that always weirdly fascinated me. It's a very strange mixture of almost medieval fantasy-like attire and contemporary styles. She's got this green poncho cloak thing with a cross stitch, beach, which almost feels like something Frodo or the Survey Corps would wear, but she's also wearing modern ripped cargo shorts. It's quite dissonant in my opinion, but bizarrely it works, if only just for the novelty of it. The juxtaposition between such different articles of clothing makes Gardenia surprisingly memorable to me. I also like the contrast between her form-fitting undershirt and the bagginess of her other clothes and the shape of her hair. In fact, I quite like how the black part of her hair matches the shirt while the brown parts matches with the pants. The whole dark green, light brown, and black color scheme is pretty soothing and really well distributed for a character with such a strange sense of fashion. The clothes themselves are weird, but the colors bring the whole design together fairly cohesively. Maylene is referred to as the barefoot fighting genius, and she's the gym leader of Veilstone City who gives out the Cobble badge. She's a fairly typical fighting type specialist, focused and disciplined, but what sets her apart from other characters with the same specialty is her humility. Maylene is less stern than other older fighting type users and a bit more level-headed. While she doesn't seem to be insecure about her abilities exactly, she doesn't have an inflated sense of pride and appears to be open about the fact that she herself doesn't have a clear idea about what makes her special. Maylene doesn't yet know what the meaning of strength is and is eager to learn from others, especially Candace, a fellow gym leader that she looks up to. While not quite as young as Tate and Liza, Maylene is another child gym leader who appears to be younger than the player, and her lack of experience is the defining trait of her character. Her small frame is also somewhat uncommon for a user of fighting Pokemon, but to me she seems like the kind of person you'd easily underestimate but is actually extremely capable and would probably kick your butt. Her design is also pretty minimal, with a fairly plain fighting outfit made up of a simple tank top and sweatpants. While not exceedingly interesting visually, the look is fitting for Maylene's humble yet focused character, and the small flourishes like the bandages on her face and arm and the fighting gloves do help her stand out a bit. Heading into the boggy Pastoria City, our next gym leader is the torrential masked master, Crasher Wake. With his luchador wrestler inspired outfit, you might be inclined to assume Crasher Wake would use fighting types if it wasn't for the fact that there's already a gym leader with that type in Sinnoh. But no, he actually uses water types and hands out the Fen badge. He's like a reverse Brawly who looked like a water type expert but used fighting types. Wake's design and over-the-top attitude are very entertaining to me, but he also has an unexpectedly wise and profound side to him. Sometimes he says strangely beautiful things. I especially like how you find him contemplating the waterfall on Route 47 in Johto. They didn't need to include him in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but his appearance was a welcome surprise, and he's a real sweet guy for gifting the player with masks for the photo club. In Platinum, Barry and Wake have a one-sided mentor-pupil relationship that seems to exist entirely within Barry's mind, and that Wake is more than reluctant to acknowledge, which leads to some honestly really funny interactions between them. Wake also appears outside the Pokemon World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2, which isn't the case for every returning character in those games. He explains that his wrestler persona back home is a man who traveled from a far-off region, but in reality he was born and raised in Sinnoh. All of Wake's little quirks and appearances lead me to believe that maybe he was a bit of a creator favorite among the folks at Game Freak, which I really can't blame them for. Aside from enjoying his character, I'm also partial to Crasher Wake because his outfit is evocative of my favorite Pokemon, Swampert. At first I wasn't sure if it was intentional, but a portrait of Wake from an early beta of Diamond and Pearl that surfaced a few years ago revealed that his initial design was even more reminiscent of Swampert. It looks like the designers took inspiration from the last generation's water starter when designing their new water specialist in Gen 4. And if that wasn't enough fan service for me specifically, his signature Pokemon Floatzel evolved from like my second favorite Pokemon, Weasel. For the record, do not take that statement as gospel because my favorite Pokemon rankings are an ever-changing nebulous mess. I just love so many of them, I can't decide. Coming up next is Fantina, the alluring soulful dancer from Heart Home City and holder of the Relic Badge. Her manner of speaking, regardless of the language you play the game in, alludes to her being from a different country or region. Whether she's from Kalos, Galar, or another place entirely, she's supposed to come off as foreign within the Japanese-inspired region of Sinnoh, which is funny because to a lot of Pokemon's Western audience, she would be anything but. And just like Jasmine and Wallace, Fantina is a gym leader and contest performer. In fact, the only contest hall in Sinnoh is located within Heart Home City, just like her gym. Fantina is eccentric and bombastic. Her energy doesn't quite match the other more low-key ghost type users, but I think that makes her more unique. Her giant purple dress and 4 inflated buns create a large daunting silhouette appropriate for a performer of her caliber and match her bubbly personality. The ballooning shapes along with the yellow cross-shape accessory on her hip call to mind Drifblim, who, while not actually her ace, is the Pokemon most associated with the character and the one she uses in contests. The next gym leader in Sinnoh is located in Canalave City, and he's referred to as the man with the steel body. I'm talking about Byron, who holds the Mind Badge, not to be confused with the Mind Badge. If Byron's digger/construction worker theme and design seems a little too similar to Rourke's, well, that's because they're father and son. Byron's design evokes in ways the image of an older, more weathered Rourke. He's unshaved and has darker red hair that's more scruffy and unkempt, and he's also not wearing a helmet. Almost like the years of digging underground made him feel so at ease there that he doesn't feel like he needs extra protection. He also wears a cloak for some reason. Maybe it's to protect him from dirt and keep him somewhat clean, or maybe it just looks cool. Rourke and Byron's dynamic is also reflected in their teams. They each use different Gen 4 fossil Pokemon as their ace. They're both rock types, but Bastiodon's added steel type along with the fact that it's evolved makes it appropriate for Byron's team. Furthermore, and in my opinion more cleverly, the rock specialist Rourke uses the rock and ground type Onix, while Byron, who specializes in steel types and is Rourke's father, uses the evolved stage of Onix, the steel and ground type Steelix. Byron is also friends with Riley, a character you encounter on Iron Island, close to Canalave, a place where Byron used to spend a lot of time and often trains at. I already mentioned Candace, the Diamond Dust Girl and gym leader of Snowpoint City in Maylene's section of the video, and now it's time to cover her in full. Candace gives out the Icicle badge, and her city is located in the northernmost point of the region, which feels somewhat isolated from the rest of Sinnoh because of how much of a drag it is to cross the routes leading up to it. This isn't very relevant to Candace's character, but to me, the setting, along with the nearby Snowpoint Temple where Regigiga slumbers, made encountering her feel a bit more special than other gym leaders. It almost feels like this is supposed to be the last gym, but it's only the 7th. Candace is young and pretty laid back. She doesn't neglect her duties as gym leader and doesn't have trouble focusing or anything, but her job isn't her whole life, and it seems she doesn't want to let her position stress her out too much or turn her overly serious. Candace herself mentions that she's not as solemn and cold as is presumed of Ice-type specialists. Her somewhat casual nature is arguably reflected in her design, as her outfit seems to be inspired by trendy Japanese fashion from the time Diamond and Pearl were released, of course using colors that call to mind the Ice type. Her look is pretty cute actually, and it shows that Candace is comfortable with expressing herself. She's a capable young woman who doesn't overcompensate by pretending to be all business and no fun because she's confident in her skills while also not taking things too seriously. This makes her a perfect foil for Maylene, which is why I like their friendship. If Maylene is on a journey to find out what the meaning of strength is, then her role model Candace is someone who never really concerned herself much with the question and therefore can help Maylene, who looks up to her, ease up a bit. It's a shame they're just side characters that you ultimately don't see interacting much because I see the writing potential here. Finally, we've reached a shining, shocking star of Sunyshore City, Volkner, an electric-type gym leader who gives out the Beacon badge to the challengers that manage to beat him. Problem is, not many of them do, and it led Volkner to becoming pretty apathetic and bored with his job. He wants a good fight and says that unless a gym challenger impresses him, he'll go to challenge the Pokemon League where his close friend Flint is one of the Elite Four. But of course, as the player, you triumph over Volkner and rekindle his passion for battles a bit. I think having a bored and depressed gym leader on the verge of quitting was actually a great idea. It made him memorable, but there's also the fact that with Sunyshore Gym being the final one in Sinnoh, Volkner was the 35th gym leader character in the overall Pokemon franchise at the time of his introduction, so his tiredness kinda works as a sort of meta commentary on the gym leader trope and how it was starting to get a little old, even back in 2006. As for his design, Volkner isn't dressed like a mechanic or electrician, even though he's known for constantly modifying his gym. Instead, his outfit looks a bit like that of some kind of rock star, right? With the jacket and the way he's sitting down all mopey. Although he's not stated to be an artist, Volkner is like the rebel in a band, the guy who always threatens to quit, the jerk, an important part of a band's success. Like I hinted at a moment ago, I feel like although they're charming and they evolved quite a bit since Gen 1, gym leaders in Pokemon got a little repetitive at this point. Thankfully, the next region and generation would give us arguably the best gym leader roster in the franchise and definitely an improvement over the leaders of the first 4 gens. As promised, this video will continue on from where I left off and cover the gym leaders of Unova, Kalos, Galar, and Paldea with the addition of Alola's Kahunas because they fulfill similar roles as gym leaders, although I'll touch more on that when I get to them. Before I get started, I want to point out that this video is a follow-up to my previous gym leader video, so I recommend watching the first half of my analysis before this one if you haven't already, because I will add on to some of the points I raised in part 1 here. Gym leaders initially started off having roles almost entirely limited to the confines of their gyms with very little involvement in the game's story otherwise and without revealing much about themselves aside from their positions as gym leaders. But that gradually began to shift throughout the first 4 gens, with gym leaders occasionally having jobs or hobbies or simply appearing in the games outside of their initial fights. The next region introduced in Gen 5 with Pokemon Black and White was the culmination of all the incremental changes gym leaders went through over the years, as every single Unova leader has an occupation aside from working in a Pokemon gym, barring one exception that came a bit later. Our first gym leader in Black and White is one of 3 brothers in Striaton City, as the gym poses triple trouble and is run by Silent, Chili, and Cress. Which one of them you actually battle depends on your starter, because the triplets each specialize in grass, fire, or water respectively, and assign whichever one of them has the type advantage to fight their challengers. This is a very creative idea because it's meant to teach players about type advantages in the early game. It's also unique for the fact that all 3 brothers run the gym at once, just like with Tate and Liza, whereas with other gyms with multiple leaders, it's usually because one replaced the the other. They all give out the trio badge, which stands out among other badges since most of them are typically associated with a type, whereas the trio badge is more so triplet themed. As is made obvious by their waiter outfits and garnish inspired names, Silent, Chili, and Cress also work at a restaurant, or rather it would be more accurate to say that their gym is also a restaurant. It's a bit ambiguous in black and white whether the gym is a restaurant or just themed around one, but they definitely turned it into a restaurant in Black 2 and White 2 after retiring. Take a shot every time I said restaurant. If you're wondering why they retired, which some of you might not know since the answer is locked behind the memory link feature in Gen 5, it's because they felt they were inadequate individually and relied too much on each other. They were the only Unova leaders to not show up to fight Team Plasma, and there were rumors going around about them, so they decided to quit being gym leaders to retrain themselves until the day they can claim to be as strong as their counterparts throughout the region. Design-wise, Silent, Chili, and Cress resemble butlers or waiters as previously established, with the main difference between the three being that the colors and shapes of their hairstyles reflect their preferred types. It's simple and a little on the nose, but it's really all you need for the first gym leaders you encounter in a game. It also makes them perfect trainers for their signature Pokemon Pansage, Pansear, and Pampor. Their personalities is also an area where the triplets differ a bit, with Silent coming across as maybe a bit nervous with a milder character, Chili being somewhat impatient and more energetic, and Cress acting slightly more posh and sounding more articulate than the other two, although I get the feeling that Silent is actually the one who acts the most like a mediator and balances out his brother's personalities. Next up is Lenora, an archaeologist with a backbone from Nacrene City. Lenora specializes in normal types and gives out the basic badge. Her other occupation is working as the director of Nacrene City's museum, which also serves as the site of her gym. Lenora is strong and confident, but not in any way stubborn. In fact, as one would expect from someone in charge of an archaeology museum, she is quite wise and patient, and her interests align with the pursuit of knowledge and discovery. Much like with gym leaders like Brawley, Norman, or Crasher Wake, the theming of Lenora's character and gym might be a little misleading. Despite her work revolving around things like bones, stones, and other artifacts extracted from the earth, she doesn't use rock or ground types, which is a subversion I can appreciate. You could argue then that the normal type is a reflection of her balanced, level-headed disposition. Technically, there are two variants of Lenora's official art. The initial one reflects her sprite in the games, but was later tweaked in fear that it might resemble a certain racial stereotype. I'm not exactly qualified to comment on whether the original version was problematic or not, but I don't think I need to break down the two designs separately, as the only real difference is the orientation of her apron, which she wears because her job involves dealing with earthy debris like sand and dirt when investigating or refurbishing old items and artifacts such as the ones on display in her museum. Otherwise, Lenora's outfit conveys quite the striking silhouette. Her hairstyle serves to balance out her somewhat bottom-heavy design, with her bell-bottom pants and apron giving her an almost triangular shape. The dark teal and orange create a very soothing color scheme, not too unlike Gardenia from Sinnoh. Lenora also retired from being the gym leader between Black and White and their sequels, but I'll actually get a bit more into that later. Heading into the bustling Castelia City, our next Unovan gym leader is the premier insect artist Berg, who gives out the insect badge. Berg's passion for art is reflected in his personality, as he's got that sort of stereotypical artist eccentricism, although it's not taking to the extreme to the point where he becomes a caricature of artists. Rather, Berg is simply someone who easily finds the beauty in things, especially when it comes to the bug-type Pokemon that seem to inspire him. He often goes to the neighboring Nacrene City to get inspiration for his work, and even used to have a studio there, so Lenora and him know each other quite well, perhaps being closer than with some of the other gym leaders. Berg's design blends together the themes of bugs with a certain quirky sense of fashion that one would expect an artist would have. He wears these funky striped pants, a somewhat fancy scarf, and a belt with a distinct buckle design that looks like a butterfly, which along with his bright green shirt give tasteful hints at his bug-type specialty. And I might be imagining things, but I feel like his figure and large hair give him a silhouette that superficially resembles his signature Pokemon Leavanny. Up next is the shining beauty of Nimbasa City, Alessa, an electric-type gym leader and holder of the Bolt badge. As a model, Alessa's style is perhaps more glamorous and unique than the average person, arguably even by Pokemon World standards. The prominent yellow obviously gives away her preferred Pokemon type, but she also has blue and red accents where her wire-shaped hair accessories connect to her head, which makes me think of positive and negative charges like with Plusle and Minun, or the pose of a magnet like with Magnemite, which are all electric-type Pokemon of course. Ones that she doesn't actually use, but the connection is still there. The darker segments of her outfit around her torso almost form stripes in a way that makes her look a bit like Zebstrika, which is a Pokemon she uses, and that's her ace at that. Alessa comes off as somewhat aloof, but she is a caring person, which is shown when she confidently stands up for Bianca when her father attempts to get her to quit her journey. Still, in fear of being perceived as too serious or unfriendly by her fans, Alessa opts to change her look after Black and White and rebrand herself through a significant makeover. In Black 2 and White 2, her outfit goes from form-fitting and streamlined to fluffy and bombastic, featuring more varied shapes, colors, and textures, and a slightly more futuristic techie vibe with her headset and red visor. Certainly more fun and flashy than her previous look. Even the asymmetrical blue and red theme was expanded upon here, as it now extends to her shoes and even nails. The darker parts of her old outfit were replaced with her now black hair, which serves the same purpose of creating contrast but in a different way. Personally, I think she looks great. The underground boss Clay is Driftvale City's gym leader, an unyielding businessman and mining tycoon with a knack for ground types who gives out the Quake badge. Although the games don't outwardly characterize Clay as a morally suspect individual, he seems pretty dead set on expanding his ventures and unrelenting in his pursuit of financial success. Driftvale is a major player in Unova's economy, as it serves as a hub for most of the goods the region exports, but also the foreign goods coming across the ocean from other places. Such a thriving industry city is fertile grounds for somebody with Clay's ambitions. In the 2 years between Black and White and their sequels, Driftvale changes a lot as it becomes full of hotels and fancy new attractions like the Pokémon World Tournament. Judging by the green crystals around all the new facilities, which were at first only seen in Clay's gym, he seems to be the prime suspect behind the city's sudden development. But as anyone with a bit of an understanding of urban economics will tell you, rapid expansion often has consequences on the less fortunate citizens of a town, usually because of a sudden increase in rent prices or abrupt changes in the town's infrastructure that only prioritize economic growth as opposed to the quality of life of the average person. This is all to say Clay and Jet might have a lot more in common than one might think. I mean, this is the guy who said having bones means money can be made even after death because they can be sold to a museum. Clay said this while visiting Lenora in Nakreen because just like Berg, he knows her quite well, since sometimes his mining operations end up uncovering various artifacts that he then hauls into Nakreen where Lenora's museum is. Despite his capital-oriented goals, Clay doesn't seem like the kind of person who would sell out to just anybody. There are moments when he's got some genuine wise things to say, and he did stand up to Team Plasma, so he isn't at all devoid of principles and doesn't disregard anything that isn't business. It's not all he cares about. Clay's whole cowboy shtick makes his design unapologetically American, which is somewhat fitting for Unova's real-life inspiration. NYC is way in the northeast, so that's kinda like the opposite of the US areas you'd associate with cowboys, but the cultural connection is still there. At the same time, however, Clay is apparently based on the trope of a foreign-origin American businessman, an idea supported by the presence of Leon in Pokemon Legends Arceus, a character who appears to be an ancestor or distant relative of Clay's living in Hisui, which seems to imply that Clay's familial roots are within the eastern regions of the Pokemon world. They both have the aforementioned green crystals on their hats, which Clay's daughter Lacey also has in her hairpins. The browns that dominate Clay's outfit reflect the earthiness of the ground type, and the green accents match his crystals and call to mind a vein of ore standing out among the dark and dull tones of a cave. Also maybe greenery like grass poking out of a crack in the ground. Clay's watch that he looks at in his key art, along with the briefcase and the fact that he's on the phone, clearly get across the idea that he's a busy entrepreneur. Lastly, you could say that his short and stocky stature and big pants make Clay literally look, well, grounded. Moving on to Skyla, the high-flying girl and gym leader of Mistralton City, her badge is the Jet badge and her other occupation is being a pilot. A lot of cargo is distributed around the region via the airport and shipping service in Mistralton, and Skyla even personally flies you to Lentimus Town herself in Black 2 and White 2. She's a pretty cheery and friendly person who's often eager to help others. She's also friends with Alessa from Nimbasa. In fact, it was while hanging out and chatting with Skyla that Alessa decided to change her look. This interaction is the most vulnerable we ever see Alessa, which tells me she trusts Skyla a lot and that the two are actually quite close. Skyla's outfit isn't actually terribly pilot-like, aside from maybe the gloves or the random straps here and there. It's certainly not as on the nose as with Winona from Hoenn. Still, the look is cute, and the light blue matches both Skyla's namesake and her flying type specialty. And when next to Alessa, their signature colors complement and contrast each other, because Alessa's yellow is warm, bright, and dominating, while Skyla's blue is cold and a bit more low-key, which is pretty much the reverse of what their personalities are usually like. Up in Isira City is the Ice Mask, the gym leader Bryson, who gives out the Freeze badge. Bryson is a somewhat quiet and reserved gentleman. In that, he's a bit like snow itself. His main quirk is that he's also a movie star, or rather, he had a prolific career while he was younger, but retired due to an injury he suffered when performing a stunt and begun focusing more so on running his gym. With that in mind, his costume and overall unusual look may be an extension of his preference for theatrics. His outfit makes him look like some kind of martial artist crossed with a superhero, and the coloration and patterns of his robe are reminiscent of snowflakes or ice crystals. After the events of Black and White, Bryson decides to return to his acting career now that he's older and more responsible and having outgrown the recklessness that led to his initial downfall. He also hopes that after the whole thing with Team Plasma, he can help ease the uncertainty sown among the people of Unova through his movies, a decision that he reveals in a conversation with Alder, one of the other older trainers in the region. By the time Black 2 and White 2 roll around, Bryson is no longer working as a gym leader and is now most known for his role as Bryson Man at Pokestar Studios. Yeah, I don't know why this fantasy villain is just named after his actor. Regardless, Bryson now works with younger or more inexperienced talent such as Sabrina from Kanto, another gym leader who became passionate about acting like I explained in part 1. The gym in Opelucid City is run by two leaders in black and white, the Spartan mayor Drayden and the girl who knows the hearts of dragons, Iris. Whichever one you fight is simply dependent on which version of the game you're playing, but they both specialize in the dragon type, have nearly identical teams, and hand out the legend badge. Drayden and Iris are sorta contrary to Opelucid City itself. You see, Opelucid's motto is Time's Dividing Line. In black, where you fight the old man Drayden, the city's architecture is all shiny and futuristic, but in white, where you fight this kid Iris, the city is almost ancient looking and made of stone. It looks super old. You can see how the age of the gym leader is the opposite of what Opelucid looks like in the game you fight them. But what's the story here? Drayden is the mayor of Opelucid and 8th gym leader. He's respected for his strength and he's even known for physically wrestling with his Pokemon. He's also the keeper of the DNA splicers required for Kyurem to undergo Abso-fusion and merge with Reshiram or Zekrom, and is knowledgeable about the legends of Unova's dragons. Drayden traveled the world and in his old age decided to take on an apprentice. He found a talented Iris in a secluded and mysterious place called the Village of Dragons that we never go to in the games. So he brought her over to Unova and trained her as a dragon type user and gym leader, with her seeing him as a grandfather figure. Eventually Iris surpassed Drayden, but instead of becoming the permanent gym leader in Opelucid, she actually beat Alder and became the champion of Unova. As such, in Black 2 and White 2, you fight Drayden as the gym leader regardless of version because Iris is busy being the new champion. As a side note, Iris having to defeat Alder to be champion potentially has some interesting implications. Either the player in Black and White never canonically became champion in an official capacity, so Alder kept the position after N disappeared, or Alder was reinstated as the champion when the player left Unova to look for N, or maybe the battle between Iris and Alder was more symbolic than anything. As for their designs, Drayden's outfit resembles some kind of formal attire fitting of an official like a city's mayor, but of course the added spikes, gem, and even the pattern formed by the seams of his shirt have a vaguely dragon-like vibe, which also helps add fantasy elements to the design. His burly physique is appropriate for someone who roughhouses with his own Pokemon, and the way his facial hair completely covers his mouth makes Drayden's beard look like a dragon's maw. Iris's casual look features a loose top and leggings which allow for great mobility. Her outfit and especially the pose she's in her official art convey her energy and free-spirited nature. That's not to say she's airheaded or childish, because she's perfectly capable of focusing in tense situations and is pretty responsible. You could also argue that her hairstyle with all the spiky tufts vaguely resembles the features of a dragon, perhaps something like horns and a tail. Her champion looks keeps the same loose flowiness but represented in a grander, more elegant way through a fancy dress. The pink patterns and bow also remain from her original design. Her new tiara features gems reminiscent of the one worn by her mentor Drayden, which makes sense since she received this outfit from him. And yes, the gems are similar to the crystals sported by Clay's family, but I doubt there's any intended connections. Iris's hair is now more streamlined and once again more elegant. It's leaning more towards flowy than poofy, especially with these loops on the sides. It's worth noting that Drayden also has an actual grandson named Drayton, and there's an NPC in Legends EA who wonders what a battle between him and Iris would be like. Black 2 and White 2 introduced a few new towns in Unova, with a couple of them featuring new gyms and gym leaders, replacing the ones who retired since the events of Black and White. The first new gym leader is Charon in Aspertia City, the one who seeks the right path. I won't dwell too much on his design because he's one of your rivals in Black and White, meaning I already covered him in my Pokemon Rivals video. Charon now specializes in normal types and hands out the basic badge. This is really interesting to me because it shows that rather than being tied to Lenora or Nacrene City itself, the basic badge is instead tied to whichever gym in Unova is normal type. Aspertia and Nacrene are on opposite ends of the region, yet Charon inherited Lenora's badge by virtue of using the same type as her, although order-wise he replaces the Striaton triplets as the new first leader. Charon is now a gym leader and teacher. His gym is also a trainer school where you can learn more about battling, especially if you're young and inexperienced. Although Charon is a very capable trainer who even managed to defeat the Elite Four in the previous game, he's a complete noob at being a gym leader and is still adjusting to the position and getting used to not being able to freely use his original team. He has to use weaker Pokemon now, presumably to scale down to the same level as his challengers, and his new Pokemon partners are limited to the normal type. Charon is also unique by virtue of being the only gym leader as of now to run a gym in the starting town of a game. You always have to go like 2 cities over to find the first gym, but in Aspertia, the new gym is right at your doorstep, not too far from your house, a fact that seems to slowly be encouraging more Aspertians to become trainers and presumably more people to visit the otherwise overlooked town on their gym challenge journeys. Your very next stop is the second brand new town in Unova Gym in Verbank, where it's Poison Days and Poison on the stage with the gym leader Roxy. She hands out the new Toxic badge and her other passion is music. In fact, her gym is also a venue for her band's concerts, and by the way, the vibes here are immaculate. The gym theme remix inside even features actual vocals, which is exceedingly rare in Pokemon. Roxy replaces Lenora Slot as the second gym leader, and I absolutely love her design. The striped oversized shirt where the jagged trim matches her hair, the kick-ass boots, the teal and purple combo, and her beautiful Venipede line inspired base. I would love to see her interact with Corbeau. She is genuinely so cool. I love her punk rock vibes in gym. I mean, one of the trainers there is named Billy Joe, like Billy Joe, and I'm a massive Green Day fan. It's like my favorite band, so how could I not love this place? I kinda wish we saw more of Roxy and her band outside of Verbank though. In the story, she gets on her dad's case for neglecting his sailor duties to act in movies at Pokestar Studios, but after she realizes that she manages to balance out being a musician with running a gym, she becomes more supportive of her pop streams. Hell yeah. The final new gym leader in Black 2 and White 2 is also the final one you challenge. Replacing Drayden and Iris as the 8th while Drayden replaces Bryson as the 7th is Humalau City's Marlin, a bigger splash than the sea and giver of the new wave badge. Humalau City was a fairly secluded settlement until the construction of the marine tube, which made it more connected to the rest of Unova. Now more people than ever know about this resort town, and its newfound popularity seems to have led to a new gym being open here. The gym leader here is just as relaxed and easygoing as Humalau itself. Marlin is almost too carefree. In fact, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking he's downright irresponsible. He seems like the kind of person who refuses to take a strong stance in a conflict. You know, he's a bit of a fence sitter. We see this in his ambivalent attitude towards the threat of Team Plasma. His dialogue seems to suggest that he isn't like this due to a lack of caring, but rather because he doesn't think any one person should decide what is right and wrong for someone else, and that everyone should just follow their personal convictions. I get where Marlin's coming from, but it's this kind of centrist thinking and complacency with letting things happen that enables true evil to take root. Still, he does help you infiltrate the Plasma frigate, so it's not like he's completely devoid of initiative. Marlin's design simply has him wearing wetsuit pants and swimming goggles, which in conjunction with his blue hair and overall color scheme makes it obvious that he likes water-type Pokemon. He's even shown with a fishing net full of Pokeballs in his official art. Maybe he doesn't use a PC, or perhaps that's how he caught his team. I will say I like the fins on his shins. It's kinda like the usual swimming flippers, but built into his pants so that he can walk on land without having to take them off. As someone who used to do a lot of swimming with swim fins on, this idea seems pretty genius. A lot of people mistake Marlin for having dark skin, but a closer look at his grippers and waist reveal that he's probably just incredibly tan. And I mean incredibly tan. I've never seen tan lines this drastic on anyone before. To me it looks more like fake tanning, but I doubt Marlin's the type of person who would go through the trouble. Maybe he's got some kind of skin condition, but anyway, enough about Marlin's skin. The thing I've been waiting to talk about the most with him is that Marlin's the only gym leader in Unova to not have another job. Unless you count Iris, but she was Drayden's disciple. I guess you could say he's a swimmer because he's always in the sea, but it seems like he does all that for leisure rather than as a professional athlete. Now, I'm not hounding Marlin for being unemployed. I mean, I make Pokemon videos on YouTube, but I find it incredibly appropriate for his character that in the region most focused on industry, where every other gym leader has a second job, Marlin just spends his off time chilling in the ocean. It's a genius bit of unwritten characterization. It tells you all you need to know about him. As far as gym leaders go, Unova said is likely the best we've had so far. Not only does each leader have a clear role in their respective communities through their occupation, but said occupations flesh out their interests and personalities, making them feel like proper characters. Their relationships to each other and the region form a network that makes Unova feel like a real interconnected ecosystem. The gym leaders are fun on their own, but they combine to create something much greater than the sum of its parts that turns Unova itself into a character. It's some of the best world building in the franchise in my opinion, because understanding the characters and what they do in turn leads to understanding the inner workings of the setting of the games. Unova and its names in other languages tend to reference the idea of unity, a mosaic made up of countless diverse constituent parts, the many coming together to form a single unit. In other words, the distinct people of the region unite to form a new web of bonds, or a chain of reactions if you will, a collection of elegant formulas as N would put it. The first gym leader of the beautiful Kalos region is Santaloon City's Viola, the camera woman who never lets a single smile escape her focus. She specializes in bug types and gives out the bug badge, and she's very obviously also a photographer. She's got a similar eccentric enthusiasm about her art as her fellow bug user artist Berg. A lot of her dialogue references photography or features photography puns, almost to the point of caricature, but it's kinda charming and I like her bubbly personality and upbeat attitude. Her design is also very cute and references the bug type in fun subtle ways, ways, like her antennae-shaped bangs or even the little butterfly-looking bows that her shoelaces and waistband are tied into, along with the overall green motif, which often means bug in Pokemon. Also, the whole concept of her character works like a pun on the word shutterbug, you know, a photography enthusiast, but in her case, she also likes bugs. Viola's also got a sister named Alexa who works as a reporter for the Lumiose Press, but there's not that much else to her character. Solar City's gym leader is the wild yet cool and collected rock climber Grant, who specializes in rock types and gives out the Cliff badge. This time, the rock gym leader comes second as opposed to being the first one like in Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. I honestly don't have much on Grant. He's a rock climber, which is cool, and the concept lends itself well to a thematically appropriate gym puzzle since rock climbers typically practice their hobby indoors climbing fake cliffs. You know, the ones with the colorful grabby parts, just like in Grant's gym. Grant acts professional and praises and encourages you like gym leaders are supposed to do, but he doesn't really have a strong personality otherwise. X and Y are known for being the easiest Pokemon games, but Grant is the only gym leader that I struggled with a bit before. Rock gyms are usually easy if you pick the grass or water starters, so we're used to dealing with them by using those types, especially in the early game. But Grant uses the fossil Pokemon Tyrant and Amora, meaning the usual strategy won't work because of their secondary typings of Dragon and Ice respectively. Grass is out the window and water is only good against one of the two, so I'd say Grant has a leg up over Brock, Roxanne, and Rourke. Grant is simply dressed like a rock climber with a proper harness and carabiners, and his hands are even covered in chalk, which is good attention to detail. The part of his design that stands out the most is that he styles his hair in the shape of a cliff or mountain peak and wears these accessories that look like little hand grabs. It's fun and silly, but I feel like it's doable IRL if you have the right hair. It's not the wildest hairstyle in Pokemon by any means. Karina, the evolution fighter, is the fighting type gym leader of Shalor City and the most story relevant gym leader in Kalos. Aside from giving you the Rumble badge, she's also the character that's meant to introduce the player to the concept of Mega Evolution. Her grandfather Gherkin is known as the Mega Evolution Guru, and they're part of a long line of Mega Evolution users going back to the first trainer in Kalos to ever master the phenomenon. Karina's family and their disciples honored the original Mega Evolution wielder through a giant statue of Mega Lucario at the Tower of Mastery, and those who train there may even be given their own keystone and Mega Ring if they prove themselves worthy and if there's enough materials to create one, although it seems Mega Evolution became a lot more common in Kalos after the events of X and Y. Karina has you battle against her in a Lucario vs Lucario one-on-one fight, which serves as your tutorial for how Mega Evolution works in X and Y, and this battle is entirely separate from her usual gym fight. I think it was a great decision to make one of the gym leaders be the character that introduces the player to this new feature simply because it gives them something to do and makes at least one of the leaders memorable, which is sadly kinda rare in Kalos. They could have made Karina not be a gym leader and have her role be limited to teaching you about Mega Evolution, but I think that would have made both her and the gym leader that would have replaced her more forgettable. Karina is friendly and upbeat and has a tendency to give out her Lucario to people, which I think shows that she's chill and very eager to help others. It seems she takes pleasure in seeing people grow and reach their potential. Her energy doesn't mean she never slows down at all, because she is capable of taking things seriously when the situation calls for it, and she does care a great deal about Mega Evolution and her role as someone who's supposed to specialize in and know all about it. At some point after X and Y, she formed an unlikely friendship with AZ. Karina's initial design is that of a roller skater, which makes her another rare example of a fighting type specialist in Pokemon, exemplifying the physicality of the type through a sport other than martial arts, similarly to Brawly. I like her white and red color scheme all throughout, it's very cohesive. The whole roller skater motif not only showcases a new movement feature slash traversal option introduced in her debut games, but the motion and speed of it also visually convey her dynamic personality. Karina returns in Legends ZA's Mega Dimension DLC with a brand new look. She's gone full on Mega Evolution fanatic, with her whole body being covered in Mega Stones and her entire fit being colored like the rainbow glow of a keystone. She sports the Mega Evolution Helix symbol on her headband, and the ends even form the same kind of S shape as both the Helix symbol and the marble pattern inside Mega Stones. According to her, she had to get rid of her roller skates because she already had a lot going on with the whole Mega theme, although I wonder if behind the scenes the decision to remove her roller skates had something to do with them no longer being a feature for the player in Legends ZA. This older Karina has a lot riding on her back, with her having to juggle being a gym leader, the Tower of Mastery successor, and now journeying to Lumiose to help deal with the strange Mega Evolution anomalies going on there. Still, her resolve proves to be as strong as ever, and her love of battling and learning about Mega Evolution shines brightly. The old growth is still in bloom in Coumarine City, where the grass-type gym leader Ramos gives out the plant badge. Ramos is just a humble old gardener. He talks like an elderly person and uses plant-related metaphors, but he's friendly and mostly unassuming. His design is pretty much what you'd expect, featuring gardening attire and tools, and the color green of course. Although I do like how his beard looks like little leaves, and the way he almost seems to use his gardening scissors as a cane, combining the two core concepts of his character, the fact that he works with plants and being old. There's not much to Ramos, but at least he's endearing, I suppose. goes. Moving on to the sprawling Lumio City, we have Clement, the inventor lighting up the world as gym leader. He hands out the voltage badge and he likes electric types. Clement and his younger sister Bonnie are fairly beloved characters, but most of that comes from them being central characters in the anime. Much like the majority of gym leaders in Kalos, they don't really do much in the actual games. The main interesting things about Clement are that his gym is inside Prism Tower itself and that Bonnie is in charge of the quizzes that serve as the gym's puzzles. Even in Legend ZA, the game that takes place entirely in Clement City, his presence is virtually non-existent beyond a few one-off mentions from NPCs. In Gen 7, the Rotom Dex's concept art shows that Clement contributed to its development, which might actually be his biggest accomplishment, assuming that the Rotom phones that later became commonplace around the world were a continuation of the initial Rotom Dex idea. Clement wears a onesie similar to that of a mechanic, and he's got the iconic anime glow in his big old glasses that obstructs his eyes. His blue and yellow color scheme and even the lightning bolt in his hair make Clement look like the human embodiment of the electric type, but his most recognizable feature in my opinion is his signature backpack contraption with a mechanical Apom arm and heliolith satellite dish thing. Up next in Laver City is Valerie, the maiden from a land with history. She's a fashion designer originally from Johto who specializes in the at the time newly introduced fairy type. She gives out the aptly named fairy badge. Valerie then has a similar role to gym leaders like Jasmine or even Karina, who also introduced the player to a new type or mechanic. Valerie's personality is somewhat aloof and she talks in a certain flowery, almost enchanting way at times. She mentions that her clothing designs are inspired by her wish that she was a Pokémon, and she even questions what separates Pokémon from humans in the first place. I actually really love Valerie's design. I find her incredibly beautiful and her outfit is the perfect mixture of traditional Japanese attire and newer fashion trends with a bit of fantasy of course. I feel like she'd even be popular with the Jirai crowd if X and Y came out 10 years later. The pink, light yellow, black and purple work so well together here, and I love the way her kimono sleeves are styled to resemble fairy wings. And then there's also her haunting eyes. They're just the right amount of creepy, which gives her a captivating gaze. They also resemble the eyes on Eevee and its evolutions, which ties Valerie to her signature Pokemon Sylveon. I genuinely think she's one of the best character designs in Pokemon, but she's oddly underrated. I think she deserves to stand shoulder to shoulder with other stylish characters like Alessa. She's even featured in some posters in Legend ZA where she wears a banger new black and white outfit with a checkerboard pattern. Up until now, Kalos' gym leaders all had hobbies on the side instead of full-on jobs like in Unova. This is fine because of the setting. Jobs made more sense in a more industry-focused region, but maybe people are less overworked in Kalos. My problem is that in X and Y, they don't take advantage of the gym leaders' lives outside of their gyms to world build. They leave little impact on you as characters because they're usually not given much to do, and they're once again relegated to simple bosses that you only encounter in their gyms and then never really hear about again. At least we have Karina who plays a major role, but everyone else is kinda easy to forget, which is a shame because I think Kalos has some of the best designed gym leaders, but looking interesting isn't enough when the characters don't convey anything about the world they live in. Interacting with the Kalos gym leaders doesn't usually reveal anything about Kalos, which feels like a pretty major regression. I really love X and Y, and I actually think its world building really shines in other areas, particularly through rich lore and ambience. The games have great set dressing and locations, but I can't help but be let down by the gym leaders, especially when the generation just before nailed the concept perfectly and refined the gym leader archetype into its ultimate form through their connections to each other in the region and through memorable personalities. The last two gym leaders in Kalos arguably have even less going on than the first six, with less obvious occupations or hobbies. In Anastar City, you'll find the psychic gym leader Olympia, the person who makes paths with Starlight and holder of the psychic badge. Like Sabrina, Olympia is said to be a seer who can foretell the future. However, she takes the cryptic mystic idea to its most theatrical extreme with her space-themed outfit and the fact that she speaks in haiku verses. Her flowing cape has a galaxy pattern on the inside, and the many rings and loops in her design convey the imagery of asteroid belts or even a crescent moon when you look at her hair or the piece on her calf. Even her earrings are shaped like stars. Olympia is definitely an astrology girly. Her dialogue almost always references the idea of fate or destiny, and both Olympia and her space gym are cool, so I guess she makes up for a lack of presence in the plot or importance to the region through sheer presentation. Not that everyone else's gyms aren't cool, because the gym's interiors in these games and even the mechanics of the puzzles are really awesome and grandiose. This video is about the leaders themselves, but if I was taking the designs of the actual gyms into consideration, Kalos would for sure be near the top, but I digress. The final Kalos gym leader is Wulfric from Snowbell City. Tough as an iceberg, hot as a furnace is how he's described, and his badge is called the Iceberg Badge. Can you guess what his signature Pokemon is? Wulfric has a brief appearance before you challenge him, as you first need to encounter him in the Winding Woods where he's checking up on the abandoned Pokemon that lived there in a meadow called Pokemon Village. It characterizes him as a particularly caring trainer, and an interaction like this is a rare commodity for the Kalos leaders. After that, Wulfric's dialogue is mostly just just about describing the characteristics of the ice type, although in a weirdly meta way, he mentions that he might end up being an easy opponent depending on the types of Pokemon in your arsenal, which feels like X and Y becoming self-aware of its own lack of difficulty, or perhaps simply referencing the ice type's common weaknesses. As the final gym leader, Wulfric also tells you to go to the Pokemon League after you defeat him to challenge the Elite Four and champion. Wulfric has a large, daunting figure, as if his physique is built to withstand the cold. This is also shown through the fact that he wears a tank top with a jacket merely thrown over his shoulders loosely, implying he doesn't need to rely on thick clothing to deal with frigid environments. The color scheme is largely composed of blue and bluish-white broken up by bits of red to create a temperature contrast. He also wears a locket with a shape resembling a snowflake or ice crystal around his neck, where he keeps a photo of his family, further playing into Wulfric's caring nature. His iceberg motif turned out to be generational when in Legends Arceus, the noble Hisuian Avalag, a new regional form for the Pokemon, is cared for by Gayrick, a warden who appears to be a relative or ancestor of Wulfric's. Although they're definitely an important part of Pokemon's history and identity as a game series, I don't see gym leaders as a compulsory ingredient in its success that always needs to be present unchanged. They already started to feel a bit repetitive around Gen 3 or 4. Luckily, when that happened, Gen 5 revitalized the idea through the nearly flawlessly implemented Unova gym leaders, which bought the classic Pokemon formula some time. But by the end of Gen 6, that momentum had run out. It was time for a change, something that would shake up the tried and true gym leader boss fight structure in Pokemon. That's when Gen 7's Alola region got rid of the classic gym system for the first time in the series' history in Sun and Moon. Instead of a typical Pokemon League, Alola has its own Island Challenge tradition where gyms are replaced by trials and Grand Trials, which reward you with Z crystals as opposed to badges. Like gyms, trials focus on one type each and involve some kind of puzzle or challenge followed by a boss fight, but they often take place outside in specially designated trial sites, and they're overlooked by trial captains who are always Alolan youths no older than 19. They have similar roles to gym leaders, but you don't actually battle them as part of their trials. Instead, you battle a stronger than average totem Pokemon and the allies it summons from the area. The trial captains train and look after the totem Pokemon, but they are ultimately still wild Pokemon that battle you independently and unaided by a trainer. Mechanically, trial captains don't actually replace gym leaders because you don't battle them, you battle the totems, who are the real replacements for gym leaders. It is for this reason that I will not be covering trial captains in this video, but I might save them for a future installment of a look at. However, once you clear every trial on any one of Alola's 4 main islands, you may challenge the island Kahuna, the strongest and most revered trainer on that island, who is chosen by the island's guardian deity. These are called Grand Trials, and since you battle the 4 Kahunas directly and you need to defeat them to progress, their roles are a lot more like gym leaders, so I will cover them today. On Melemele Island, Kahuna Hala was chosen by Tapu Koko, and his specialty is fighting types. Defeating him will earn trial goers a Fightinium Z. Hala is a cheery and supportive person, especially towards new trial goers. He mentored Kukui and Guzma, and his grandson Hao is one of your rivals in the Alola games. He's even the one to give you your starter. I do believe there's a scary side to old Hala though. An NPC mentions that he lost his temper once and scared Hao when he was little, which caused Hala to start being more careful around his grandson. He also practices Alolan Sumo, which is presumably a fairly violent hobby. Of course, most fighting type experts in Pokemon are martial artists, but Hala seems more peaceful and friendly than most of them. Hala's figure is fitting of a typical sumo wrestler, and his bun, belt, and folded fan around his waist also convey the same kind of imagery. The fan also works for when Hala takes the role of referee in other people's battles. His sandals and the pattern on his coat are fitting of Alola's tropical aesthetic, which is especially important for a character you encounter so early in the game. His outfit helps get across the region's themes and vibe right off the bat. Furthermore, the yellow color is appropriate for the Kahuna of Melemele Island because Melemele literally means yellow, and it also matches the island's guardian Tapu Koko. This is the case for all the Kahunas actually. On Akala Island, Tapu Lele chose Olivia to be Kahuna, a rock type specialist who gives out a Rockinium Z. Olivia also runs a shop that sells various jewelry and minerals. Akala Island has the most trials with 4, and interestingly enough, they form a chain of type effectiveness, with each trial being focused on a type with an advantage over the type featured in the next one. This includes Olivia's Grand Trial, as the last trial before hers awards you with a Grass type Z crystal, which trumps her rock types. It's a neat little tutorial implemented organically in the games. Olivia seems to be closest to the Grass Trial Captain Mallow, who often cooks for her and wants to earn her approval. Much like Hala, Olivia is reliable and tries to be a pillar in the community of her island, but despite her prestigious position as Kahuna and her honestly amazing looks, it appears she struggles a bit when it comes to romance and is perhaps a little insecure about getting older and not being able to find a partner. Olivia's design features pretty minimal clothing with only a simple top and shorts. They're pink because she's the Kahuna of Akala Island, which means pink, the color of the island's guardian Tapu Lele. Where she lacks in clothing, Olivia makes up for with the many stones and accessories adorning her body, which makes sense considering it's what what she sells at her shop. The added detail of all the little braces and ornaments add visual interest to her design and tell you exactly what Olivia is all about. Rocks. Ula Ula Island's kahuna is Nanu, who was chosen by Tapu Bulu. He uses Dark-type Pokemon and rewards trainers with the Darkinium Z. He's kind of a downer who always acts like he's only reluctantly being dragged into his kahuna duties when he'd rather not be bothered, but in spite of his unenthusiastic facade, he does mean well and cares about others. It might be why he works as a police officer, which in the idealized universe of Pokemon could actually mean helping people. He has a past with the International Police and used to work with Looker, but he quit a long time ago and took a more humble position as a regular cop. One of Ula Ula's 2 trial captains, Acerola, seems to look up to Nanu and treats him like family. Nanu's dressed in a police uniform, although he wears sandals instead of proper formal footwear, and his shirt is unbuttoned, revealing a red underlayer to match Tapu Bulu and Ula Ula Island, which I'm sure you've guessed is named after the color red. The casualness of how he dons his uniform shows that Nanu isn't a very eager or pedantic person. His bored expression says it all. Kukui wanted him to join the Pokemon League as an Elite Four with his fellow kahunas Hala and Olivia, but he declined, although I wonder if he secretly only did so to give Acerola a shot at the position instead. Tapu Fini recently chose the young Hapu to take over for her grandfather and become Pawnee Island's kahuna. She likes ground types and hands challengers a ground DMC. Despite her young age and small stature, Hapu is capable and dependable. You encounter her before you actually reach Pawnee Island and she becomes a friend and ally. Hapu's reliable attitude and surprising maturity is almost like a reflection of Pawnee Island itself. It's the least inhabited and most untamed of the 4, so naturally someone who grew up there in a harsher than average environment would toughen up and get good at getting by. Her character also exudes a certain dignified humbleness as a result of having had a more modest and rural lifestyle on Pawnee, quite different from the agitation of the bustling towns of the other islands. Hapu is the only kahuna to be granted a title during the events of the games and not prior to them. It helps Alola's world building to see this happen, and it also gives the region a dynamic feeling, as if things are always changing and the characters' lives are constantly in motion. Aside from seeing the region change and its people taking on new roles, the Alola games let you peek into the characters' lives. Most of them appear more than once in various different places, and the relationships between them are explored either in the story or through optional interactions in both major and minor ways. It's the same kind of character ecosystem and dynamic world building that I praised Unova for, except here it emphasizes Alola's tightly knit community, which exists in stark contrast to the complex machine with countless moving parts that is the world of Black and White and their sequels. It's the same style of writing, but applied at a more intimate scale, so to speak. Can you tell these two are like my favorite regions, by the way? I really do think Unova and Alola are counterparts in many ways, but perhaps that's a story for another time. Anyway, back to Hapu. Like I said, she's really small, which contrasts both her confidence and her tough ground-type partners, especially her signature Mon Mudsdale, who is so much bigger than her. Her outfit is similar to that of a farmer to indicate her lifestyle, and its tan color fits both her preferred Pokemon type and the dryness of Pawnee Island and its canyons. Her purple bonnet and other accents are of course in reference to Pawnee meaning purple and the color of Tapu Fini, the island guardian who chose Hapu as kahuna. The fact that she was already wearing purple before receiving the title makes me think that she was honoring her grandfather, who was the Pawnee kahuna before her. Gen 7 gave us a much needed break from new gym leaders. Trials and Grand Trials, while not terribly dissimilar to gyms mechanically, were presented in a very different way that made sense for the game's setting and made Alola feel unique and real. And so the new flagship titles in Gen 8 could not afford to regress back to what gyms used to be. In my eyes, the two best options Sword and Shield had were to either get rid of gyms altogether like in Alola, or reintroduce the concept but in a new and refreshing way that felt like a substantial evolution or at least a remix of the formula, and they chose to go with the latter. Yes, Galar has gyms, or stadiums rather, and they're run by gym leaders, but aside from the terminology, they feel almost as different from the gyms of the past as Alola's Trials did, and that mainly boils down to one thing: presentation. Gyms in Galar are giant sports stadiums large enough for Dynamax Pokemon to battle in. The gym leaders wear sports uniforms themed around their type, and the battles they have against challengers are both watched by an audience in the stalls and broadcasted to the rest of the region. Gym battles are no longer intimate fights between just you and the gym leader in small rectangular rooms. They're entertainment for the whole battle-obsessed Galar region, and both gym challengers and gym leaders have their own fans rooting for them. Just like the Dynamax phenomenon itself, which sees Pokemon growing giant and multiplying the destructive power of their moves, the gym battles in Galar are meant to be a spectacle. Much like the Trials of Alola, these bombastic gyms give Galar its own unique identity and tell you all you need to know about its culture. Galar's gym challenge and its exhilarating atmosphere and presentation certainly scream Pokemon is an HD game on a home console now. You can see how this isn't the same as this. Gyms are finally evolving. As for the actual gym leaders themselves, well, we'll see. Our first Galarian gym leader is the fighting farmer Milo in Turffield. He gives out the grass badge, and by the way, all gym badges are simply named after their types going forward, so I might not always mention them by name, but I'll show them on the screen. Milo is the archetypal gentle giant. He's big and brawny, and his work outside the gym involves plenty of physical labor, but one look at his baby face will tell you exactly what his character is really like. He's just a big softy from a green grassy town with lots of Wooloo who loves to take it easy and have fun. An appropriately lax trainer for your first gym battle, not too intimidating. Milo wears a big hat to protect him from the sun while he takes care of his farmer duties like herding Wooloo. He's also got a classic farmer scarf around his neck, not unlike Hapu, along with preferring to wear boots. Otherwise, his grass type uniform and gym have a leaf motif and emblem, and the outfit prominently features the color white, which nicely contrasts the green. His uniform number is 831, which references vegetables through a kind of Japanese wordplay. To give a simple example, it's kinda like how 39 can be read as "thank you," it sounds like the English "thank you." Not every instance of this references English words, but we'll see more of it with the other leaders in Galar soon. Second in Galar is Hulbury's Nessa, the Raging Wave, a water-type specialist and model. Nessa is very popular in the public eye as a result of her two professions that she sometimes struggles to balance. She's close friends with Sonia, a prominent character in the story of Sword and Shield, and she also apparently has a one-sided rivalry with Milo that the latter doesn't actually acknowledge. Nessa is somewhat shaken and frustrated upon being defeated, but she always recomposes herself and stays dignified. I just think she's under a lot of stress, which makes it all the more impressive that she manages to keep her head up so high. Nessa's water uniform is more like a two-piece swimsuit, and its emblem, which her gym also shares, is shaped like a water droplet. Like with the grass uniform, Nessa's features a white base but with blue as a secondary color this time, and some orange accents that provide contrast and call to mind something like a life vest or buoy. She wears sandals decorated with little floaties, and her hair has blue highlights. She's also adorned with a couple fashionable accessories while also wearing makeup, which doesn't quite fit a water environment, but it makes sense for a model. Nessa's number, 049, references swimming. Motostoke's Kabu is the ever-burning man of fire and third gym leader in Galar. He's an older guy originally from Hoenn with a reputation as a strong and resilient battler. His history is the main defining trait of Kabu's character, and he comes off as wiser and more patient than his younger counterparts. His Japanese theme does not stop at the mention of Hoenn, as his gym's logo is a samurai helmet or kabuto surrounded by flames, which resembles the appearance of his ace Pokemon Centiskorch. Kabu's uniform is once again the color of his type, in this case red for fire and then white, although perhaps his outfit features less white than Milo or Nessa's. His undershirt sleeves sport a nice and elegant flame pattern, but my favorite details are the yellow and grey trims on his sleeves and socks, which resemble the stripes on a firefighter uniform. Kabu keeps a small sweat towel on his shoulders, which shows that he is constantly training to improve himself. His hair is kempt and neatly groomed. Despite the way he carries himself, Kabu isn't overly serious or stern and acts quite friendly. He isn't upset by his loss and praises you for your skills. He's a very supportive person, which is what we all want from an older mentor figure. Kabu's number 187 references sparks, like the kind that would start a fire. Not unlike the triplets in Striaton from Black and White, or even the trials on Akala Island in Alola, the first three gym leaders in Galar form the grass, water, fire type triangle and kinda serve to teach the player about type advantages. The first three leaders even show up together after you beat Kabu to congratulate you for completing the first leg of your Galar Gym Challenge. The fourth Galar Gym in Stellan side is another one run by two leaders, either the fighting type Galar Karate Prodigy B in Sword, or the ghost type Silent Boy of Mystery Alistair in Shield. B is a typical serious and focused fighting type user, but she's got a sweet side to her, both literally in that she loves sweets, and figuratively in the sense that she can be just as vulnerable as anyone else, it's just that she doesn't usually show it. B's uniform is pretty much what we've come to expect from Galarian gym leaders, except her signature color is orange to represent the fighting type. Her emblem is a fist, and she wears a black bodysuit underneath. Like most fighting type specialists, B is seen barefoot, and she's also wearing knee pads, presumably for protection when wrestling. One of the highlights of her design is her hairband tied into a bow. It makes her stand out a bit more and adds a cute touch to an otherwise serious looking character, which clues you in on B's actual personality. Her number, 193, can be read as the Japanese word for fight. Alistair is a shy young boy who hides behind a mask. The creepiness drives people away, but also matches his ghost-type Pokemon friends. By virtue of being so mysterious, I can't talk much about Alistair's personality or background because they're simply not known, although apparently his connection to ghost types and spirits was caused by an accident that happened when he was younger. As for his design, I really love it. The mask resembles a Galarian Corsola whose evolved stage is featured on Alistair's team. I like how his dark hair hangs over it and that his eyes appear to glow purple. The frills on his socks are a very nice touch and they have a ghostly aura. Combined with the shoes, they make his feet resemble melted candles like the kind you'd see in a haunted mansion, or you know, they could just be a reference to Litwick. After all, he does use Chandelure on some of his teams. Alistair's ghost uniform doesn't feature white like most of the others and instead has a color scheme made up of black and purple, which looks quite good and sets him apart from the other gym leaders. The spooky dark colors also balance out the white that is present on his shoes, socks, and of course his mask. Alistair's emblem features what seems to be a will-o-wisp, and his number 291 references the Japanese word for hateful, you know, like a vengeful spirit. Thank you to Bulbapedia and its trivia section for all these number facts, by the way. Opal is the master of fantastic theater and the gym leader of Balanlea. She's a fairy type expert and the 5th leader in Galar. I love that we got an old lady gym leader. We had old guy gym leaders before, but never old ladies, and they weren't even as old as Opal. She's analogous to the platonic idea of a grandma, except she's got more spunk and sass and a passion for theatrics and the color pink. Her whole thing is looking for a successor to take over her gym since she's so old. Thankfully, she finds Bede, who I covered in my Rivals video, and becomes a mentor to him, which is sweet considering how misguided he was and that the person he considered a mentor before didn't regard him as all that important. Opal is strange and eccentric, but she has the ability to see the right kind of potential in people, provided they wear enough pink. My favorite interaction with Opal is when during one of her gym's puzzles, you're asked what age you think she is. If you purposefully give the wrong answer and say 16, she counts it as correct because she considers it flattering. Her design obviously predominantly features pink, but with just as many teal bits. I think it's a very appealing color combo, but, and this might just be me, it also has a 60s or 70s vibe. It looks like colors from the era when Opal would have been young, and it helps sell the old-timey aesthetic. It's like old wallpaper almost, especially because of the stripes. Opal sports a collection of fancy accessories to add some glamour to her outfit, like her umbrella, hat, shoes, and bracelets. She's also got these large purple poofy trims all over, and her nails and makeup are always done. Opal never let herself go, and honestly good for her, she looks great. Her emblem is shaped like the wings of a butterfly or fairy, and her number is 910, which can be read as cute. Our next gym with 2 leaders is number 6, the Circhester gym run by the mother and son duo of Gordy and Melanie. Gordy is the hard rock crusher encountered in Sword, and Melanie is the ice cold professional encountered in Shield. The two of them aren't on good terms apparently, and aside from being in different versions of the game, their cold and rocky relationship is another reason why the two aren't seen together. Gordy is a rising star, a talented battler and popular with the fans. Melanie is a longtime gym leader who wanted her son to take over the gym, which started a fight between the two. It damaged the relationship, but it would appear they landed on a compromise of sharing gym leader duties, although that conclusion depends on how you interpret the canon story of the Circhester gym when it's split between the 2 game versions. Melanie still loves her son and supports his career, and I don't think Gordy hates her either. I feel like he just finds her overbearing, which she might be. Sometimes parents cram your style even if they mean well. It's a very real dynamic. I enjoy that this pair of version exclusive gym leaders have some kind of story or relation to each other, kinda like with Drayden and Iris. B is shown on Alistair's concept art and you can presume them to be friends, but none of that is explained in the game, so I think the Circhester pair succeeds more at being counterparts. Gordy's rock uniform features a stony gray and cobblestone-like patterns which he pairs with a tan blazer and fancy shoes with matching detailing. Overall, a very dry and earthy look, only occasionally broken up by bits of blue or yellow. His shades give off a feeling of playful cockiness, and they combine with the colors of his hair highlights and big opulent chain to draw your eyes towards his face. It's appropriate bling for a star like him. His emblem features a big old rock, and the wordplay in the number 188 can mean rocky area. Whereas Gordy is rugged and craggy, Melanie is soft and rounded, from her inherent shape to her hair to the hat that she's wearing. Her uniform is purely white with no patterns, resembling fresh snow. The only exception is the soft wave and dot design on her insulating tights. The simple shapes, lack of texture, and almost grayscale color scheme with a slight blue tint makes it hard for me to spend too much time on Melanie's design, but that's not to say I don't like it. It suits the calming atmosphere and serene snowy weather of Circhester to a T, and the fact that she's more bundled up than the other leaders with the hat, tights, and boots and the thicker material top sets her apart. Her emblem resembles icicles and almost looks like Gordy's emblem upside down. The number 361 can be read as the Japanese word for cold. Piers is the Dark-type gym leader of Spikemouth, the location of Galar's 7th gym and also its most unique. I've been calling them gyms in this video, but the actual buildings themselves are referred to as stadiums in Galar because that's really what they are. That is not the case in Spikemouth. This town lacks a power spot that would allow Pokemon to Dynamax, and so a stadium was never built. Instead, Piers just runs a regular old-fashioned gym. Actually, it's barely even that, it's more like a single battle court. I don't know if you noticed in the introduction, but Piers doesn't even have a title or slogan like the other gym gym leaders do. That's how unpopular Spikemuth is. Even so, Piers refuses to move his gym and wants his town to thrive in spite of the odds. He forms Team Yell to cheer on and encourage his younger sister Marnie, who is another one of your rivals. If she succeeds, then so will Spikemuth. In the end, she fails to become champion, but she does take Pierce's place as the new Spikemuth gym leader. Pierce is a charming musician who, in spite of his scary looks, is one of the most helpful and cooperative characters in Galar. He's a good dude for sure, and an even better older brother. It's not his fault that Team Yell took supporting Marnie too far and got in people's way. He exemplifies the punk spirit through and through, and his refusal to sell out and become as flashy as the other gym leaders at the expense of his community is very much part of that. He's not being countercultural for the sake of it, he's resisting for the sake of his people. Pierce might have a bad posture, but he certainly doesn't lack backbone. His musical talent is representative of the rich music scene in the UK, which is the real-life inspiration for Galar. It's literally the birthplace of punk, along with many other alternative genres and subcultures. I bet he'd be besties with Roxy from across the pond, especially since his one non-dark type mon is the poison type bassist Low-Key Toxtricity. And speaking of types, Piers was the first and as of now the only gym leader to specialize in dark types. His Obstagoon might not be able to Dynamax, but it makes up for it by having better EVs than normal NPC trainer Pokemon. Pierce's design is again heavily reliant on white. The dark type uniform itself is mainly black and magenta, but Pierce's jacket and body paint are a stark white. At least I think it's paint. It doesn't seem like a natural skin color and it looks like makeup in his 3D model, but all 2D artwork of the character has his entire skin completely pale, as if that's just what he looks like. Pierce's hair and skeleton themed boots alternate between black and white segments, mirroring the appearance of Galarian Zigzagoon and its evolved stages, which are prominently used by both Team Yell and Pierce himself. Pierce's most notable accessory is his choker that he's seen grabbing in his official art. It shares a design with Marnie's, which is a nice touch. I like to imagine that they were gifts from their parents or something like that. Appropriately for the gym leader of a place called Spikemuth and whose name is Pierce, his entire design is covered in spikes, from his boots to his jacket to his hair. The dark type gym logo resembles a toothy maw, but it can be reoriented to look like the letter Y for Team Yell, which they also use as their logo. I mentioned this in a video before, but intentional or not, having one of the last gym leaders in the region be the head of Galar's villainous team almost feels like an homage to Giovanni in the Kanto games and how he was the Viridian City gym leader and the boss of Team Rocket. Pierce was even absent from the ceremony where they showed off all the gym leaders, which made him feel mysterious, just like how Giovanni's name was obscured on the board in front of the Viridian gym. 061, which is Pierce's uniform number, can be read as the Japanese word meaning bad. The final Galar gym leader is Hammerlock's Raihan, the tamer of dragons and Champion Leon's greatest rival. In Galar, the Champion Cup tournament replaces the Elite Four, meaning the role of second strongest after the champion goes to the 8th gym leader, the toughest of all of them. Raihan is a bit of a snowboard. Raihan is a bit of a showboat, always snapping selfies of himself during battle and trying to topple the champion. You can tell he's definitely someone who enjoys the attention that comes with being a major player in the Galar League. I can only praise Raihan for pulling off the small shorts and big hoodie combo as well as he does. I'm personally mixed on this style in real life because I feel like it creates a weird silhouette that doesn't always work or just looks kinda lame, but it actually suits Raihan's tall and slender figure quite well. The shorts are simply the ones from the dragon uniform, but his hoodie, which more or less matches the same dark blue and orange, is stylized to resemble the actual features of a dragon, which I think looks awesome. The middle section is a lighter color and features stripes that give it the appearance of a dragon's segmented underside. The hood has teeth poking out of it, and the drawstrings look like a dragon's beard or whiskers. His shoes have a similar design, and his headband has the same kind of striations as the hoodie's cuffs, creating cohesion in the outfit's texture and greebling. The whole look is quite a good piece of character design. Raihan also wears small earrings which add some visual interest around his face, but also may be called to mind the shiny treasure a dragon would hoard. Even his hair is styled to resemble scales or back spikes. His emblem is the head of a dragon, and his uniform number 241 can be read as the Japanese word for strong or powerful. Raihan's gym battles are all double battles where both him and the challenger use 2 Pokemon at once. It's an interesting inclusion and a good way to familiarize players with the official competitive scene for Pokemon, where doubles is the standard format. Even more uniquely, Raihan also specializes in weather-based tactics. As a result of wanting to use certain weather moves and abilities, many of his Pokemon aren't even dragon type but merely draconic or reptilian in appearance. In a way, you could argue he's more of a weather gym leader than a dragon gym leader, which is a very interesting concept. Imagine that, gym leaders that specialize in mechanics other than types. I have one main critique when it comes to how gym leaders were handled in Galar. From my overviews, you may gather that we know a fair bit about what each one is like and even the personal relationships between some of them. My problem is with how the game gets this information across to you. You see, most of the interesting stuff about gym leaders comes from their league cards that you collect in Sword and Shield. For most of them, you don't actually get to witness their antics directly, and they don't actually appear all that much outside their battles. Don't get me wrong, the league cards are very cool, and it's a neat way to drop fun facts and tidbits of lore about the characters, but everyone's heard the phrase show don't tell. Admittedly, Sword and Shield's lackluster story didn't allow for many opportunities to let the gym leaders shine, with the exception of characters like Piers, but to me they feel a bit more like great concepts for cool characters rather than actual cool characters. And that's just because we don't have enough first-hand experience with them through meaningful interactions. I guess they are celebrities, and having to rely on tangential sources to learn about them helps with that fame vibe, but to me it feels a bit too cold and impersonal. Still, we at least know a little about each gym leader, even if their appearances in the story leave a bit to be desired, and their unique sports-inspired implementation in the game, along with the uniquely grand presentation of their fights, elevates them enough that I consider Galar's gym leaders to be a success. They're better than most of the leaders in the first 4 gens, and a step up compared to the ones in Kalos, but they don't quite reach the same peaks as the gym leaders of Unova, or even really the trial captains and kahunas in Alola in my opinion, but maybe I just need to replay Sword and Shield. Oh, and if you're wondering why Galar's gym badges all have these strange irregular shapes, it's because they come together to form a big medal. Quite cool. By the way, there are a couple other characters in Galar who are canonically gym leaders, or they were in the past even if you don't find them in a gym. I already talked about Clara and Avery in my Rivals video, but I will save Mustard and Peony for a different occasion. Them having been gym leaders at some point is more of a footnote in their lore, but since they also used to be champions and they have strong post-game level fights, I'll cover them as bonuses in a future Elite Four and Champions video. Time to move on to Gen 9. Gym leaders returned once again in Paldea with the release of Scarlet and Violet, but this time they took a step back in importance. While Pokemon games have always offered a plethora of different activities and story events aside from gym battles, the gyms always served as the skeleton of the game's progression. Regardless of where a Pokemon game takes you or what distractions it offers, your ultimate goal is still to reach the next gym and challenge it. It's the thing you always get back to after getting sidetracked or dealing with the game's villains. The objective of visiting gyms is the main driving force throughout most of your campaign in Pokemon games, but that's not entirely true in Paldea. Scarlet and Violet still have 8 gym leaders as per usual, but defeating them to collect every gym badge represents just one of 3 subplots in this game. The gym challenge itself is called Victory Road, but there's also Starfall Street, which involves taking down Team Star's bosses, and Path of Legends, which has you tracking down Titan Pokemon across Paldea in search of Herba Mystica. The 3 stories converge for the game's climax, and while the gym challenge and Pokemon League probably have a bit more meat to them compared to the other 2 subplots in terms of the content they offer, I would argue that the gym leaders of Paldea are overall a bit less important to the game's progression than in most other regions, as a result of no longer being the sole major checkpoints in the story and having to share the spotlight with Team Star and the Titans. In terms of their implementation and how their battles are presented, Paldea's gyms and gym leaders are somewhere in the middle between the small-scale intimate encounters of the older Pokemon games and the larger-than-life matches in Sword and Shield. The gym buildings themselves are identical in every town, and they fit the bureaucratic, sterile vibe of the Paldean Pokemon League, but the battles themselves take place outside on specially designed battle courts, which is how each gym differentiates itself. The battles are attended by locals rather than occurring in private, and although the crowds aren't as big as in Galar, there's still more hype and grandeur than with classic gym leaders, especially when a Pokemon terastalizes and the spectators start chanting, just like with Dynamax in Galar. Paldean gym battles took what was good about the ones in Galar and just reduced it to a smaller scale to better suit the setting. It's honestly the perfect execution for what Scarlet and Violet wanted to accomplish. All of the gym leaders in Paldea can technically be challenged in any order, but I'll cover them in order from weakest to strongest. The sugar bug Katie is the bug-type Pokemon leader of Cortondo. She's a sweet person with a passion for sweets, who runs a bakery called Patisserie Soapberry. She's a bit similar to Milo in that her friendly personality makes her a fitting first gym leader for new challenges, as she's not too intimidating. Although she does get serious during battles and is shown to have a desire to raise the difficulty of her gym and battle at a higher level. Every gym leader in Paldea uses a Pokemon that doesn't match their type specialty as their ace, but they do terastalize them into the correct type. Katie uses a Terra Bug Teddiursa, likely in reference to how bears like to eat honey. Katie wears a baker's uniform with one of those big chef hats, a neckerchief, and an apron. The brown color scheme matches Teddiursa somewhat, and maybe even calls to mind something like chocolate or dough. Small details of the outfit hint at her love of bug types, such as the antennae-like design on her hat and shoulders, the spiderweb logo on her apron, and the way her hair seems to form a cocoon on the left side of her head. Next is the Verdant Virtuoso Brassius, the grass-type gym leader of Artisan. As is typical of artist trainers, Brassius is definitely unusual, although I'd say he's the most eccentric and dramatic of all of them. He enters the battle court by leaping from the top of a windmill, and through his friend Hassel, who's almost as theatrical as him and is an art teacher in Elite Four, you learn a bit about Brassius' tumultuous past and the lows of his career. His dialogue constantly references art or the artistry of Pokemon battles, and his exaggerated manner of speaking and choice of fancy words are a reflection of his passionate soul and artistic spirit. Brassius' attire is elegant and feels a bit like something you'd wear at a formal event. His top piece is a bit like a standard button-up, but the prickly thorn motif makes it hard for me to tell if it's supposed to represent any kind of regular article of clothing. The off-centered emblem on the chest gives his look a subtle uniform-like vibe, although it could also just be a pocket. He wears simple black trousers to balance out the more extravagant top piece. Brassius' hair resembles thorny vines or brambles, which match the spike-like shapes around his neck and torso and his thorny whip. Well, actually it's less of a whip and more like a spool of wire that he uses in some of his sculptures. He also carries a small knife presumably used for cutting and chipping in his work. Either way, the whole look is reminiscent of prickly plant life like roses or certain weeds, which is appropriate for a grass-type specialist. Brassius' face seems stoic yet worn. It's as if a life of brutal dedication to his craft left him weathered, maybe even a little scarred. But that doesn't mean Brassius is frail, as demonstrated by his jumping from high places. He's actually quite lively at this point in his life. Brassius' ace is a Terra Grass Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo is a rock-type Pokemon that deceives others into thinking it's a tree. It subverts one's expectations that it might be grass-type, but in typical Brassius fashion, he subverts the subversion by actually turning it into a real grass-type. It's simply avant-garde. The flashy Levincia calls the supercharged streamer Iono its gym leader. Iono uses electric-type Pokemon, and her fame is not limited to the people of Levincia because her massive online presence as a streamer is her main source of exposure. She even livestreams her battles with challengers, making for a unique gym experience compared to the others in Paldea. Her hyperactive screen persona never fails to charm her fans, but at times it seems like Iono prioritizes views and the growth of her platform above anything else. More than anything, she wants to put on the kind of show that would attract an audience. Her design is very cute and unique. No wonder they showed her off before Scarlet and Violet came out. She's very popular with Pokemon fans in the real world as well. Her hair is a pleasant pastel pink and blue, almost like bubblegum flavored ice cream or cotton candy. She wears these accessories that look like cute little colored Magnemite, and she's got shark teeth, the popular character design trope. She wears a shiny glittery undersuit that matches her shoes and her right legging, but on top she wears her signature oversized yellow coat that features the Iono Zone logo. It's the sleeves on this thing along with the shape of her hairstyle that give Iono her iconic silhouette. She's also got screw heads on her ankles and neck, continuing the Magnemite theme in her design. Overall, Iono seems very fine-tuned to be appealing to people and seem charming. It's almost like she was created to be popular. You could argue that this was done by Game Freak to help advertise Scarlet and Violet and to sell merch of the character, but it also makes perfect sense in-universe because Iono's a public person whose career depends on people loving her. She's basically like an idol, so her image matters a whole lot. That's why her design can sometimes feel almost too perfect. Iono uses a Terra Electric Mismagius as her ace. The Pokemon resembles her a bit with the long flowy sleeves, the large head accessory, and other features. They just kinda look alike. Its Levitate ability means that once becoming Electric type, Mismagius has no type weaknesses as it's impervious to ground type moves. Cascarafa is home to the surging chef Kofu, a water type gym leader. He's an enthusiastic seafood expert with a friendly disposition. Your first encounter with Kofu is bringing him his wallet that he forgot to take with him to an auction because he was in a hurry to get a rare ingredient. He's nice and welcoming, not unlike Katie, who used to be one of his cooking apprentices, and he also runs his own eating establishment, the Kofu Lounge. Kofu's design has a deep blue and white color scheme, just like a lot of seafood restaurants. His apron is attached to his neck by a thick rope reminiscent of those used to tie down boats. The crown shape in the center makes me think of various depictions of ocean gods or a trident. Kofu's facial hair, along with the rope lower on his apron and the design of his many pockets, emulate the pattern and look of waves in the sea. It's a very nautical aesthetic. The white clothes underneath are just a regular chef outfit. Kofu's ace Pokemon is a Terra Water Crabominable. Like with Iono and her Mismagius, the two bear a certain resemblance, but the reason Kofu has Crabominable as his ace is probably simply because crabs, lobsters, and other crustaceans are very prominent in seafood. The ever-popular exceptional everyman Larry is the normal type gym leader of Medali. He's the third culinary team leader in Paldea, but unlike Katie and Kofu, Larry isn't a cook, but rather just someone who really enjoys eating. This foodie can be found at the Treasure Eatery, a restaurant restaurant that also hosts his gym's battle court. Larry represents the overworked salaryman trope. He constantly seems tired and he works 2 jobs as both a normal type gym leader and a flying type Elite Four, the 2 most common types in Pokemon, fitting of Larry's own plainness. His unenthusiastic and dull demeanor made Larry a fan favorite character, as many relate to feeling drained by responsibilities or at least find him sympathetic. Like I said, Paldea's Pokemon League is very evocative of late capitalist work culture and aesthetics. The buildings are samey and boring, and the chairwoman and top champion Geeta seems to be a very demanding boss, especially to people like Larry. He wears simple, mostly realistic work clothes, a formal 2-piece suit with a tie, and he carries a briefcase. There's some small flourishes here and there, like his light blue highlights and the cloud pattern tie, which hint at his use of flying types, but otherwise Larry's design is intentionally uninteresting. Boring enough that you could almost mistake him from a generic NPC, which I think the game intends to happen when you first encounter him at the Treasure Eatery. I think Larry is the best take on a normal type specialist in Pokemon. What's more normal than just a guy toiling away at his shitty job doing overtime? Larry's ace is a Terranormal Staraptor. He's the only gym leader in Paldea whose ace already has the type it terastallizes into. He's so boring that he doesn't even change his Pokemon's type into something new, although his use of Staraptor does foreshadow that you'll also encounter him as a flying type Elite Four later in the game, and the Pokemon getting double stab makes up for normal not being super effective against anything. The only change in his design between Larry's 2 fights is that as an Elite Four, he wears the signature Paldea Pokemon League gloves that Geeta and the others also have. Moving on to Monte Nevera, we have the MC of RIP Rhyme, a ghost type gym leader and rapper. Rhyme is another older gym leader, and like I said with Opal, we love to see older women represented in Pokemon. Rhyme is especially badass because she isn't planning on retiring and she doesn't dress or act like a stereotypical old person. She's active and full of vigor, and her career as a musician and gym leader is still ongoing. She's a cool rapper who just so happens to be an older lady rather than that being her defining trait. Rhyme is lively on stage and knows how to keep a crowd engaged. Her experience from a long career shows in the way she always keeps her cool. She's mature and wise, but not outdated and still in the spotlight. Rhyme's dressed mainly in black with gold accents. It's a regal color scheme fitting of a celebrity of her status, but the dark clothes obviously also make sense for someone who uses spooky ghost type Pokemon. The shiny bits and the glittery texture of her dress would especially look good on stage and reflect light glamorously. The design of Rhyme's shoes and mic have a skeletal motif, but my favorite visual element of her character is that her hair is styled to resemble the bones in an arm. It's not just Rhyme's music that raises the dead, but also her appearance. Like Tayten Liza and Raihan before her, Rhyme's gym also features double battles. Tayten Liza had that gimmick because the format was new in Gen 3, but the fact that we had 2 double battle gym leaders back to back with Raihan and Rhyme makes me think that it'll continue to be a tradition in all future regions. Every Pokemon game is someone's first, so I can see them wanting to always have a character that introduces the concept of double battles to newer players. Much like with Pierce, Rhyme's connection to music led her to using a low-key Toxtricity on her team despite it not matching her type specialty, although in her case she terastallizes it into a ghost type and uses it as her ace. Rhyme also has a sister named Time who used to be the rock type gym leader of Monte Nevera before she became a maths teacher in Mesagoza. Tulip, the bewitching beautician, is a psychic type gym leader down in Alfernada. As a makeup artist and model, Tulip is very preoccupied with beauty. It might come across as superficial that she always brings up others' appearance or her own, but to her it's probably just a natural consequence of her passion. Tulip is friends with Dendra, a battle studies instructor in Mesagoza, and she even appears during Tulip's gym challenge. Tulip's design primarily uses the color purple, and both her hair and dress place an emphasis on wavy, bulbous shapes. There's a graceful flowing motion to the whole thing, and obviously she wears prominent makeup that gives her expression an alluring and mysterious quality. It's a bit surreal, a bit mystical. It works for the psychic type, but it almost feels more like a fairy type character design, especially with the butterfly wings on her shoulder and ankles that actually move. I think the word bewitching used in Tulip's title is the perfect description. Regardless, she's very pretty. Fittingly for Tulip's fairy type like appearance, her ace is the normally fairy type Pokemon Florges, who she terastallizes into a psychic type. It's a beautiful feminine Pokemon with a similar aesthetic as Tulip, so it's the perfect choice for her. The final gym leader of Paldea, and the last one of this video, thank god, is Grusha, the Sub-Zero Shredder of Glaciado Mountain. To me, one of the most interesting things about Grusha is that he's the only gym leader in Pokemon whose gym isn't located in any town or city. There's Blaine on Cinnabar Island, but Cinnabar is still a settlement and is referred to as a town sometimes. In Grusha's case, there's not really anything around the Glaciado gym aside from the mountain itself, which is not only unique but maybe also reflects Grusha's own isolation. Like his fellow Ice-type gym leader Bryson, Grusha suffered an injury that cut his career short. He used to be a successful snowboarder but was forced to mostly focus on his gym after he got hurt. He took the job very seriously and puts his all into being a good leader, but he's a little cold. Perhaps his dedication to his gym and the fear of losing it too led him to becoming a bit closed off, hence why his gym is sorta in the middle of nowhere. Or, you know, maybe he's just a low-key kind of person and a gym on a mountain is just a cool concept that they wanted in the game. It's not like Grusha's downright hostile or anything, maybe he's just a chill guy. Grusha's all bundled up in all kinds of warm clothing like a Pokeball scarf, a fleece jacket, and insulating snow boots. It's all very cozy and comfy looking. The most prominent color is a light blue, which is to be expected from an Ice-type user, but I like the way it contrasts against the warmer yellow of his coat and the red parts of the scarf. And also, now that we're done with them, have you noticed that like half of the Paldean gym leaders have two-toned hair or highlights? I feel like it's a common theme with characters in Scarlet and Violet. I can't talk about Grusha without bringing up that many people mistook him for a girl. I'm a big fan of having characters that don't look stereotypically like their gender or are gender non-conforming, and I really appreciate that Pokemon is making an effort to have its human characters be so diverse across the board while also giving them awesome designs. Grusha's ace is a Terra Ice Altaria. It's probably referencing how being high up in the mountains like Grusha means you're closer to the sky and in the clouds, and also snow clouds are a thing, so an Ice-type Altaria kinda makes sense. I actually think Paldea's set of gym leaders is quite good. They don't necessarily make a ton of appearances in the story, nor are they woven into the plot too much, but you can usually learn a fair bit about them from the interactions that you do get during their fights or even gym puzzles. Most importantly, you get that they also do other things outside their gyms and they have distinct strong personalities. I might not necessarily consider them to be the pinnacle of Pokemon gym leaders, but I'm less critical of them since they're in a game where they're not the only focus. Ironically, I think they're better than most gym leaders in games where gyms really are the only focus. Honestly, if they somehow had more to do with the plot, Paldea's gym leaders could have been on the same level as Unova's. The foundation is there. Maybe sometimes the gym leader from a nearby town could have joined you in finding a Titan or raiding a Team Star base, although admittedly it's harder to work them into the story in a non-linear game like Scarlet and Violet. As a side note, the 5 sub-bosses of Team Star have extremely similar roles to gym leaders in these games, down to having their own mock badges. I would have covered them in this video if it weren't for the fact that I already did in my Pokemon Villains video, so maybe go watch that if you're curious. Overall, I think gym leaders are in a good place as characters in modern Pokemon. The last 3 new regions either replaced gyms with something more unique or presented new takes on gym leaders that differ through either aesthetics or implementation. I doubt we're ever going back to the simple bosses of the first 4 regions and Kalos, especially since Pokemon is putting more emphasis on their characters in general. Today we're doing Pokemon's League members, meaning the Elite Four and champions that you typically encounter as your final challenge at the end of the main campaign in the mainline Pokemon games. While I do consider Elite Four members and champions to be separate archetypes, their roles as endgame bosses that you battle in the same location as part of a gauntlet are similar enough that it felt appropriate to lump them in the same video. As always, I'll discuss all of the different designs for each character where applicable, but I'm sticking to their appearances in the main series games only. The Kanto region gave us the Indigo Plateau Pokemon League, with its first Elite Four member being the Ice Specialist Lorelei. She doesn't actually have official art in Gen 1, but her sprite shows her wearing a solid black dress, definitely a bit simpler than what she'd go on to wear in later iterations. Her signature glasses were there from the start though. In Gen 3, Lorelei finally received official art with Fire Red and Leaf Green, and this redesign, like most from these games, mostly preserves the vibe of the original, but maybe with a cleaner look. In her case, this design adds some details as her dress is now split between a black sleeveless top and a purple short pencil skirt with a slit. Her cuff bracelet and heels show that Lorelei is classy and fashionable. She's elegant and dressed somewhat formally, almost like a businesswoman. It's a calculated look, so to speak, and makes Lorelei seem professional and serious with a certain coldness befitting of her chosen Pokemon type. Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee features my favorite outfit and design for Lorelei. It keeps her iconic red hair with the dangly bits on the sides and the ponytail, and the glasses and mainly black formal wear are also still present. She's still very much recognizable as Lorelei, but the elements of her design were reinterpreted in a more creative and visually interesting way. The outfit features more small details and greebling, but the best part is that the subtle light blue accents and the repeating diamond shapes throughout the outfit match the Ice type in a way that isn't overbearing and still consistent with her previous looks. Most obviously, the accessory used to tie her hair here is made to resemble ice crystals. Some folks don't like it when a character's type specialty is made too obvious by their design, but I think even those of you in that camp can agree that Gen 7 Lorelei incorporates the Ice type in her design tastefully and with restraint. We don't learn all that much about Lorelei purely from interacting with her at the Pokémon League, but in Fire Red and Leaf Green you can visit Four Island in the post-game, which is where Lorelei is actually from. You get to see her home and learn that she collects Pokémon plushies, which is awesome. Me too, Lorelei. She also protects the Pokémon at the nearby Icefall Cave from Team Rocket, and she lets you know that she's concerned about whether her position as one of the Elite Four causes her to neglect the people and Pokémon of her hometown on Four Islands, since she's often not present to defend them because of her job at the League. It might be why she retired from the Elite Four by the time the Johto games rolled around. Fire Red and Leaf Green were remakes of the original Kanto games that came out after Gold and Silver, so maybe they wanted to bridge the gap between the events of the Kanto and Johto games and retroactively explain why Lorelei was no longer an Elite Four in the Johto titles. Regardless, I think it's really interesting that she's not actually from mainland Kanto. I love how they expanded on her character in Gen 3 and revealed that Lorelei actually came from a quaint little place on the Sevi Isles. Maybe she went to Kanto in search of a better, more exciting life and worked her way all the way up to being one of the strongest trainers in the region. She's the trope of a career woman with humble origins wanting to rise above her station only to end up missing her home. I'm quite sympathetic towards her. I love it when digging into the contents of a game reveals backstory and lore for a character you would have otherwise dismissed as inconsequential. It makes the world feel real and rewards you for engaging with optional locations or playing past the credits. After defeating Lorelei, the next Elite Four in the Kanto games is the fighting type specialist Bruno. As the first of his kind, Bruno represents the archetypal fighting user. He's serious, focused, and disciplined, intense yet dignified. His outfit consists only of martial arts pants and a belt, along with heavy-looking cuffs on his wrists and ankles. Bruno's design stayed consistent throughout the years, although the detailing on his cuffs and belt was changed in Let's Go to appear more ornate and segmented. His large figure is imposing, which is fitting of not only the fighting type, but also an Elite Four member that you encounter near the end of your journey. Bruno is pretty simple as a character and in terms of design, so I don't have all that much to say about him, but I don't dislike him. He's all he needs to be, but he's definitely the least interesting of the original Elite Four. It would have been nice if we learned more about him later down the line as we did with Lorelei, but an NPC on Seven Island does mention that Bruno apparently trains with Brawly from Hoenn, so that's cool. Despite his relative plainness, I think Bruno at least deserves props for setting a standard for fighting type users in Pokemon. So far we've gotten at least one in every generation, and for most of them they have some kind of design or personality trait that can be traced back to Bruno. Next in line is Agatha, the Ghost-type Elite Four in the Kanto games. Agatha's designs resemble stereotypical depictions of grandmas or old women in general. You can see that in her big dress, apron, and cane. But Agatha isn't your average sweet granny. In fact, she's a bit of a perversion of the trope. Her expression, preference for spooky Pokemon, and her overall demeanor lets you know that she's less of a helpless old lady and more of a witch disguised as one. Her redesign in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee keeps the same overall silhouette but adds more flourishes and tiny details to her look, which I quite love. I dig the green shawl on her back that resembles foliage in a spooky forest and provides color contrast, the doily-like trimming on her apron, and the Gengar-shaped handle on her cane. Although admittedly it's not quite as cool as her old cane handle that stored a Pokeball which she opens to release her ghostly partner. Perhaps the most interesting thing about Agatha, however, comes not from her design but rather from her implied backstory. She mentions Professor Oak and expresses frustration towards his interest in studying Pokemon and working on a Pokedex rather than using them solely for battle. There's obviously a shared history here, but for a long time we weren't privy to any of the details. The next hint at their shared history was in the Johto games, where you can find a photo in Kurt's home which is implied to be depicting him and Professor Oak along with Agatha. It wasn't until Pokemon Masters featured Oak in a story event that we got to learn more about his and Agatha's past together. Yes, Pokemon Masters is not canon to the mainline games, but the mainline games seem to be canon to it, so I think any additional info about characters that comes from Masters could at least serve as reference material for the main series lore. It would appear that Agatha and Oak used to be rivals in their youth and she became quite fond of him, but when Oak's career took him in the direction of study rather than battles, Agatha felt somewhat abandoned and came to resent both Oak and his scientific pursuits. It's also worth noting that the Nidorino and Gengar you see battling in the intro for a lot of the Kanto games are most likely Oak and Agatha's respectively. The fourth and final Elite Four member in the Kanto games is the dragon user Lance. Lance's most prominent feature is his cape. He simply wouldn't be Lance without it, and it's present in all iterations of his design. Lance is most often seen wearing a jumpsuit, which together with the cape would go on to inspire the look of the Dragon Tamer trainer class. The patterns on his jumpsuit and his Gen 4 design even influenced the Dragon type uniform in Galar, but Lance Lance's original outfit in Gen 1 had him wearing a jacket instead, which would go on to be reinvented for his Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee look, where the whole thing has more details and more angular shapes and patterns which evokes draconic features or even medieval castles. His cool cape, hair, and prominently red color scheme always made Lance feel special. He's supposed to look like an important character, which makes sense. After all, if you didn't know the fight with your rival Blue was coming because he beat the Elite Four before you would have presumed Lance to be the final boss, so his flashy design and usage of the elusive dragon-type Dragonite are appropriately climactic. In spite of this, Lance only gets to properly shine in the Johto games, where we learn that he's no longer the strongest of the Elite Four, but rather the reigning champion. He appears in the story before the Pokémon League and helps you raid Team Rocket's hideout in Mahogany. Blue was technically the first champion in Pokémon, but his legacy is clearly more so associated with the rival archetype. Lance, who was an Elite Four at first, but then promoted, making him the second champion in the franchise, feels way more like a progenitor to all future champions than Blue does. He's an older character who is shown to be a strong trainer and appears earlier in the story to help deal with the game's villains, only to then be revealed as the champion at the end of the game, a formula that most future champs follow or are at least inspired by. Lance is also hyped up in the Johto games because the final gym leader Claire, who is his cousin, seems to be intimidated by him, and the other dragon tamers in Blackthorn regard him as the strongest. But let's back up for a second and return to the Pokémon League setup in the Kanto games, where Lance is just an Elite Four. If you beat him, your next and final challenge is against the champion, who turns out to be your rival Blue. He made it there just before you and became champion after beating the Elite Four. Unfortunately for him, his reign only lasts until the player shows up to dethrone him. I will not go over Blue's character and design here because I covered him in my video on Pokémon Rivals, but I do have some thoughts on his inclusion as the champion in the Kanto games. Nowadays, we're used to having dedicated characters to fill in the role of champion for every region. Some of them are real fan favorites, as we'll see later in this video. With the expectation that the newer games have created of meeting a unique champion in mind, Blue sometimes feels like a bit of a bland choice in hindsight when replaying through Kanto. They're just reusing the rival character, and at this point there's no way you wouldn't already know about the twist that he's the champion. But narratively, I think it's a great choice. Your first and final battles in the main story are against the same person. It all started with a small scuffle in Pallet Town where you both only had one Pokemon each, but now you're battling as experienced trainers with full teams of 6 and with the title of champion on the line. It's a way of making your rivalry with Blue come full circle, and I think it works quite well thematically. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Blue's role throughout the game, including the champion fight, is filled by Trace. He's just a less charming character that replaces Blue without really doing anything to set himself apart. I talked about him a bit in my Rivals video, and I don't have anything to add here. Next up is the Pokémon League in the Johto games. The Kanto and Johto regions are neighbors and share the same Indigo League located between the two regions. As I mentioned before, by the time the Johto games take place, some of the league members have changed. Lorelei left and she was replaced by Will, Agatha left and was replaced by Koga, who was promoted from gym leader to Elite Four, and Lance was promoted to champion while his position in the Elite Four was taken up by Karen. Bruno stayed the same though. I talked about Koga already in my first gym leader video, so that only leaves us with Will and Karen as new characters to cover in the Johto section of this video. Will is a psychic type user with a design reminiscent of some kind of performer, maybe something like a magician or juggler. The mask is Will's most iconic design element, but regardless, the whole look has a certain mystical air fitting of the psychic type, especially with all the dark magenta. His design is different between Gens 2 and 4, but the overall aesthetic is broadly the same. Heart Gold and Soul Silver removed his sleeves but lengthened his coat, gave him a smaller mask and swapped his tie for a cravat, along with adding some buttons and giving his hair a more defined shape. And on the topic of that hair shape, I remember hearing an old theory that Will didn't replace Lorelei, but rather is Lorelei. Their hairstyles are kinda similar, I guess, and they use some of the same Pokemon where their type specialties overlap. I really don't think this is true, but I kinda wish it was. Congrats on the transition if I'm wrong. We don't actually know all that much about Will. What a surprise that the character wearing a mask is so mysterious. But we do know that he traveled the world and trained in other regions to reach the level of strength that would lend him a position as one of the Indigo Plateau's Elite Four. Will is a bit forgettable in my opinion, and it feels like he's in the Johto games just to make the Elite Four feel different than the lineup in the Kanto games. Karen, however, is a different story. She too is a new addition to the Elite Four that helps the league experience feel distinct in the Johto games, but unlike Will, she serves the additional purpose of highlighting a newly introduced type at the time of her debut, as she's the first Dark-type specialist in Pokemon. Furthermore, she is memorable to many fans for her line about how trainers ought to win using their favorite Pokemon rather than just picking their team members based on strength alone.
It's sweet to see a character tell you that it's okay to use your favorite mons regardless of their battle prowess, and it's neat to see the game acknowledge the fact that indeed not every Pokemon is as viable in combat as all the others. In Gen 2, Karen wears a simple short dress. She's kinda similar to Lorelei, especially at the time of Gen 2 where their outfits look basically identical in their game sprites. But Karen received an official art from the beginning, and we see that her dress has purple accents, which makes for a bit of a spooky color scheme. Black and purple are often associated with the darkness or evil element, especially in JRPGs, so it's a fitting look for Pokemon's first Dark-type trainer. Karen's Heart Gold and Soul Silver redesign completely flips the script, however, as her color scheme now consists of bright yellow and white, which is pretty much the opposite of black and purple, at least in terms of symbolism. These are colors typically associated with the light or holy element, which is kinda what the fairy type is in Pokemon, but it's usually represented as pink instead, and the type didn't even exist at the time of any games that Karen was in, so that's beside the point. What I'm trying to say is that making her colors yellow and white and Heart Gold and Soul Silver visually communicates the kind of imagery and themes that are antithetical to Karen's type specialty of dark, and I think this is on purpose. Despite preferring to use mean and intimidating dark types, Karen's philosophy about Pokemon and her attitude as a trainer are actually quite hopeful and optimistic. She's a dark type user, but she doesn't necessarily see herself or her Pokemon as scary or antagonistic, so her outfit reflects her positivity. Karen is a light in the dark, not the darkness itself. The color scheme is not the only thing that changed when Karen received a redesign, as the outfit itself is actually quite different. She traded in her single piece dress for a crop top and capri pants decorated with these flashy accessories around the waist. It's worth mentioning that Karen appears to be related to Sanqua, the leader of the Galaxy Team's construction corps in Hisui, who you encounter in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Okay, we're done with the Indigo Plateau League. I hope this section wasn't too confusing, because this league is shared between Kanto and Johto, and I had to ping pong between those two iterations of it despite them being in games set at different points in time. From now on, every region has its own Pokemon League, so things should be easier to explain. The Hoenn region's Pokemon League is located in Evergrande City, and its structure is identical to the Indigo Plateau League, meaning trainers must defeat the region's Elite Four in a pre-established order, progressing from one chamber to the next, and then challenge the champion as their final trial at the end. The first of the Hoenn Elite Four is another Dark-type user in Sydney. Off the bat, his design between the Gen 3 Hoenn games and the remake stayed almost the same, with the only changes being the texture of his pants and shirt being flipped, and that his vest was changed to a coat with sleeves. Oh, and he's also got a visible belt and bracelet in the redesign. The two Sydney designs are functionally the same, but the official art for the Gen 6 version is posed much better and is way more expressive. Either way, Sydney just kinda looks like a shady guy, someone you'd see on the side of the street trying to sell you something or rope you into a scam, or maybe someone you'd run into at a casino. He's got that con man vibe about him, where he dresses in a way that may seem fancy to him but comes off as garish to most others, like a scummy businessman. He's your weird uncle who brings you expensive or unusual gifts when you're a kid, but always dodges the question of how he can afford them. But aside from his appearance, there's not really anything else suspicious about Sydney. He actually seems like a nice guy, and he claims to have had fun with your battle even if he ended up losing. I guess his design is only like that because Sydney's a Dark-type trainer, so they wanted him to at least seem a little bit dodgy. The second Hoenn Elite Four is Phoebe, a Ghost-type user. Her design didn't change between generations, which makes sense because it was honestly pretty good from the start. She's got a tropical aesthetic going on with the swimsuit and the flowers on both her head and on the cloth around her waist. It's cute and memorable in its simplicity. Although now that we have an actual full-on tropical region with Alola, Phoebe almost looks like she'd be more at home there than in Hoenn. Phoebe's got a bit of a playful nature. While she does boast about her strength a bit, she's perhaps not as intimidating as what you'd expect from an Elite Four member. She's a bit more lax and airheaded, which sorta ties into her ability to communicate with ghosts, as if she's not fully present because she's partly in another world. She even claims to have trained at Mount Pyre, the Hoenn region's Pokemon gravesite. Her cutesy look and persona are definitely juxtaposed against Phoebe's eerie ghost types. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire makes your encounter with her significantly more chilling if you have your eyes peeled, because you can catch brief glimpses of a little girl clipping in and out of existence in Phoebe's chamber or lurking in the background. It's very subtle and easy to miss, which makes it all the more creepy if you do notice. After Phoebe, the next of the Hoenn Elite Four is the Ice-type specialist Glacia. We know that she's not actually from Hoenn, but her true place of origin is not known. She came to Hoenn to face stronger opponents, but it seems her thirst for challenging battles is hardly ever quenched, even as an Elite Four. Both of Glacia's designs have her wearing a large purple dress, but the precise detailing differs between the two iterations of the character. The Gen 3 version almost makes me think of medieval fantasy in the way her outfit is layered and because of the puffy sleeves and the belt. Gen 6 Glacia preserves the air of royalty, but the outfit is a bit more graceful and dainty, especially with the gloves. If her original design was like a court dignitary, then the redesign makes her look like the queen of the castle. The overall color scheme is made paler now to give her an icier appearance befitting of Glacia's chosen type. Her light hair and eye color makes Glacia's status as a foreigner obvious in a subtropical Japanese-inspired setting like Hoenn. The final Elite Four in Hoenn is Drake, who in spite of what his sailor-inspired outfit would lead you to believe, does not use water types but rather dragon-type Pokemon. His design also went unchanged between Gens 3 and 6. Drake is an old seafarer and knows Mr. Briny, who you encounter earlier in the story. He believes that what he calls a virtuous heart is what allows humans to harness the power of Pokemon for battle despite their otherwise wild nature. Seeing as Drake is quite old, I assume his perspective was shaped by years of experience and his wisdom is probably the key to his strength. Like I said, Drake looks like a hardened sailor, which is a unique take on a dragon user that I quite appreciate, and it's more appropriate than you might think. After all, there's all kinds of dragons in mythology and they can be found anywhere, including the ocean. Think of all the sea serpents depicted in old nautical maps. Drake's tattered coat is perhaps meant to show that he's been braving the sea for a long time and his clothes have scars to show for it. He's almost pirate-like. But the jagged trimming is also evocative of dragon wings, just like how his mustache resembles a dragon's whiskers. The way the coat flows in the wind is not unlike a cape, which creates a shared shape language between Drake and previous dragon-type specialists. Lastly, I quite like that he isn't wearing a shirt underneath. It's just raw, and it shows a kind of nonchalant unruliness. Funnily enough, the type specialties of Hoenn's Elite Four are almost the same as the ones used by the Elite Four in the Kanto games, with the only exception being that fighting was replaced by Dark. It seems when creating their second ever Pokemon League, the game designers took inspiration from their original iteration of the concept, but that's just conjecture on my part. The final challenge of the Pokemon League in Evergrande is the Hoenn region's champion, Steven Stone, a popular character indeed. Steven is someone you meet quite early in the Hoenn games, and you're introduced to him as the son of Mr. Stone, the president of the Devon Corporation, which makes Steven the heir to the company. He's shown to have an interest in Hoenn's past, and his passion lies in archaeology and collecting stones and minerals. Steven even involves himself with the greater plot of the games and the conflict with Teams Magma and Aqua in a similar way to Lance and Johto, although he's arguably less proactive and ultimately still leaves the task of saving the region to the player. Steven's two designs are very similar. Aside from some minor color variation, the main changes in his outfit are that the newer design has his coat unbuttoned, gives him metal cuffs at the end of his sleeves, and features a brooch with a keystone that Steven uses to Mega Evolve his Metagross, since Oras has an added focus on Mega Evolution compared to the original Gen 3 Hoenn games. His two-piece suit and jewelry shows that Steven is a classy dude from a posh family. There's something noble about it. He's the son of a big-time corporate director, and even though he displays relatively little interest in his father's affairs, I would imagine that he was raised to present himself in a certain professional manner. I think Steven is a great champion. He exudes strength and charisma, and upon his introduction, he's immediately linked to a position of power. But his involvement in the story, especially in Oras, tells us that Steven has a sense of responsibility towards Hoenn, and he's not afraid to get his hands dirty and take action when the region needs him. Steven is sometimes labeled as a Steel-type specialist, but I personally never saw him as that. Yeah, he does use a lot of Steel types, but he also uses Rock and Ground types. To me, Steven was always more of a mineral Pokemon specialist, if that makes sense. He likes Rock, Ground, and Steel types, the kinds of mons that wouldn't be hurt by Sandstorm. After all, they have properties similar to the stones that Steven likes to collect. He doesn't just like Steel types, he likes everything that comes from the earth, and champions rarely have type specialties anyway, so why box Steven into one? In Emerald only, Steven is replaced as champion by his friend Wallace, who is normally the 8th gym leader. In Gen 3, it definitely felt a bit random, coming off as just an arbitrary change to further differentiate Emerald from Ruby and Sapphire, but Oras elaborates just a bit more on the friendship between Steven and Wallace and sort of explains that when Steven gets busy, he'll rely on Wallace to fill in for him as champion. If you want a more in-depth look at Wallace, I will redirect you to my first gym leader video where I cover him in full, although I will say having him be champion in Emerald feels a little strange after you just fought Juan as the last gym leader, because the game hits you with 2 water type specialists in close proximity, but if there's any region that would do that, it would probably be Hoenn. The Sinnoh region introduced us to its own Pokemon League, not located within any larger named location and simply being positioned at the end of the region's Victory Road, which for anyone who doesn't know is a kind of late game dungeon that players need to get through to access the Pokemon League in most Pokemon games, although it's been absent in Galar and Paldea. The Sinnoh League also follows the established structure, and its first Elite Four member is the Bug-type specialist Aaron. Right off the bat, I admire Aaron for simply using the type that he does. Although it received better moves and stronger mons in later generations, this bug is often seen as a weaker type. It's a type associated with small early game mons that evolve really fast but that you end up replacing on your team, and to this day there's no bug type legendary. It's certainly not the usual ghost or dragon types that you might expect to encounter in the Elite Four, so that makes Eren stand out a bit because he makes the bug type work. He seems to love his bug types quite a lot too, as they're pretty much the only thing that he talks about in his dialogue. I didn't know this until researching for this video, but apparently there's a TV program in Black 2 and White 2 that strongly implies Eren used to be a regular bug catcher and gym leader, but worked his way up to becoming one of Sinnoh's Elite Four, which is an awesome bit of backstory in my opinion. Eren's design has subtle elements of the bug type. His hair is bug type green, and the strands sticking out at the top are evocative of antennae. Eren's zip-up tank top and the soles of his shoes feature hexagonal patterns reminiscent of a beehive that match his Vespiquen, especially considering the orange color. Up next is Bertha, a ground type user. She's another old lady Elite Four with a similar name and appearance to Agatha and Kanto. The connection between the two was ambiguous for the longest time, but Legends Arceus introduced Charm, a character who appears to be an ancestor/relative of both Agatha and Bertha, confirming a familial relation between the two. Bertha is dressed modestly and with a simple, pedestrian look, nothing too flashy or fantasy-like. Her simple white coat, black dress, tights, and flats are very average clothes for a middle-aged woman, and her signature brown scarf is the only thing that possibly hints at her use of the ground type. In her dialogue, Bertha stays composed and she talks to you like you'd expect an older person to address someone young, so even in that her character is kind of predictable. But she's inoffensive, and her connection to Agatha makes her an interesting enough inclusion in Sinnoh's Pokemon League. Moving on, we have Flint, the third of the Sinnoh Elite Four and the Fire type user. Well, I say that, but in Diamond and Pearl and their remakes, he notoriously doesn't use many Fire types because of the Pokédex limitations in those games. Platinum fixes that though. Flint appears briefly in the story before you encounter him at the League because he's a friend of Volkner, the apathetic final gym leader in Sinnoh, whose spark Flint wants you to reignite. I mentioned this before, but I do love it when characters you encounter on your journey in Pokemon are defined not only by their interaction with you, but also their connections with each other. It's just better world building when the characters know each other and have their own lives and relationships. Flint is just a cool guy. He talks to you in a very casual and informal way. He seems laid back and confident, but not in any way cocky. Even his official art has him posed like he's on a leisurely stroll. Flint acknowledges your skill even before you battle because he knows that since you managed to light a fire under Volkner, you must be a strong trainer. He expresses surprise upon being defeated, but clarifies that it's not because he ever thought you were weak, but rather because he was confident in his own skill. Still, he never gets angry or impatient, and his chill attitude is somewhat unexpected for a fire-type specialist. He's not as hot-headed as one might assume, but that's not to say Flint is without care. Like I said, the first time you meet him, he expresses concern for his friend Volkner and wants you to help get him out of his slump, which shows consideration on Flint's part. Flint's outfit features a red, yellow, and dark gray color scheme, which is about as fiery as it gets. Obviously, the warm colors are similar to those of a flame, but the gray also resembles ash or smoke. His frizzy hair is even a similar shape to that of an explosion. Funnily enough, Flint's wrist cuffs and choker remind me of Houndoom, but he didn't get to use that until Platinum. I think the most revealing aspect of Flint's look, though, is his open-toe sandals, because they're an article of clothing that often tells us that the character wearing them is the relaxed and easygoing type, which is spot on for Flint's informal vibe. It's also appropriate footwear for Sunyshore City, which is where you first meet Flint, and it's also where his friend Volkner is gym leader. In the postgame of the Sinnoh titles, you meet Flint's younger brother Buck at the Battle Zone. Legends Arceus also features Zissou, the captain of the Galaxy Team Security Corps, who appears to be related to both Flint and Buck. The final of the Sinnoh Elite Four is the Psychic type expert Lucian, and wow, look at this fly-ass dude. I think he channels some of that Steven energy. Lucian sports a dark red two-piece suit with his feather decoration, tinted glasses, and long flowy hair, giving him a very elegant look. He's the brainy intellectual type, and he often mentions reading books or his appreciation for literature. You can even find him at the Canalave Library. He definitely comes off as a bit pretentious, but Lucian still has charm, and his way of representing the psychic type is different from most other specialists of the same type. He's not a psychic himself, he can't bend spoons or see into the future, but his mind is well trained in other ways because of his cerebral character, love of reading, and refined knowledge. Lastly, at the Sinnoh Pokemon League, we have the region's champion, the powerful and beloved Cynthia. Cynthia's reputation precedes her. I cannot talk about her without mentioning her impact on the fandom. She is, bar none, the most popular human character in Pokemon, at least within the community, and many regard her as the golden standard for what a champion in Pokemon should be. From her design to her comparatively challenging battle to her involvement in the story of the Sinnoh games, she ticks all the boxes of what Pokemon fans tend to like in champion characters. But what do I think about her? She's good, obviously, but I don't necessarily think she deserves to be in a tier of her own above all other champions. In fact, I think she's comparable to Steven. Difficulty isn't something I value in Pokemon, as I've expressed before, so that doesn't do anything for me when it comes to Cynthia's battle, but I do like her character and the way she's integrated in the main plot of the game. Cynthia is a scholar who studies the past and is particularly interested in the rich mythology of the Sinnoh region. Her family hails from Celestic Town, a small settlement with close ties to the region's past. In Legends Arceus, we learn more about the Celestica people who Cynthia appears to be descended from. The true Celestica people were the original people of Sinnoh and are the main source for all the myths about the region's creation and its legendary Pokemon. We even meet Kogita and Volo, who are also descended from the Celestica and look to be related to Cynthia, with Volo even using a very similar Pokemon team as her and having a similar battle theme. In modern day, Cynthia works to unravel the mysteries of the Pokemon world and its folklore, on top of also being the Sinnoh region's champion. In the Sinnoh games, she helps the player take down Team Galactic, who you both run into because of their plans to summon the legendary Dialga and Palkia in order to recreate the universe. And Cynthia doesn't just get involved because the world is at stake, but also because the topic of her personal research overlaps with Cyrus's schemes, since they both seek to learn of Sinnoh's legends. But whereas Cynthia simply wants to understand these myths, Cyrus wants to use his knowledge of them for nefarious purposes, which is why you and Cynthia have to stop him. The fact that Cynthia as a character is so intertwined with Sinnoh's themes of mythology perhaps makes her integration into the plot a bit more organic than with other champions, and she feels like she's part of the greater meta-narrative of the region. That is to say, Sinnoh's lore is so dense that even the champion is a kind of pseudo-historian. Design-wise, Cynthia's all-black color scheme is both elegant and daunting. Words like fashionable and beautiful certainly come to mind, but maybe also intimidating, right? She looms over you like a tall, dark monolith. She wears loose pants and her long coat extends to her calves, making for a unique silhouette where the outfit gets wider and looser the lower you go, which creates contrast with the more compact and form-fitting top half. The whole thing is tied together by the poofy bits at the bottom of her coat and around her wrists and neck. It's playful, but in a high-class kind of way. There's also a teardrop shape that appears in a couple places on Cynthia, namely on her chest and with the accessories in her hair. It kinda mirrors her general shape language, which, like I said, is thin near the top and wider at the bottom. The way her hair accessories droop is also reminiscent of Lucario's locks, who is on Cynthia's team, of course. And speaking of her bright blonde hair, it greatly contrasts the whole dark look of her outfit. Personally, I'm not as big on Cynthia's design as a lot of people. Nothing wrong with it per se, it's just not exactly my aesthetic. Still, one thing I appreciate about it is that it feels very 2006 to me. Not that I remember, I was basically a baby back then, but looking back it feels like something a celebrity would have worn in that era. Cynthia is a bit like a time capsule from the year Diamond and Pearl first came out, which I really quite enjoy. Something about her style reminds me of my early childhood. Unova's Pokemon League is also not located within a larger named location, but it can be accessed from two different victory roads based on whether you're playing Black and White or their sequels. It's a bit like how the Indigo Plateau League can be reached from either Kanto or Johto. This league is the first one in the series where the Elite Four can be challenged in any order. Instead of progressing from one chamber to the next, all four chambers are available from the start and can be accessed from a sort of hub area, with passage into the champion's lair being unlocked upon defeating all of the Elite Four, which I'll cover in the order that they're listed in the league's hub area. Chantal is a Ghost-type user in Brighter. Her character's gimmick is that she turns her encounters with challengers into inspiration for her books, and she's always depicted holding a notebook and pen. As is expected of a writer, Chantal is very knowledgeable, and her dialogue often mentions other characters and events, even those from other games, which tells me she knows a lot of people. She makes note of her interactions with others to later use the material in her writing, and she's certainly very passionate about her job and exploring how all the trainers she meets bond with their Pokemon in unique ways. I find it funny that we have an Elite Four who's an avid reader and one who's a writer. Makes me wonder if Lucian ever reads Chantal's books. I reckon he does. Chantal is dressed in dark colors like purple and black, which is appropriate for a Ghost-type user, but not unlike Phoebe, Chantal is more cute than scary. She's largely made up of soft and rounded shapes and patterns. Her hair, glasses, color, buttons, skirt, and even shoes all have fairly bulbous shapes with almost no sharp edges, making Chantal's design appear unaggressive. And come on, look at this dork, she's adorable. Her color and bow setup with the big red button in the middle even kinda looks like a cat face. Marshall is a fighting type expert and student of the champion Alder. In Black and White, he's hinted at by Alder earlier on in the story, and in Black 2 and White 2, he can be briefly encountered before the Pokemon League, preventing you from entering Twist Mountain because the path was blocked by a cave-in. He also makes a couple more appearances outside the League here and there, so Marshall's a bit more prevalent in the story of Unova than the other members of the Elite Four, mainly because of his connection to Alder. Marshall is stoic and disciplined like a lot of other fighting type specialists, specialist, but there's a certain wisdom to him that sets him apart. He often stops to give you advice, and I believe this side of him comes from having learned from Alder. Apparently Marshall used to be a lot more focused on raw power, but he seems to have slowed down and become more patient and balanced. Just like Alder, he understands that there's a lot more to being a trainer than simply being the strongest battler, or at least that's the vibe I get from him, but perhaps I'm filling in the blanks a bit. Marshall wears heavy baggy pants, and his vest appears to be a beefed up version of a martial arts gi. The drawstrings look like mallets, and he wears fighting gloves and a mouth guard. The way nearly every element of Marshall's outfit bulges out and is made to appear heftier takes the trope of weighted clothing to another level. I really like it. It looks very clean despite the apparent bulkiness. I think it's just a really good fantasy martial arts uniform. I also appreciate Marshall's signature orange seen in his outfit and his hair. It's a color often associated with the fighting type, and it combines with the teal and off-white to give him a very pleasant and sleek color scheme. There's also Grimsley in Unova's Elite Four. He's a sly dark type user with a gambling tendency. A lot of what he says revolves around the dichotomy between winning and losing, and he uses games of chance as a metaphor for the outcome of Pokemon battles. Concepts such as accepting both victory and defeat without protest come up a lot with Grimsley. He doesn't necessarily see everything as simply being based on luck, but he seems to believe that one stands to gain from a battle regardless of the result. As any responsible gambler, if there is such a thing, Grimsley is always prepared to embrace both wins and losses. Aside from the edgy dark blue and red color scheme, Grimsley's outfit is pretty much the opposite of Chantal's, seeing as he's covered in sharp corners and aggressive angles. He's very spiky even when it comes to his hair, and the blade-like shapes used in his design make him look just like his partner Bisharp. That, combined with the fact that he's wearing a somewhat fancy suit and scarf, gives Grimsley a sinister villainous look befitting of the dark type. Grimsley makes a cameo in the Alola games where he gives the player access to the Sharpedo Ride Pager. He now sports a more leisurely black and white look with a loose robe. Still, even in this vacation outfit, Grimsley continues to look sharp and fashionable. The robe is elegant and subtly ornate. I'm a sucker for black and white design, so I love this outfit for Grimsley. He even gets white hairs to match now. I wonder how old he really is. Regardless, the colors in this design also work as a reference to the games Grimsley first appeared in. Finally, we have the psychic specialist, Caitlin. Except her first appearance wasn't as one of Unova's Elite Four in black and white, but rather as the master of the Battle Castle at the Battle Frontier in Pokemon Platinum and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. She had her butler, Castle Valet Darak, do the battling for her, so she wasn't technically a Frontier brain herself, but her position was just as important. Caitlin's initial look was dainty and gentle, with a pink dress, white blouse, and big bows on her shoes, waist, and in her hair, which is long and wavy, giving her a sort of elegant silhouette. She looks very prim and proper like a noble, and she's got an air of mystery fitting of a character you didn't battle directly. By the time of Black and White, Caitlin had relocated to Unova and became one of the region's Elite Four. She does still have the attitude of an aristocrat who thinks they're above you, but she no longer has other people battling for her now, and she faces challengers directly. It turns out the reason Caitlin didn't battle before is because she couldn't keep her emotions in check, but now she's grown and become more disciplined. In contrast to what she claims to have been like before, she's all sleepy and mellow now, so her partner Musharna, who is said to eat dreams, is the perfect fit for her. I wonder if Musharna's dream eating helps keep Caitlin's emotions in check. I get the implication that she has some kind of psychic powers, which is why getting amped up emotionally would be a problem for her. Caitlin's new outfit in Gen 5 is an evolution of her original design. She still wears pink and white, but her clothes are longer. She's got an additional translucent coat over her back and the giant hat on her head. Her hair is a lot longer now, and the bows at the ends are lifting it up in the air a bit, almost like Caitlin is levitating them with her power. Overall, it's basically a more mature version of her outfit and design from Gen 4. It's the randomest thing to have one of the Elite Four in a new region and generation be an obscure post-game character from an older game, but I think it was a fun idea. Caitlin's appearance in Unova doesn't feel too jarring because I bet a good amount of people just assume she's a new character, so it doesn't feel confusing or too much like fan service when she shows up because she's not that recognizable to begin with. But to the people who did know who she was going into Black and White, her presence in a new region helps the world building of Pokemon and simultaneously both creates and completes a character arc for Caitlin. Across generations, you see her go from a kid who orders her butler to battle in her stead to a fully fledged Elite Four as an adult, and as the player, you can finally fight her. Also, presumably being from Sinnoh, Caitlin is friends with Cynthia, who stays at Caitlin's house in Undella Town when visiting Unova. I again have to praise Unova for its characters. Elite Four are even harder to make memorable than gym leaders because you encounter them so late in the game and you get bombarded with 4 of them back to back with very little time to flesh out their personalities. That's also the case in Unova, but most of the Elite Four here have some kind of gimmick to help them stand out, with the exception of have Grimsley, who is still charming enough. Chantal mentions other characters in Pokemon, Marshall has his connection to Alder, and Caitlyn is a surprise cameo. The fact that they all have intricately designed and over-the-top chambers with dramatic entrances for the player also helps them out a bit. Unova probably has the Pokemon League with the best presentation. Alder is the Unova region's champion in Black and White, but he gets defeated by N by the time you reach it. Whether or not N's fight counts as a champion battle is somewhat ambiguous. It definitely functions as one in terms of the game structure, and N defeated Alder, the previous champ, but after you beat N, you don't get entered into the Hall of Fame as you normally would when becoming champion, and when you return to the league to do so in the post-game, it's Alder that you have to battle, so maybe N's victory against him didn't officially count. Perhaps because of Team Plasma's ambush of the league, or because N was never shown to have collected any gym badges required to qualify for the league. Regardless, I'm not going to talk about N now because I went over his character in my video on Rivals, but I will talk about Alder. He's actually one of my favorite characters in all of Pokemon, so I might be a bit biased, but I'll explain to you why I like him so much. Oftentimes, the identity of champions in Pokemon is kept secret until the end of the game. They tend to get introduced in the story at some point, but they don't necessarily tell you they're the champion. Alder is different, as his title is no big secret. You run into him at different points in the story, and he's seen roaming Unova, and he's always friendly and eager to share his wisdom with others like your rival Cheren. Alder is out and about so much because he actually kinda deserted the league. He's still champion technically, but he sorta let Marshall run the league in his absence. Alder is respected for his strength and experience, but the narrative gets you to wonder why he's so lax and why there's such little urgency in his actions. He's in direct opposition to Cheren, who wants to be as strong as possible in the most tactical and efficient way possible. A young trainer with somewhat directionless ambition and a one-track mind. To someone like him, it's pretty baffling that the champion, the strongest trainer in Unova, takes things so slowly and leisurely, and Alder pushes him to consider that there's more to being a Pokemon trainer than sheer strength. To Cheren and others like him, Alder might come across as a bit of a slacker, a once powerful trainer who lost his drive and ran away from his responsibilities. When the danger of N and Team Plasma ramps up, Alder stumbles to return to the league and defend his title from N, whose credibility as king would expand greatly if he beat the champion. Despite his best efforts, Alder is defeated, leaving the player to deal with N and Ghetsis. The way I presented the story could cause you to regard Alder as incompetent, maybe even a little bit pathetic, but that's obviously not all there is to him. You see, Alder was and still is a powerful trainer indeed, but his slump was triggered by the loss of his longtime partner, Volcarona. When he was younger, he did pursue power relentlessly, but when his Pokemon died, he began traveling Unova. His grief got him to slow down, and Alder grew to understand that there's things that matter more than being the best and winning every battle. It is only when faced with loss that one learns to appreciate all the little things. The fleeting moments that seemed almost frustratingly mundane, the stuff that you wanted to skip over, becomes the object of your utmost yearning, and you ask yourself why you couldn't see it back then, why you didn't know to love all the things that didn't matter. And so Alder stopped. He stopped rushing and advancing and put his effort into teaching younger trainers to take their time and consider why they're pursuing power in the first place, and to ask themselves what comes after. Cheren too learns from Alder and answers that question. For him, his strength and knowledge would go on to be put to use as a gym leader and teacher. Much like Alder, Cheren became someone who boosts those around him. Between Black and White and Black 2 and White 2, Alder put on one last champion battle and went for broke against Iris, wanting to give her a proper climactic fight before she became the new Unova Pokemon champion. I love Alder's character, the tragedy of his story, and the way he became such a gentle soul and a mentor who lifts others up. Not because he lost his passion, but because his passion grew and evolved as Alder matured as a person. But there's also another, more personal reason why I enjoy his character so much. To get real for a second, I'm someone who is relatively lacking in ambition. I don't necessarily feel an urge to accomplish things or rush through new experiences constantly. My ideal world is one of aimless leisure, to be honest. In other words, I too am a bit of a slacker. I don't want to do things. I guess Alder makes me feel a bit validated. The way Cheren sees him at first is how I often feel people look at me. I don't have Alder's strength, I don't feel like I'm as valuable to folks in my life as he is, but I guess the idea that there's more to life than constant motion and accomplishing goals is reassuring. Tangent aside, Alder's design is also quite good. His flaring fiery hair and other accents subtly mimic the appearance of Volcarona. Alder's features and poncho makes me think that he's descended from the native people of the area, presuming Unova and its surrounding continent had a similar history to the Americas in the real world. This idea is also somewhat corroborated by Volcarona's ties to the Relic Castle and the ancient civilizations of the region. Either way, it's appropriate to have the champion of the first American-inspired region reference the true Americans with his design. Curiously, pictures found in the settlements of the Diamond and Pearl clans back in the days of Hisui depict a man with a striking resemblance to Alder. The Lumios Art Museum postulates that this figure could have been a personification of the sun in their cultures, which is very similar to the role Volcarona had to the ancient people of Unova. If this man existed and was an ancestor of Alder, it begs the question of how he was connected to the peoples all the way in Hisui. Alder's sandals reflect his informal, casual nature in a similar way to Flint, and the fact that he keeps Pokeballs around his neck is apparently because he's too old to know how to use a PC for storing his Pokemon, which is hilarious but also looks cool. The fact that Alder is visibly older than the other champions is something that sets him apart, and it makes sense considering he's symbolically retired and you don't even fight him in the main story. His prime is already over by the time the events of the Unova games take place. Like I said, Iris was next in line after Alder, and you fight her as the champion in Black 2 and White 2. In a vacuum, she wouldn't be an amazing champion since she's not encountered in the game beforehand, so there's no build-up, but Black 2 and White 2 are in the unique position of being sequels, so you're supposed to know who Iris is from the previous games, which makes her reveal as the champ really satisfying. And the simple fact that the champion is someone other than Alder or N is already interesting enough simply because it's another change from the originals. I won't talk about Iris anymore though because I already covered her in full in my second gym leader video. Kalos' Pokemon League is a castle where, just like in Unova, the order you face the Elite Four is entirely up to you based on which chambers you decide to enter first. I'll start off with Malva, who uses fire types, the most interesting of the Kalos Elite Four. She used to be a member of Team Flare, but I didn't discuss her character much in my villains video because I thought it would be more appropriate to talk about her in a video about League members, so here we are. In X and Y, you first see Malva on your Holocaster as a news anchor talking about the attack on the Pokeball factory, but she can also be seen delivering news related to current online events. I think this was a very clever choice as it gets you to become familiar with the character without ever actually meeting her. There's no reason to assume Malva would be anything more than a news lady with a unique design, but I feel like you're exposed to her just enough for her character to stay in the back of your mind if you're perceptive enough, even if you wouldn't necessarily assume she'd be important later. When you reach the League, not only do you learn that the random news lady is an Elite Four, but she also reveals she was an admin for Team Flare, and she has a bit of a grudge against you for taking them down. Malva doesn't straight up wear a Team Flare uniform, that would be too obvious, but there are plenty of elements in her design that mirror the appearance of other Team Flare members. Most obviously, her pants and shades are the same bright red, a color scheme that also doubles as an appropriate look for a fire-type specialist. But shades or eyewear in general are also a bit of a Flare motif, as all the grunts, generic admins, and the scientists wear something similar too. Other than that, Malva's outfit is just kinda casually stylish, which is fitting for a celebrity, especially in Kalos. I always like the rhombus-shaped holes in her pants. It's very memorable for the character, and her pink hair kinda complements the similarly colorful scientist, the other non-generic Team Flare higher-ups. Malva also appears in the X and Y post-game where she agrees to help you and Looker track down Xerosic, who she doesn't want running freely and acting of his own will as a former member of Team Flare. It's implied that her and Looker have some kind of history together and they seem to detest each other, maybe in a bitter exes kind of way, at least that's the vibe I'm getting. Regardless, they seem to have struck some kind of deal that would protect Malva in exchange for her collaboration and intel on Team Flare. Another Elite Four member in Kalos is the water user and passionate chef Zebold. He's a strict individual with little patience for those too ignorant to see the artistry that goes into both cooking and Pokemon battles. In spite of their inherently fleeting nature, Zebold strives for his food and fights to be so exquisite that they remain in your mind even after the fact. He's another eccentric artist character in Pokemon. According to an NPC, he retired from the Elite Four to focus on being a chef in the 5 years between X and Y and Legends EA. Zebold's outfit is that of a fantasy chef. He's got the white uniform and apron, but with added patterns and decorations making for a very beautiful and ornate look. The detailing around his collar, sleeves, and waist resembles lace or doilies in the shape of water droplets which tip you off to his type specialty together with the blue accents and tie. Elite 4 Wickstrom is an ironclad steel-type master. He speaks chivalrously like a stereotypical knight and uses his dramatic language to describe Pokemon battles like glorious jousts for honor. Kalos was the first European-inspired region, so I suppose a knight character was a given. In Legends Arceus, Commander Kamado is seen wearing an armor with the same general design as Wickstrom's, but he claims it to be Galarian in origin rather than from Kalos. According to what Wickstrom said to the Lumiose Art Museum, where they featured Kamado's armor in an exhibit, Galar could have received these armors as a gift from Wickstrom's ancestors, but their exact origins remain ambiguous even in-universe. And that's pretty much it. The most notable thing about Wickstrom isn't even from the games he appears in. I wasn't kidding when I said Malva was the most interesting of the Kalos Elite Four. Last but not least, we have Drasna, Kalos' Dragon-type Elite Four. She's a pretty kind and friendly older woman whose family actually hails from Celestic Town in Sinnoh, just like Cynthia's. I'm not sure if this means Drasna is directly related to the Celestica people in the same way Kogita, Volo, and Cynthia seem to be, but with a family from Celestic Town, Drasna grew up on stories about Dialga and Palkia, which is actually what inspired her to become a Dragon-type specialist. Her design is very traditional, in fact it's almost tribal looking, but the old-timiness is very appropriate when you consider that Celestic Town's motto is "The past lives on." The Dragon-type is represented by the sheer amount of fang accessories adorning Drasna's body. Seriously, she's got teeth of all sizes around her ears, neck, wrists, waist, and even on her shoes. At the top of the Kalos Pokemon League stands the region's champion, the beautiful actress Diantha. As it used to be the norm for Pokemon champions, you are introduced to Diantha earlier on in the story without knowing that she's the champion, but unlike other champions, she doesn't quite get as involved in the main story. She's introduced as an actress and acquaintance of Sycamore and Lysander, and she does have some discussions with the latter about the meaning and preservation of beauty, which plays into the broader themes of X and Y. But crucially, she doesn't get to do anything about Team Flare, whereas previous champions usually stand in the way of their game's antagonists. This in and of itself isn't necessarily a problem as long as the character is given something else to do, but that's not really the case with Diantha. I would have liked to see more of her in the story before the champion battle. Design-wise, I would describe Diantha as almost an inverted Cynthia. Whereas the latter has long light hair and smooth flat black clothing, the former has short dark hair and fluffy white clothing. Both of them have an air of elegance, but Diantha is more glamorous, more chic. The fluffy collar, her haircut, and the purse all have a very high fashion vibe to them, which is definitely intentional. Like I said, X and Y and Kalos as a whole are themed around beauty, so of course the region's champion, who is also a movie star, would be dressed like a model. The white and gold color scheme, along with the fact that her collar resembles wings, almost gives Diantha the appearance of an angel. The pure white and the inflated, rounded shape language of Diantha's design is reminiscent of Mega Gardevoir, who is her ace. In fact, she's one of the few characters in X and Y to use Mega Evolution, and thank God at least the champion had access to it. Speaking of which, her keystone is kept embedded in her amulet, which she wears around her neck in a similar way to Wally from Hoenn, whose ace in Oras is Mega Gallade. I'm not sure if this feature of Wally's design was an intentional reference to Diantha, but I like that these characters whose main partner Pokemon are counterparts also use similar accessories to Mega Evolve them. The graceful elegance of Diantha's design is also reflected in her personality. She's classy and dignified, but never arrogant despite her fame. In Legends EA's Mega Dimension DLC, we meet Diantha's child daughter Ansha, who speaks highly of her mother and obviously loves her a lot. Ansha is very wise for her age and knowledgeable about the Hoenn region's legends and the origin of Mega Evolution. These are stories told to her by her mother, which tells me Diantha is quite read up on history and culture, so her abilities aren't limited to acting and battling. Starting with Alola, the Pokemon leagues in each game would begin mixing things up. While identical to the Unova and Kalos leagues in that you can choose the order you challenge the Elite Four, Alola's Pokemon League at the summit of Mount Lanakila is unique by virtue of having just been established. Historically, Alola had no Pokemon League, and instead, trainers who completed the Island Challenge, the region's gym challenge equivalent, would head to Mount Lanakila and face off once more against the 4 Island Kahunas, the strongest trainers from each of Alola's islands. In the story of the Alola games, Professor Kukui aims to create Alola's first Pokemon League so that the region's trainers have an opportunity to show off their skills just like in the other regions. But because the Alolan League was just recently put together, its Elite Four mostly consists of characters you've already met in the story, since Kukui's presumably just using whoever's available. It might sound lame that you don't get introduced to a full set of new characters here, but like I said, Elite Four often feel forgettable and shallow precisely because the story had no time to introduce them beforehand. So the fact that in Alola you face off against an Elite Four made of people you actually know feels more narratively impactful because you're not just fighting strangers you have no connection to. In Sun and Moon, the Alola Pokemon League's Elite Four consists of Hala, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili, with the latter being the only unique character that isn't reused.
at least until Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, where Hala is replaced by Molayne. I get the feeling that Kukui wanted the 4 Kahunas to also be the Elite Four. Hala and Olivia are already here, Acerola is only here because her island's Kahuna Nanu declined, and the reason Kahili is here instead of Hapu could be because Hapu only became a Kahuna recently during the story and there was no time to invite her. Pawnee Island had no Kahuna for a while before Hapu was chosen, so perhaps Kukui thought of reaching out to Kahili to be a substitute. I already talked about the Kahunas in my second gym leader video because of their similar roles, so I'll skip over Hala and Olivia here. Elite Four Acerola is a ghost type specialist who is also a trial captain on Ula Ula Island. She's supposedly descended from the ancient royal family of Alola, but she has no living relatives and is an orphan. She's like a big sister to the other orphan kids at the Aether House and looks up to Nanu, the Kahuna of Ula Ula. Acerola is playful and friendly, and the ghost type is fitting for her because of her connection to the past. She knows a fair bit about Alola's legends, and she is the last member of a deceased lineage after all. I personally love her design, but I have a bias for ghost type trainers since it's my favorite type. She's got the Trial Captain amulet as a sort of pin that keeps a bit of her hair tied up, which is cute, and the golden cuff on her arm hints at her royal origin since it does look like something precious a monarch would wear. But perhaps most cleverly, Acerola's dress is all patched up and full of stitches, like it's strung together out of multiple different clothes. The ragdoll look not only has a ghostly feel hinting at Acerola's type, but it's also something you might expect a stereotypical impoverished orphan kid to wear. Furthermore, it creates a visual parallel between her and Mimikyu, who while not on her team is the totem Pokemon featured in her trial. Acerola's actual ace is Palisand, which I'm mentioning because it's a particularly clever choice. The captain of the ghost type trial, who is descended from royalty and whose trial site is on a beach, uses a haunted sandcastle Pokemon. When Kahuna Nanu refused a request to become an Elite Four in Alola, Acerola accepted it in his stead. Like I said when I discussed about Nanu in my second gym leader video, I can't help but wonder if he secretly declined because he wanted to give Acerola the opportunity. Kahili is a flying type expert and professional golfer. She's the daughter of the owner of the Hano Grand Resort, and after traveling the world to improve her skills, she returned to Alola to join the region's newly formed Pokemon League. Kahili's the only traditional Elite Four in Alola, and by that I mean you don't get to battle or really even meet her prior to the end of the game. Like I said, the others are all established characters who already had roles in the story before being re-encountered as the Elite Four. That's not the case for Kahili, as she's only seen in a brief optional encounter exclusive to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, so for most people, she's a straight up new character they meet at the Pokemon League, just like with most of the old Elite Four. This makes her one of the more mysterious characters in Alola. Kahili is dressed in a golfing outfit, the pun here being that golf scores are named after birds and she uses flying types. Her uniform is a pastel blue often used to represent the type in Pokemon, and she's got a feather motif in her design as seen in the emblem on her visor and shirt, the trim around her waist, and the way her hair is shaped to make her look like she's got wings on her back. Her orange stockings mimic the appearance of a bird's legs, and the colors on the handle of her golf club are the ones seen on Toucanon's beak, who is her ace. Like I said, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon replaced Hala with Molayne in the Elite Four. He's a Steel-type user and the former trial captain of Hokulani Observatory before his younger cousin Sophocles took over. He's also a personal friend of Kukui's. While you do meet Molayne way before the League at the Observatory and he even battles you in Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon cut his initial battle to save him for the Elite Four. His role in the story is very small and his appearance before the League is brief, so he feels a bit more like he's explicitly meant to be an Elite Four, although he's not as mysterious and tailored for the job as Kahili. I'm trying to say that although Molayne is technically reused for the Elite Four in the same way Hala, Olivia, and Acerola are, he feels like he's primarily an Elite Four because he doesn't have another separate position like a Kahuna or Trial Captain. Molayne's figure is that of a stereotypical nerd or scientist. He's thin and slender with a slightly faulty posture. His blue jacket with red stripes has the same color scheme and design as the exterior of the Hokulani Observatory he works at, and the hexagonal shape of his brooch and glasses is sometimes linked with the steel type in Pokemon since it's a firm and stable shape, and in Molayne's case the hexagons are even a metallic grey. Molayne is a trainer from the same generation as Kukui and Guzma, and he serves as a reliable mentor to Sophocles. He's friendly and well-meaning and very supportive towards his cousin, just an all-around nice guy. As for the champion, the Alola League doesn't actually have one. It was just constructed during the story of the Alola games, and when you beat it, the game plainly tells you you're its first champion. But defeating the Elite Four isn't enough to earn you that title because Kukui
Kukui still wants you to have a final battle despite there not being a champion for you to dethrone. So in Sun and Moon he decides to battle you himself, while in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon he has Hao do it. I covered both Kukui and Hao in my videos on professors and rivals respectively, so I won't discuss them here, but I will say I really like the Kukui fight. A champion fight against the professor is an awesome idea in general, but it's especially appropriate in this case because Kukui was the one who created the Alolan League in the first place. It was his dream, so it makes sense that he would be the final boss of the Pokemon League he created. The battle against Hao in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon isn't nearly as meaningful to me. It feels like a random arbitrary change simply meant to add another difference from Sun and Moon, but it's still fine. Call it a callback to your rival being the champion in Gen 1. There is no physical Pokemon League location in the Galar region. As a matter of fact, there isn't even an Elite Four. Instead, the tournament is held at Winden Stadium, where both participants in the Gym Challenge and Major League Gym Leaders can compete in, and the winner earns the right to challenge the champion. I covered the characters encountered in this tournament in my videos on rivals and Gym Leaders, so that just leaves me with the champion. In Sword and Shield, the Galar region champion is the unbeatable Leon. If previous characters hid the fact that they were champions from the player, Leon screams it out loud with every chance he gets. Not that he needs to though, because there isn't a single person in Galar that doesn't know who he is. Leon is a character built around the concept of him being the champion. He's got a reputation more impressive than any other champs in Pokemon, having never lost an official match and taking part in the Gym Challenge at the age of 10, which is 1 year younger than even Red. Leon's even got his champion time catchphrase, and his signature Pokemon is the ever popular Charizard. It's like he was made to be a Pokemon obsessed child's idea of a champion, which sorta makes sense for Galar. It's the region most culturally focused on Pokemon battles. They're like a national sport everyone unanimously follows. In Galar, battles are bigger than anywhere else, and trainers here are very intense and competitive. After all, the whole region is watching when you have a match. You can imagine a place like this wouldn't and couldn't have a discreet champion. Leon is everyone's hero, and giving his fans a good show means a great deal to him because he aims to inspire every trainer in Galar. He's especially loved by his younger brother Hop, who is the player's rival in Sword and Shield. Leon's maximalist design matches his larger-than-life presence. He wears a cap, which is a symbol of trainerdom in Pokemon, and is especially associated with strong battlers like Red or N, but the underside of the brim features a crown-like pattern that makes Leon look like a king. He even wears a typical royal cape covered completely in his many sponsors. Even Game Freak's logo is on there, funnily enough. The royal motif is fitting for Galar's champion, as Leon is nothing short of a king of Pokemon battles, but the look is also appropriate in a region inspired by the UK, a place known for its monarchies throughout histories and even into modern day. Seriously guys, you can let it go. Leon wears a sports uniform inspired outfit like most trainers in Galar. His shirt sports a sword and a shield, which are a symbol of Galarian history, but they're also seen on other champions' outfits in the region, including the player, who unlocks the same shirt only after taking the title from Leon. His league number is 001, of course, because he's on top. I recall some people thinking Leon would end up being one of the villains in Sword and Shield, perhaps because he seemed too over the top and confident, but it turned out Leon's bombastic champion persona didn't come from a place of excessive pride or arrogance, but from a genuine love of Pokemon and a desire to entertain his fans. When you defeat Leon at the end of the game, he accepts the loss gracefully and is pleased to crown you as the new champion. After that, he takes over the Pokemon League from Rose and continues to work towards inspiring future trainers by putting together events, tournaments, and other opportunities for exciting battles. After his defeat, Leon is sometimes seen wearing this alternate outfit where he looks like a proper noble. He wears it at the Battle Tower, a facility that he repurposed Rose Tower into, but I reckon it's also the outfit he wears when he goes to Lumio City in Kalos to visit Jacinthe and the SBCs, since the posh nobleman look is part of their whole vibe. Actually, it kind of feels more appropriate in Kalos than Galar to me. Sadly, there's no official art of this outfit for Leon. There's two more characters in Galar I want to cover in this video, and that's Mustard and Peony, who I'm going over because in lore they used to be champions in the past, and because they have high-level post-game fights comparable to champion battles. Consider them a bonus to make up for the lack of an Elite Four in this region. Mustard is a veteran trainer who was a fighting-type gym leader and champion long ago. Not unlike Alder, he also lost a partner Pokemon, which triggered a losing streak, and he retired from the Pokemon League when he was asked to win in a rigged match. Since then, Mustard traveled around the world and met his wife Honey, and they started the Master Dojo on the Isle of Armor, a remote island in Galar that Mustard bought. Trainers who want to become stronger go there to hone their skills under Master Mustard's tutelage, and one of the dojo's most prolific students is Leon himself, who trained there in his youth. Leon's Charizard with the ability to Gigantamax is implied to be from the Master Dojo, as Honey offers one of
2 Gmax Kanto starters to the player. The only one missing is Charmander, who you get as a gift from Leon, implying he got both his Charmander and the gift one for you from the Isle of Armor. The dojo's kitchen also has the recipe for Gmax soup, which unlocks the Gigantamax factor in Pokemon, so it all adds up. Mustard's design is Pokemon's take on the old martial arts mentor trope, with his long flowing eyebrows, which are his most defining facial feature. It's more creative than the typical mustache or beard. Mustard wears a quirky hat fitting of his likewise quirky personality, and his steel jacket features the face and paw print of the legendary Pokemon Kubfu, which he raises on the island. This humble look is but a disguise though, because when Mustard gets serious, he ditches the teal hat and jacket, straightens his posture, and reveals his true self, along with a mustard yellow tunic worn underneath. And look at that, there's the sword and shield insignia I was talking about with Leon. His eyebrows perk up, and he's shown to have a red tuft of hair that he kept concealed. This is basically Mustard's battle mode, where his impressive physique is on full display. I can't help but like Mustard. His character definitely falls into a fairly overdone trope, but he's pretty charming. He's a friendly and eccentric old man with a younger wife who spends most of his time playing video games on his couch, but he has a tumultuous, somewhat tragic past, and when a battle is exciting enough for him to lock in, he becomes reinvigorated and youthful and shows his true colors and passion through a partial outfit change. I mentioned this before with characters like Wally and Kieran, but I love it when designs have different modes for the outfits, especially when shifting between them represents a change within the character. We catch a brief glimpse at a younger Mustard in his rare league card. In this design, we see that he also used to wear a cape, which is perhaps what inspired his student Leon to do the same. And speaking of Leon, Mustard's league number is 0, the only one to come before Leon's number 1, because what comes before the champion if not the one who taught the champion? Lastly, there's Peony, whose past career involved being a Steel-type gym leader and champion. Peony's design isn't much to write home about. He simply wears an expedition uniform, backpack, and helmet for the Crown Tundra, which he's visiting with his daughter Peonia. The only striking aspects of his design are his impressive height and resemblance to Chairman Rose, who is revealed to be Peony's brother. We do see him in a different outfit in his rare league card, but he seems to simply be wearing the Steel-type gym uniform. Peony is basically the exact opposite of his brother. Whereas Rose is very calculated and only selectively honest, Peony is impulsive and straightforward. The two are nothing alike, which probably plays a part in why Peony resigned as the champion after Rose became the league's chairman. The fact that Peony never mentions Rose also clues us into the nature of their relationship, or lack thereof. Peony is quite loud and rambunctious, but his dedication to being a good father appears well-intentioned, if not overbearing. Even his league number, 082, can be read as the Japanese word for father. I'm sure he means well, but he struggles a bit with listening to what Peony actually wants because of his one-track mind and hyperactive personality. He planned a whole advent tour for their trip to the Crown Tundra, but Peonia wanted to hang out at the Max Lair, so Peony ended up helping you explore the area in her stead. To his obliviousness, the legendary Calyrex used Peony as a vessel to communicate with the player, and in your quest to help it, Peony proves to be a great asset as he miraculously manages to craft the Reigns of Unity for Calyrex in a hilarious turn of events. This otherwise graceless brute is apparently great with his hands because of his experience sewing his daughter's clothes. Lastly, it's worth noting that Peony is vaguely implied to also be Penny's dad, which makes this whole family tree even more complicated. Peony may not have much obvious depth to him aside from the implications of his past and relationship with Rose, but like Mustard, he's very lovable, not despite being an idiot, but because of it. Paldea's Pokemon League simultaneously continues to diverge from the traditional formula in some ways while also returning the concept to its roots in others. In terms of the game structure, it's quite different from what we've seen before because the Paldean Elite Four and Champion no longer mark the end of the game's main story. This is because the Gym Challenge and Pokemon League are but one of 3 separate goals in Scarlet and Violet's campaign, and since you can complete the 3 storylines in any order, becoming champion is something you can theoretically achieve long before the game's actual end. And even if you do leave the Pokemon League last and complete the other 2 storylines before becoming champion, the league is still not the setting of the game's climax, as the true ending is only unlocked after the completion of all 3 of Scarlet and Violet subplots. With that being said, the Paldean League is very similar to the ones in the past when it comes to how it's organized. It's once again a physical building, this time located next to Mesagoza, and the Elite Four are fought in a specific predetermined order, just like in the older games. Even the interior is made up of very simple rectangular rooms with no special decor, which feels like a callback to how Pokemon Pokemon Leagues used to look like in the past. It's even more drab in Paldea actually, because the Elite Four don't even get separate chambers and simply enter the one available room one after the other. It's bland visually, but the Paldean League as an organization is supposed to be all sterile and minimalist. It seems to be inspired by corporate culture and aesthetics. Remember, this league is not the end of the game, and the actual climax of Scarlet and Violet is set in a much more interesting and cool looking location. It's also worth noting that challenging the Pokemon League in Paldea is framed as an exam that one needs to pass to achieve the rank of champion. Here, champion isn't a title held by one person until they're defeated, but rather a status that any number of trainers can achieve provided they earn all the badges and pass the exam at the league headquarters. The first section of the champion assessment is an oral interview where trainers are asked questions about their journey. If you pass, you move on to the second section where the actual battles against the Elite Four begin. The first of the Paldean Elite Four is the ground user Rika. She's also the one who interviews the player in the first part of the champion assessment. She's got a friendly attitude and she's cool in a sort of dorky way. You're introduced to both her and the other Elite Four before the league during the story, so you already have a slight connection with her even before you battle. Rika is supportive of the player, and her caring nature shows in the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC when she expresses concern for you after learning of your exploits in the perilous Great Crater of Paldea. She also seems to be Gita's main handler because she's often seen accompanying the top champion and is perhaps closer to her than the other Elite Four, but we'll get to Gita later. Rika is very popular among fans, and part of that is of course because of her great design. She's cool and nonchalant, but also very good looking. A lot of people, including myself, appreciate her androgynous appearance. The ambiguity of her gender expression is fairly unique in Pokemon, and she's an example of quiet representation for all sorts of queer or gender non-conforming folks. Getting both her and Grusha in the same game was awesome. Rika's dressed formally, but this kind of clothing along with the tan dry colors give her outfit a sort of cowboy/western feel in my eyes. The image of an arid desert certainly evokes the ground type. I'm realizing while writing the script that she's wearing almost the exact same kind of outfit as Raiden, which is funny for some reason. Rika's really got that shit on, and the elegant tailored look along with her comparatively alternative earrings and piercings contribute to her cool persona, not to mention her iconic forest green hair and long ponytail. It's just an effortlessly charismatic design. An interesting fact about Rika is that in Japanese media she speaks in the Kansai dialect, the region of Japan that Johto is based on. Furthermore, in Pokemon Masters she says she recognizes Whitney's Johto accent. All of this combined with the fact that Rika's signature Pokemon Clodsire evolves from Paldean Wooper, whose regular form was introduced in Johto, makes me think that perhaps that's where she's originally from. It would add another twist to an already charming character. After Rika, the next Elite Four is Poppy, a Steel-type expert. At only 9 years old, she is by far the youngest Elite Four member in the history of the franchise. We often see ambiguously young characters in Pokemon, most notably the player and their rivals, but also the occasional gym leader. Even if these characters are treated like children, none of them are quite as young as Poppy is. The youngest player characters with confirmed ages in Pokemon are 2 years older than her, and the only NPCs similar in age you encounter are usually weak early game youngsters or bug catchers. When named characters like Bonnie or Ansha are as young as Poppy is, they don't tend to have their own Pokemon to use in battle. All of this is to say that even by the standards of the Pokemon universe, having a character as young as Poppy be a prominent trainer, let alone an Elite Four, is quite unusual and speaks volumes about her skill. In spite of her position, Poppy's personality is still that of a child. She doesn't speak with the same eloquence as an adult and is very much still innocent. Wherever she goes, she always needs to be accompanied by an adult, usually another member of the Pokemon League or their staff. As a result of her giftedness and being one of the Elite Four, Poppy doesn't exactly live a typical life for a kid. Her career caused her to miss out on certain experiences that other kids would go through, so she hopes to enroll in the academy in Mesagoza when she gets a bit older. Poppy's outfit is very fancy and dapper. It gives off the same vibe as seeing a little kid at a wedding all dressed up in clothes that look way too serious for such a young person. It's actually quite cute and endearing. Her bonnet gives her an old-fashioned look like she's a little lady from the 18th century, but it's also a kind of headgear associated with babies, which further drives home the childlike themes of Poppy's character. The outfit features a pale yellow as an accent for contrast, but it's mainly grey, which along with the metallic trimmings and key-shaped purse work to reference the steel type. Up next is Larry, who I'm mostly skipping over since I already talked about him in my second video on gym leaders. His whole shtick is that he's so overworked that he's a gym leader and an Elite Four at the same time, although when fought at the Pokemon League he uses flying types rather than the normal types he uses for his gym battle. The idea is funny and makes sense for the character, and it's a genuinely surprising reveal, which is fun in a game where you already know the other Elite Four and the champion before challenging the league. The final of the Paldean Elite Four is the Dragon Master Hassel. Like I said, Scarlet and Violet introduces you to all of its Pokemon League members ahead of time, but the extent of your exposure to Hassel is up to you as the player. This is because aside from being a member of the Elite Four, he also works at the Academy as your art teacher. Attending classes is optional and you can do it whenever you want, so the players who skipped art or left it for the post-game won't be as acquainted with Hassel as the players who attended and or completed his course before challenging the Elite Four, which changes how impactful your battle with him ends up being. We learn a fair bit about Hassel from interacting with him at the Academy. He hails from an ancient bloodline of dragon tamers, hence the dragon type specialty, but he left his family at a young age to pursue art. He started off as a musician and at some point befriended and inspired Brassius, a grass type gym leader in Paldea and fellow artist. The two became really close and Brassius admires Hassel greatly to this day. Nowadays, Hassel works as one of Paldea's Elite Four but also teaches art at the Academy in Mesagoza. Despite his family's constant pestering and attempts to persuade him to return, Hassel is dedicated to his job as a teacher, which he finds a lot more fulfilling than leading his clan. He's someone who looks for beauty in all things and loves helping his students flourish more than anything else. He's also known for being extremely sentimental and often bursts into tears during emotional moments. Others might not think it's always warranted or appropriate, but this trait of Hassel endears me greatly to his character. Another fun fact about Hassel is that presumably because of his ties to dragon-type trainers, he's an acquaintance of Drayden from Unova, although their exact relationship is unknown. Like other experts in his type, Hassel's design subtly incorporates draconic features into his outfit and appearance. His eyebrows are reminiscent of the long flowing facial hair of a dragon, and the jagged patterns on his sweater along with the other angular pointy details resemble scales or back spikes. But most cleverly, Hassel has a cape built into his jacket, which is of course the signature apparel of the Dragon Tamer trainer class and other powerful dragon type users, a tradition started by Lance as I mentioned earlier. The green could also be seen as a lizardy reptilian color, although it's not typically used to represent the dragon type in Pokemon. After besting the Elite Four, the final stage of the champion assessment in Paldea is a battle against Geeta, the chairwoman of the Pokemon League and top champion. Also known as La Primera, Geeta is said to be the strongest among all the trainers who achieved the champion rank in Paldea. This claim sounds a little paradoxical at first glance. If the player earns the champion rank by defeating her, doesn't that mean that every other champion had to do the same, making her the weakest? You could argue that she didn't use her best team since she has stronger mons in her post-game battles, but she claims to not hold anything back when facing challengers, so what's the deal? Well, the way I see it is that defeating Geeta may not actually be a required condition to pass the champion assessment, at least not usually. Yes, she does tell you that you need to defeat her to pass, but I believe that could be because she's shown to take a particular interest in the player. Perhaps a more accurate description of Geeta's part of the champion assessment is a battle against her where she tests out trainers' skills and chooses whether or not to pass them as she sees fit, regardless of whether they manage to win or not. Geeta is shown to have great authority and bends the rules to her will, so it's not unlike her to demand that for the player specifically, they need to explicitly beat her to pass the assessment and become champion. If she sees the player as particularly gifted, maybe she wants to push them more than she would with other challengers, hence her only passing you if you manage to win. This is mostly theorizing on my part, but Scarlet and Violet really treats Geeta as the strongest trainer and ultimate authority, so I find it hard to believe that every other champion defeated her, especially when she's called the top champion. In my opinion, Geeta is a bit of a red herring villain in the story of Scarlet and Violet. She's kinda ominous, and although respected, some of the other characters, especially Larry, seem to be intimidated by her and maybe even actively dislike her. She's characterized as a bit of a ruthless boss who demands a lot of others and isn't shy about exercising her authority. Geeta is someone who always gets what she wants, and she does it while staying eerily calm, always with a smile on her face. She's really got her hands in everything. I already mentioned that she's the chairwoman of the Pokemon League and the top champion, but she's also on the school board for the Academy and has the authority to grant people access into Area Zero and seems to be at least partially involved with the research conducted there. In spite of that, Geeta isn't actually malicious in much of a meaningful way in the narrative of the game. She's just a scary bigwig, but ultimately mostly well-meaning, and I think that's fine. Having her be the villain would have been too obvious and kinda boring, especially after Chairman Rose in the generation just prior. Geeta attracting all suspicion as a potential villain facilitates the much more interesting reveal of the professor actually being the real main antagonist. Geeta's figure is quite slender, which stands in stark contrast to her giant hair, whose shape, along with the royal blue seen in her design, called to mind the Pokemon Glamora, Geeta's ace. Her expression and striking blue and yellow eyes make her look slightly uncanny, which I think is intentional professional given her collected yet scary persona. She's dressed formally like the Elite Four under her with a black and blue suit and yellow tie. It's nice stuff, and the color coordination in her design is really tight and cohesive. It's very organized. Geeta wears blue gloves featuring the compass logo of the Paldean Pokemon League. The Elite Four also wear the same kind of gloves except in black. Even Larry and Hassel, who don't normally have them as part of their designs during their other jobs, put their gloves on while at the league. I think it's a nice touch giving all of the Pokemon League members a shared design trait, almost like it's their version of a uniform. One last thing I want to mention about Geeta is that she seems to be closest with Rika. She's the one to accompany Geeta when visiting Blueberry Academy and perhaps also has a better opinion of Geeta than others. Maybe the two are close outside of work as well, or maybe the reason Rika is more involved with Geeta is because the other Elite Four are less available. Poppy is a child and can't be trusted with big responsibilities, and Larry and Hassel each have second jobs as a gym leader and school teacher respectively, leaving Rika to be Geeta's main assistant. I really like the Paldean Elite Four and top champion. As I mentioned before, it's hard to get players to care about late game characters without having spent any time with them, so the choice to introduce Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel early in the story was great and is not something they used to do in Pokemon for Elite Four members. It leaves fewer surprises for later in the game, but it's 100% worth it. After all, what's the point of a character reveal if it's someone you've never seen before? And besides, Larry being an Elite Four is enough of a surprise already, not to mention the reveals of the actual endgame of Scarlet and Violet. Ironically, the game where becoming champion is not your ultimate goal and where the Pokemon League no longer marks the finale of the main campaign has more interesting league members than games where the Pokemon League is the only focus. You'd think I would be done by now since I talked about the Elite Four and champions in all of the mainline regions so far, but Scarlet and Violet actually introduced us to another Pokemon League in the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC. Sort of. Unova's Blueberry Academy from part 2 of the DLC, the Indigo Disc, has its own Blueberry League, complete with an Elite Four and champion. They're not an actual regional Pokemon League, of course, and they're merely composed of students, but they're the strongest ones Blueberry has to offer, and since they use the same titles as actual Elite Four and champions, I figured it would be fun to include them in the video. And no, this doesn't mean I'll cover the Furfrou League from Legends EA. The Blueberry Elite Four can be challenged in any order upon completing each of their respective trials, and each of them resides in one of the Academy's 4 terrarium biomes. The lowest ranking among them is Crispin, the Fire-type Elite Four encountered in the Savannah biome. Crispin is from Burbank City, same as the gym leader Roxy, and he's a cook who enjoys spicy dishes. He's the most straightforward of the group and has a simpler approach to life. That is to say, he's got passion for Pokemon battles and cooking, but doesn't really understand interpersonal drama, nor does he know how to handle delicate social situations. He's just kind of oblivious, to put it bluntly, but he is shown to have an admiration for his fellow Elite Four Lacey. Crispin's design can pretty much be boiled down to Fire-type chef. He wears a chef's outfit with the exception of his blueberry uniform shorts, and the accents on his clothes along with his hair and eyes are all a combination of yellow, orange, and red. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad look, but as a design for a Fire-type specialist, it's not particularly creative for this point in the franchise. Take Kofu for a quick comparison, another chef character from the same game. He's not just a water-type cook, but also cleverly incorporates stuff like wave patterns and nautical ropes into his design, which helps it not feel generic. Crispin doesn't really do anything like that. Above Crispin in the Blueberry League rankings is the cold and calculated Steel-type expert Amaris, who originates from Castelia, the city where Berg has his gym. Her precise and strict way of operating makes Amaris come off just as robotic as some of her ironclad Steel types, but in reality she does have a good heart and is shown to care for her friends, especially Kieran. She's not actually an unaffectionate person, but merely someone who cares about regulations and protocols and behaves accordingly. Amaris' design communicates this perfectly because she's the only major member of the Blueberry League to not customize her uniform in any significant way, with the only flair added to the clothes themselves being her almost industrial looking boots and her trusty pocket watch. The rest is just standard issue, which is perfect for the character since she's such a stickler. The most striking aspects of Amaris' character design then are localized to her face and head. Some of her braids are grey and the ends are styled to resemble screw heads, which obviously ties into her Steel-type specialty and the Magnemite used in her flight-based minigame in her trial. It's clever and looks cute, and some of the shapes in Amaris' hair also mirror the chain connected to her pocket watch. Additionally, she wears glasses with steely metallic frames and spikes, which make her look quite intelligent and like a top student. The second strongest of the Blueberry Elite Four is Lacey, a peppy fairy-type user and the daughter of the Driftville City gym leader Clay, although Lacey herself is apparently from Nimbasa City, where Alessa is the gym leader. She's a good student, friendly and reliable. In fact, Director Serrano ends up entrusting her to be the player's guide to the academy, and despite being roped into a chore that wasn't really her responsibility, she doesn't take it out on the player and is actually very nice and helpful. Lacey isn't saccharine or overly sappy though. She will absolutely call out strange behavior and express frustration when called for because she has backbone and expects that other people put in the same amount of work and dedication she does. This is to say, she is a very supportive person, but not in a way where she would let others walk all over her. As you might expect, Lacey has a soft spot for cute Pokemon, and her appearance reflects her aesthetic sensibilities. She wears a pink yarn coat and sports pink hair with accessories that feature the same kind of green gems as her family members from other games. The design shines through its simplicity in my opinion, and although not too extravagant, the coat is instantly iconic and her hair setup is very tasteful, making for an all-around casual yet stylish look. Lastly, there's the strongest Elite Four and second strongest trainer at Blueberry, Drayton, the grandson of the gym leader Drayden from Opaloosid City. Drayton expectedly uses dragon types just like his grandfather and used to be the Blueberry champion before Kieran dethroned him. Drayton seems to be the oldest member of the Blueberry League because he had to repeat a few years. In spite of him being extremely skilled at Pokemon battles, he's known to be quite the slacker, which caused his grades to suffer. He's laid back and easygoing and has a tendency to dodge responsibilities and loiter around, not really doing anything, much to the dismay of more determined and active characters like Lacey and Carmine. I'm gonna level with y'all and admit that I love Drayton, partly because that's pretty much how I used to be back in school. When the player joins Blueberry as an exchange student, Drayton is the one to set you up to become part of the league and challenge the Elite Four. It turns out that Kieran, the current champion, became kind of a tyrant at the academy after you kept one-upping him in the first part of the DLC, so Drayton hopes to knock him down a peg by setting you up to defeat him. It's somewhat ironic that the guy who is perceived as lazy is actually the one sort of orchestrating your whole adventure at Blueberry Academy. His schemes, however, are not well received by Lacey, who objects in vain to Drayton's ideas, and Carmine likewise finds his meddling annoying. What I'm getting at is that Drayton is kinda disliked by other students, but he seems completely unbothered by it, which is kinda funny. In the end, I think he still just wants to help the League Club despite his general lethargic nature and lack of ambition. Drayton wears a Mastiff designed coat over his uniform, the same kind as the Delinquent Trainer class, which is appropriate for the character. His toothpaste hair is the same white color as Drayden's, but he's got a purple streak to represent the dragon type. He also wears a purple cloth around his waist, featuring a repeating pattern made up of dragon heads. It's a cool, unique piece that comes off as hip and sort of alternative, but with a slight traditional flair. Once again, we see a dragon type specialist with some kind of flowing/draping accessory. A fun fact about Drayton is that an NPC in Legends EA wonders how a fight between him and Iris would go, Drayden's grandson versus Drayden's student. I quite like these Blueberry Elite Four. I like that they're just kind of a group of friends going to school together. They have interpersonal dynamics, and since they're characters in a longer form DLC story, they have more room to breathe and interact with the player than your average regional Elite Four, who are crammed together in the last half hour of their games. I also like their contrasting personalities. They almost form two pairs of opposites. Crispin is expressive, but Amaris is stern. Lacey is motivated, while Drayton is relaxed. It's a good overall ensemble. Furthermore, it's a nice touch how each of them is from a different city in Unova, and two of them are also related to Unovan gym leaders. Blueberry Academy is located there in Universe, but its DLC, the Indigo Disc, is an expansion to Scarlet and Violet. You don't get to go to mainland Unova, so Blueberry as a whole needs to emulate the region's vibes despite you not being able to visit any of its established locations from Gen 5. And so referencing those locations through the origins of the Academy students is one of the ways the Indigo Disc gives off the illusion that you're in Unova without actually seeing the region itself. This would be the time to talk about Kieran, the Blueberry League champion, but since he's also a rival, I already went over his character pretty extensively in my rivals video.